So when you think about learning foreign languages, you usually imagine doing tons of exercises, studying months or even years, maybe taking private lessons. All that is kind of time consuming and requires a lot of effort. But on the other hand, before we continue, I want to talk a little bit about the languages that I speak, how I actually learned them, and then we are going to jump right into the German challenge. Dobrze, język polski, w ścisłości jest to oczywiście mój język ojczysty. Powiem trochę o tych innych językach. Hiszpańskiego uczę się 2 lata, angielskiego właściwie całe życie, od kiedy pamiętam, gry i tak dalej. No i francuskiego niecałe 2 lata, także to jest mniej więcej poziom, który potem zaprezentuję, który mam po 2 latach nauki tych języków osobno. No i tak, jestem raczej zaawansowany, jeżeli chodzi o te języki, także radzę sobie całkiem nieźle i zresztą zawsze kładę bardziej nacisk na jakość niż na ilość i w związku z tym właśnie starałem się nie rzucać się na jakieś głębokie morze, uczyć się nie wiadomo ilu języków, tylko opanować najpierw te dobrze. No przede mną jeszcze długa droga oczywiście, ale no w tę stronę się udaje, w tę stronę się kieruję. No i teraz jeszcze doszedł ten niemiecki, który zobaczycie pod koniec jak będzie mi szedł. Ahora quería hablar un poquito en español para vosotros, para que escucháis este idioma un poco, para que sepáis que sí, que sé español y que hablo bastante fluidamente. La verdad es que normalmente suelo enfocarme más en francés estos días. Y, es decir, leo, escribo, hablo con la gente, estudio más o menos todo el tiempo este idioma y no paso mucho tiempo con español porque decidí, dado que siempre quería trabajar como un intérprete, que tenía que elegir una lengua que sea un poco más avanzado, que voy a aprofundir todo el tiempo, que voy a mejorar. Se trata del vocabulario aquí más técnico, porque se trata del español, puedo hablar fluidamente, pero mi vocabulario no es tan amplio. No conozco el lenguaje jurídico, económico, técnico, más o menos. Y en francés sí intento alcanzar este nivel para que pueda, por ejemplo, utilizar este idioma como mi lengua, un poco como mi lengua nativa, ¿no? Bien, donc maintenant je vais parler un petit peu en français pour que vous puissiez voir que je suis capable de m'exprimer en tant que tel, que je me débrouille. Donc il y a, je pense, 11 ou 12 mois, je suis parti en Belgique. Je vais raconter une histoire qui est en fait liée à français. Donc voilà, cette histoire est que je suis parti en Belgique. Et là, on parle français. Moi, j'ai voulu apprendre un peu plus, j'ai voulu m'habituer à la langue parler. Donc c'est ce que j'avais décidé à faire et je l'avais fait. Mais avant de partir, j'étais très inquiété vu que à l'époque, ça faisait peu de temps que j'apprenais cette langue. Et donc, j'étais un peu en mode, j'étais très stressé, j'étais en mode, je vais pas comprendre les gens, je vais pas comprendre les profs, tout va être incompréhensible, ce genre de trucs. Évidemment, après quelques semaines, il s'avérait que ce n'était pas le cas, il s'avérait que ça marche et que je peux vraiment m'exprimer et comprendre les Belges, par exemple, quand ils discutent. C'est ma copine qui fait des bêtises là. C'est pour ça que je ris. Donc voilà, il savait que ce n'était pas si mauvais que ça. J'ai rencontré des amis avec lesquels j'ai parlé et avec eux, je me suis vraiment amélioré. Je commençais à comprendre le français. Donc je vous suggérerais de s'y aller en Erasmus si vous avez une possibilité. Books, and I won't mention the title here because it is not important. These were really random books. So the first book covered the conjugations in German. I basically wanted to have everything in one place, all the possible verb structures. And the second book was about the basics of grammar in German, and it was helpful because it sorted out all the notions that I needed to learn. Ich mag in den Stadt gehen. Gehst du in den Stadt? Ja. Warum gehst du nicht zu Hause? Ich kann nicht gehen. Wie alt bist du? Ich bin 30 Jahre alt. Cool. Toll. There's this very popular thing now that is called 1000 word list. So it takes the most frequently used words from a given language and puts them together. It is true that these words are very efficient and useful, But there are really better ways to learn them than just writing them down and learning them by heart. For example, you can learn verbs which are very high on this list when you practice conjugation in your grammar section. It's the same thing with prepositions and pronouns. It's actually more efficient to put them into the sentence and try, for example, to add some verbs and nouns and make something meaningful, which is giving you the context of the situation and helps you retain these words, than just learning them by heart on a random list. It's gonna blend together and you're gonna lose these words. These words are just gonna go to the passive memory, to the short memory, and they're just gonna vanish very quickly. But you can do differently. You can really try to respect these words from the very beginning. Try to put a lot of time to them. Finding a good context, a nice situation, a good story will really help you remember these words, and you will be able to use them like this in the conversation. Something that is very, very important. What I mean by that is it helps you grasp things faster, helps you remember information for longer periods of time. It's basically this idea of studying more actively, paying more attention to things. Let's say you are a student and you have some sort of like an exam tomorrow. So you have a textbook, and instead of just reading the text, going over and over again the same text, you know, reading the same information, trying to get them in your head, learn by heart, prepare yourself some questions beforehand, and then while you're reading, try to answer them. This will really make you more, you know, active in this process of learning. This will make you pay more attention, and you know, it will just really help you remember things better. It will stimulate your memory. But you might be probably thinking right now, how could I possibly use it to my advantage when it comes to languages? Well, it's very simple. What you need to get is like a small notebook, like the size of your phone, not too big because you really want to fit it in your pocket and take it everywhere with you. And on the left side, you put the things, you put the words in your mother tongue. On the right side, the words that are in the target language that you want to learn. And you know, you just cover the right side whenever you're free to study. And what you do is you try to guess these words and like quiz yourself. So doing it like this will make you remember way faster. You will grasp things quickly. But something that is crucial, and again I'm repeating myself, is that you find something just the size of your smartphone, because you really want to fit it in your pocket, take it everywhere with you, and be able to, for example, review your vocabulary in moments that are not so meaningful. Let's say you're on a bus, on a train, you have nothing better to do than just, for example, play video games, on your smartphone. So instead, you know, just go review the words, do a repetition exercise, I'd call it. So it's important to find moments like this, because overall it's quite difficult to find the right motivation for the repetition. When you're at home, you have all the things going on that are just more interesting, I guess.
Ich will ein bisschen Deutsch sprechen für euch. Meine Sprache zeigen. Ich habe etwas schon gelernt. Ich kann noch nicht zum Beispiel die Sätze machen. Aber trotzdem, es ist interessant, es ist lustig für mich, und obwohl es ist sehr schwer, ich will kontinuieren, ich will nicht aufhören. Ich glaube, dass in der Zukunft ich will lernen, ich will das lernen. Ich habe viele Probleme mit zum Beispiel der, die, das. In Französisch man hat le, la, nur, man hat nur le und la, und hier nous avons und hier man hat der, die, das. Jetzt ich will eine Geschichte erzählen. Ich bin mit meinem Freund Peter laufen gegangen, und wir sind in den Welt gegangen und dort wir haben eine Ort sehr interessant gefunden. Ich glaube, das ist ein Amphitheatern und kann man so sagen.
So when doing this challenge, I used many of my own techniques, and one of them, for example, is called 100 words rule. So how it works? Well, basically you have to look for 10 subjects that you would find interesting, that you would normally talk about with your friends, let's say, and then for each of them you look for 10 basic words that would allow you to hold a decent conversation about the given subject. And it's something that is very effective, might be quite surprising for you, because mostly people that are, let's say, intermediate, upper intermediate, they only know like few words when it comes to clothes, fashion, I don't know, again, traveling, sport, and it's all that they need to be able to talk. So the other words that are actually helping them are things like about, more or less, for, bigger, smaller, things like that are actually filling the gaps of the vocabulary. So there are two reasons why this is so effective. First, that you're actually looking for words that you would use in your native language, and doing it this way, finding words that you would have tendency to use, will help you build a strong base, a strong core of words that you just remember very well, and they will not be forgotten. This way you will use them a lot. And it's actually you who knows the best what words to use in a conversation about a given subject. But there's also this idea, there's this thing that you actually help your memory work a little bit better, due to the fact that you're not looking for some random words on a text, you're not finding them, I'd say, ad hoc, but you're actually trying to answer a question in your head. And by answering this question, for example, how do you say that or that in a given language, you give yourself a little bit of a context, and well, that would actually help you remember things faster.
Weißt du was, ich habe Deutsch diese letzten 10 Tage gelernt, und jetzt ich möchte sehen, ob ich Deutsch sprechen kann, ja?
Ja, okay, dann versuchen wir, schauen wir,
Ja.
was daraus kommt.
Ja. Ja.
Okay, wie heißt du?
Also, ich heiße Alexander, ich bin 23 Jahre alt, aber du weißt, ich hoffe, dass du weißt. Ich hoffe. Ja. Ich studiere ich studiere in Krakau. Ich studiere Französisch und Spanisch, und ja, das ist mein Hobby.
Kennst du auch andere Sprachen?
Ja.
Welche?
Ja, Englisch ein bisschen. Ja.
Also du kennst Englisch, Französisch und Spanisch. Und jetzt willst du Deutsch lernen.
Ja.
Warum willst du Deutsch lernen?
Also, letzte Zeit, ich habe festgestellt, dass es ist sehr interessant, zum Beispiel in Original lesen, zum Beispiel die Bücher in Original lesen, ja. Und ich interessiere mich ein bisschen für zum Beispiel Hegel oder Freud, Jung. Und ich habe festgestellt, dass ich diese Texte lesen will, ja?
In Deutsch.
In Original, ja.
In Original. Kennst du auch
Ja.
welche deutsche Schriftsteller?
Ja, zum Beispiel Goethe.
Goethe.
Reitet so spät und durch Nacht und Wind, ist sein Vater mit einem Kind.
Und welches Buch ist das?
Das ist ein Poem.
Ein Gedicht.
Das ist ein Gedicht. El König, ich glaube. Ja.
König. Okay. Und was ist mit Musik? Magst du auch deutsche Musik?
Ich habe letzte Zeit, um ehrlich zu sein, zum Beispiel Rammstein. Ich habe Rammstein gehört.
Also du hörst gerne Rammstein. Du magst Rammstein.
Ja, ich habe Rammstein früher gehört, aber jetzt für Lernen. Glaubst du zum Beispiel, weißt du zum Beispiel, der Name von Rammstein, weißt du, wie deine woher kommt diese Name? Weißt du oder nicht?
Ich habe gehört, woher kommt dieser Name, aber du kannst erzählen.
Ja.
Trotzdem, schau mal, ob wir gleich
Ja,
die
ich
Geschichte
glaube-
gehört hatten.
Ich glaube, es kommt von einer Flugzeugkatastrophe. Ja,
Katastrophe.
Katastrophe. In Deutschland, ich glaube, ja. Und man kann diese Filme jetzt sehen, ja, in der Internet. In der Internet.
Internet.
Ja.
Ja, der Name kommt vor dieser Katastrophe und
Es ist sehr traurig.
sie haben den Namen angenommen, um diese Katastrophe zu gedanken.
Ja.
Und was ist überhaupt dein Hobby? Was ist dein Hobby?
Die Fremdsprache.
Also die Fremdsprache
Ja, lernen, ja.
lernen ist
Ja.
dein Hobby.
Ja. Zum Beispiel, ich möchte in der Zukunft Japanisch lernen. Es ist sehr schwer, ich weiß, aber zum Beispiel ich mag die Anime und weißt du, was ist Anime?
Nein.
Diese Fairy Tales, Baiki, diese Märchen, ja, von
Eigentlich das sind auch nicht Märchen. Ich glaube, du meinst Zeichentricksfilm.
Zeichen, kann man so sagen, ich glaube, aber ich weiß nicht.
Das, was im Internet gezeigt
Ja.
wird, das sind Zeichentricksfilm.
Und ja, das ist
Möchtest du auch reisen in der Zukunft?
Reisen. Ja, zum Beispiel dort.
Also nach Japan.
Ja, zum Beispiel. Aber nach Barcelona. Ich habe ich bin in Belgien.
Belgien.
Ich bin in Belgien. Ich habe in Belgien studiert.
Belgien.
Ich habe in Belgien studiert. Ich glaube 5 Monate.
5 Monate.
Ja.
Also du warst 5 Monate in Belgien.
Und dort ich habe viele Französisch gelernt.
Viel Französisch
Ja.
gelernt.
Du sagst, du weißt. Und ja, es war sehr, sehr toll. Ich weiß nicht, aber vielleicht in der Zukunft ich werde in Deutsch gehen, in Deutschland, ja?
Nach Deutschland.
Nach Deutschland fahren, ja. oder Österreich. Ja.
Findest du die deutsche Geschichte interessant?
Es ist interessant, aber sehr traurig. Zum Beispiel, ich weiß nicht, wie ist das, aber zum Beispiel die Geschichte von Hitler oder die Geschichte von Ärzte,
Weltkrieg?
ja, Erster Weltkrieg zum Beispiel. Es ist sehr, sehr traurig, aber auch sehr interessant, nein? Und zum Beispiel, ich habe viel Französisch Geschichte gelernt, früher in der Universität zum Beispiel. Und jetzt ich werde mich beschäftigen mit der Geschichte von Deutschland, ja.
Kannst du jetzt nur sprechen oder kannst du auch schreiben?
Ich kann schreiben ein bisschen. Es ist nicht so schwer, aber manchmal ich habe einige Probleme, ja,
Mit Schreiben?
mit Schreiben. Am Anfang ich
Ich wollte dich gerade fragen, wie findest du, ist die deutsche Sprache schwer zu lernen oder leicht zu lernen?
Am Anfang ich habe festgestellt, es ist sehr einfach, ja. Warum? Weil ich habe diese Konjugation gesehen und ich habe festgestellt, dass also es ist sehr leicht und ja, aber weiter ich habe zum Beispiel eine Deklination gelernt und das ist sehr schwer in Deutsch. Und
Also Konjugation macht nicht so viel Probleme. Probleme macht Deklination im Deutschen.
Ja, das ist das. Und zum Beispiel in Französisch wir haben nur le und la. Und in Deutsch, man hat zum Beispiel die, der, das. Es ist sehr schwer für mich und ich habe keine Ahnung. Ich weiß nicht, welche Option, welche Option wählen, ja.
Kann ich die
Das oder der, ja.
Ja, kann ich die so
Es ist nicht schwer zwischen der und die, aber zwischen der und das, es ist sehr, sehr schwer. Man kann nicht hören. Ja.
Ja, kann
Aber trotzdem, es ist sehr, sehr schwer. Ich werde kontinuieren. Ich hoffe, dass wir zusammen sprechen können in der Zukunft. Vielleicht. Und
üben.
ja.
Ich kann die so einfache Frage stellen.
Ja.
Zum Beispiel, was ist das? Das weißt du jetzt nicht.
Das ist ein Zeitmeter?
Das ist die Uhr.
Das ist die Uhr, ja.
Ja, und sag mir jetzt auf Deutsch. Naja, das ist schwierig jetzt.
Aber wir können versuchen.
Hast du eine Uhr?
Keine Uhr. Leider.
Ich habe keine
Uhr.
Ich keine. Ich wollte, dass du mit so ein paar Sachen
Ja.
antwortest.
Naja.
Kannst du mir deine Brille geben?
Ja, bitte. Na, es ist.
Danke.
Es ist so einfach für mich. Ich glaube.
Das ist so einfach.
So einfach, ja.
Ich gebe dir deine Brille zurück. Und wenn du in einem Restaurant bist zum Beispiel, kannst du etwas zum Essen oder zum Trinken bestellen?
Um ehrlich zu sein, ich habe nicht darüber viel gelernt.
Also du hast nicht viel Wortschatz.
Ja,
darüber
ich
gelernt.
habe mein Sprachschatz ist nicht so groß hier. Ich kenne keine Lebensmittel. Ich kenne
Ich glaube schon, dass du kennst.
ja ein Schnitzel.
Ja, zum Beispiel.
aber nicht zu viel, ja.
Ja, dann versuch ein Schnitzel in einem Restaurant zu bestellen. Du kommst ins Restaurant, sagst du guten Tag und sag, dass du
Ich möchte ein Schnitzel
ich möchte ein Schnitzel.
haben oder essen, ja.
Ja, okay. Besser das als nichts
Ja.
zu sagen. Ich glaube, die werden dich verstehen. Aber soll man sagen, ich möchte ein Schnitzel bestellen.
Ja,
Bestellen.
gut, ich werde wissen jetzt.
Merken.
Ja, ich werde merken, ja.
Und wenn du dein Lieblingsgetränk bestellen möchtest,
Also bestellen? Ich möchte zum Beispiel das Bier
Bier.
bestellen. Ja, bitte.
Ich möchte
Ein oder zwei
ein oder zwei Bier
Bier.
bestellen.
Ja. Es ist nicht schwer, ich glaube.
Und wenn dir das Bier schmeckt, wie sagst du das?
Zum Beispiel, es ist sehr gut. Und aber oder das kostet gut. Das
schmeckt.
Das schmeckt gut.
Schmeckt gut. Und wenn man jetzt bezahlen muss, kannst du fragen, kannst du nach Preis fragen? Du hast schon
Aha, wie
ausgedruckt.
kostet diese Bier?
Wie viel kostet, was bezahle
Ja.
ich? Was bezahle ich?
Gut. Also danke.
Bitte sehr.
Danke.
Also ich wünsche, dass du
Ah, ja.
weiter so machst. Für 10 Tage, ich finde nicht schlecht.
Ja, ich glaube, es ist
Wenn du so viel Motivation hast, ich glaube, du wirst große Fortschritte machen.
danke.
Und vielleicht ich weiß nicht jetzt, wie schnell, aber in 1, 2 Jahre, 3 vielleicht kannst
Vielleicht.
du den Goethe in Original lesen.
Ich will.
Oder dein Hegel.
Oder Hegel. Ich glaube, Hegel ist zu schwer.
Ich
Es
glaube,
ist, ja.
ich glaube.
Aber
Der
Goethe,
Hegel ist in unserer Muttersprache schon schwer
Ja.
zu verstehen.
ja. Danke.
Okay, wir sehen uns wieder.
Ja.
Tschüss.
Tschüss. Dobra. Nie było źle, powiem ci. Let's talk about language families now. If you take a look here, you can see that on the right side, we have these very known language groups, these so-called families. And you must have already heard about some of them. For example, Romance languages. These are quite known. Italian, French, Spanish, these kind of languages. They're obviously all bound together in this group of Romance languages. And why we are actually looking to creating this kind of groups? Well, there are many reasons for that, but the two that are the most important for me are that, first of all, it helps us learn and understand languages and their structures. So we know that's important already. And the second reason, which is even more interesting for me, is that if you want to solve mysteries, you need to know languages, okay? Let me explain it this way. Let's say you want to study the history of Poland before the baptism. I know that's not the most interesting thing for everybody, but I can relate to that, and that's why I'm bringing this example. I need to know what happened in Poland, in this land that we now call Poland, obviously, before the baptism, before we became Christians here, before we started writing in Latin. And there is no congruent knowledge about those times, no resources. And there's this theory that we in Poland are actually the descendants of Vikings. That the Vikings came, they invaded the land that is now called Poland, they won, and now we are all deriving from that line of Vikings. And well, it seems interesting, right? It seems like a proper theory to some extent, because we do have some resemblance between Slavic and Scandinavian people. And now let me just completely debunk that. Because if you take a look at languages, if you see how the old Polish look like and how the old Scandinavian languages look like, if you compare names, for example, you will not see a lot of similarities. There will be some, but it's not like if you took and compared Norwegian to Swedish, for example. Okay, so I wanted to start a drive for some of you here. If you, for example, take Arabic language and you know Arabic, you could actually read real old texts or poetry, because this language hasn't changed a lot. The reason for that is that they actually adapt their language to reading Quran, and they believe that they mustn't change the Quran, they mustn't translate it, because if they did, it would then lose its holiness, its power. And you know, it was actually the same with Bible, but as long as Bible actually had to be translated due to the fact that it was first written in Hebrew and then translated to other languages, people eventually lost that mindset along the way. But with Quran, it stayed the same all the time. Up to this day, people don't want to have the Quran translated, and that's why Arabic isn't changing that much. Obviously, they have new words in the language here and there, but you can still read these old texts without any problems. And you could use these texts, for example, to solve mysteries in history, to study things that have not been yet studied. I just want to point out that languages are not only about speaking with other people, okay, or getting a good job. There is so much more to that, and it can be absolutely fascinating. Let's talk about similarities now between these languages, how these languages are actually resemblant to one another. Well, it's actually fairly simple. Two biggest similarities. First of all, the structure. If you, for example, compare these languages, you will find out that these languages have very similar elements, very similar things that you need to create sentences. Let's say you're Italian and you want to learn Spanish. You already know how articles work, so you just need to know what form of these articles you have in Spanish. You need to know how to pronounce these articles in Spanish. You don't have to dive into all that theory about them. You don't have to know whether you should use definite or indefinite articles, because you already know how it works. And that's a game changer for you. You need to be aware of this fact that you can do calcs and you should do them whenever you can. And the second similarity is when you have a very similar vocabulary. So again, Italian, Portuguese, Spanish, these are the most similar to one another. French also has similar looking vocabulary, just not as much as these three in between. And actually, I will give you a story here connected to that. I know Spanish a little bit, and a few months ago I was writing this academic paper about stocks and actually how the coronavirus affected them. And so I had to find the very first article in Italian, because it started in Italy, about the outburst of the coronavirus, because I needed to check how the stocks reacted to the very first article there, which announced the pandemic, right? And well, I found many articles, and in order to choose the proper one, the one that was really concerning this information, I had to read them all. But I have never studied Italian. And so, what did I do? Since I knew Spanish a little bit, I was actually able to understand these texts. And with the use of translator here and there, I was actually able to read in Italian. That's how it works. So these languages are that much similar. French is not that similar as, for example, these three languages nowadays, but it's very resemblant. And if you it's very resemblant anyhow. And if you by any chance are a native speaker of any of these three languages, then you will be able to learn French very quickly nevertheless, okay? Because you will be just able to understand the structure, you will know how to use different parts of the sentence, you will know how to use different elements. I will maybe give you this metaphor. Here, in this family, you only have to change the color of puzzles, but they still have the same shape. Whereas, for example, if you compare Spanish to Chinese, you have to change puzzles sometimes. There. Okay, be aware of that and use it as a leverage in your learning process. If you take a look at a different group, for example, Germanic languages, it's a very similar situation, although here we actually distinguish two groups: Scandinavian languages and West Germanic languages. And again, these four languages are gonna be similar in terms of vocabulary. If you actually take a look at how these languages are written, they will be very resemblant. They are similar in terms of pronunciation, I would say. And for example, if you are Norwegian, then you're able to understand Swedish people talking. Obviously not everything, but a lot. However, if we take English and Norwegian, these two languages, you're not gonna have so much in common in terms of vocabulary. You will have some similar words, but not that much. You won't be able to understand one another. However, the structure is similar to some extent. For example, in English you don't have to conjugate the verbs, and in Scandinavian languages neither. If you take German, you have three articles. That's also the case with Norwegian. And well, how can we actually use that knowledge to our advantage? Well, we can help ourselves with that, because we know when to do calcs and what to use from other languages that we are able to speak, right? Okay, and now let's talk about Slavic languages. If you take a look here, we can see three different families: West Slavic languages, East Slavic languages, and South Slavic languages. And these are all separate groups. Why they are separate? Because the languages inside of these groups are more resemblant to one another inside of the group than, for example, if you compare them to other languages from different groups. That's how it works. Let's take, for example, Slovak and Russian. They are gonna be somewhat similar, but not as much as, for example, Slovak and Polish, if you put them together. So that is the idea. If you're Polish or Slovak, then you won't really understand people speaking Russian. You will catch some words here and there, but you will not understand what they are really talking about. If you're Russian, on the other hand, you will be able to understand Ukrainian people speaking, but not as much, for example, Polish people. Although, again, you will catch some things here and there. If you are Serbian, then you will be able to understand Croatian people speaking, and vice versa. By the way, this is an interesting thing to note here, that these two countries, they actually share a very similar language due to the culture, Serbia and Croatia. And they actually used to be a single country before, but now, since they are separate, they also have two different writing systems. In Serbia, they stick to the Russian writing system, to the Russian alphabet, whereas in Croatia, they decided to go more to the direction of Europe, and actually they changed to the Roman alphabet. So, you have two very similar sounding languages with a completely different writing system. Okay? And as a summary here, West Slavic languages, East Slavic languages, and South Slavic languages are gonna be similar in terms of grammar, in terms of structure, whereas when it comes to the vocabulary, there will be some kinship, but you will not be able to understand one another. For that, you will need to go inside of these groups for the closest kinship. Okay? And now I will tell you something that might be quite surprising for some of you, because you really hear people saying that these languages, that these language families, Slavic language family, for example, and Romance language family, are quite different. That if you, for example, speak French or Spanish, you will have a lot of hard time learning Slavic languages. And well, to some extent, that's gonna be true, but that depends on the point of view, actually. The thing is that I want you to realize that these languages, if you actually analyze them, are more similar than different when you think about it, because they derive from a single language. And so they share a lot of similarities in terms of structure, especially. Right now you might be like, what is this guy talking about? Well, it's true. There was a language before that was called Indo-European, and these languages, they share a very similar grammar and structure because of that, because they derive from this language. And obviously there are some differences here and there. You need to find them, you need to be aware of them, but you need to use the rest as calcs. You need to use it to your advantage, okay? But how do we actually know that these languages derive from the Indo-European language? Who actually came up with this idea? Well, there was this guy, his name was Sir William Jones. I don't know why Sir, don't ask me why. And Sir William Jones, he studied languages, okay? And he actually noticed that if you compare Latin, Greek, and Sanskrit, by the way, Sanskrit is a very old Indian language. If you compare them, then you will see a lot of similarities. And let's take a look at our example here. We have Sanskrit and Latin. And by the way, this is actually based on a very interesting presentation I saw on YouTube. If you are interested in the concept of language families, then I would recommend going and checking this link that you see below. If you compare Sanskrit to Latin, you will see a lot of resemblance. First of all, the words sound similar. If you take a look here, you can see that the word fire in Sanskrit, which is agnis, is very similar to the word ignis, which is also fire, but in Latin. okay, you can see that it sounds very alike. The other thing that's similar here is that these two languages, they share a very similar grammar. On the left, you can see that they both have the declension. What's the declension? What's the case inflection? I could also phrase it this way. You can use both names. Well, the declension is basically when you change mostly the endings of nouns depending on the meaning they have in a sentence, okay, to add a different meaning to the sentence, for example. If you don't know what I'm talking about right now, then don't worry, we'll talk about that thoroughly later on. But for some of you that know what's a declension, I will continue. So here you can see that these two languages, they both have the declension, they both have very, very similar cases, and you can also notice that they have very similar endings. Okay, agnis, ignis, agnim, ignem. Okay, agnim, ignem, nasal consonants. Both. Agnibus, ignibus. They are very similar, right? And that's how we know that these languages must have had a different language that they actually derive from. If not for that, then they just wouldn't be so similar. Okay, it's not like it's a random thing. So these languages, they derive from the Indo-European language, and you can see the color of this language here. So I think it's the most spoken language. Maybe if we talk about numbers, then it would be Sino-Tibetan family with Chinese. I'm not sure about that, but it's definitely very popular as a language family group, because we have languages like English, like French, like Spanish here, Slavic languages, Germanic languages, Romance languages. These are quite popular. And so it's a very good news these are very good news for us, because as long as we stay in this language group, it's gonna be easier for us to learn the languages that are in the group. And right now you are listening to me actually giving the lecture in English, so you understand English, so you already know how English works, and so it will be easier for you to learn languages from the Indo-European group. If you go farther, if you go for Sino-Tibetan language family, then it's gonna be more difficult, because, for example, of the word order, you will have a lot of things happening there that you are not aware of their existence at this point, for example. But you need to be aware of the fact that even inside of the Indo-European language group, you will have some differences, and you need to be aware of them, okay? This is the main point. This is the main, actually, point that I wanted to stress here, is that when learning languages, you need to look for the calques. You need to make it as easy as it could be for you. You need to use the knowledge that you have in other languages, as for example with the example with articles, that if you are Spanish, then you already know how articles work in Italian to some extent. So we need to use that, but you also have to know what differences you will have to face, right? And one of these differences is, for example, the declension, right? That if you are English, then you have no idea how the declension works, probably, and you will have to put more time to that, to learn that concept, to understand that even, and I will try to make you understand that. I will try to help you with that, but more than that, the declension also brings other differences to the table, as, for example, the different word order. In English, you can say, I ate a cake, the cake was eaten, whereas, for example, in Polish, you can do pretty much whatever you want with the word order, and it will not be incorrect. It will actually put a different stress on the part of the sentence that you want to underline, but other than that, it's gonna be completely normal to do that. You don't have that in English, for example, or Spanish or French, so it's gonna be a new thing for you. So that is the kind of the difference that you can have in the Indo-European language group. The other things are, for example, the alphabet, right? For example, if you want to learn Russian, then you will have a different alphabet. That's gonna be a problem for you to some extent. Or, for example, articles. If you are a Slavic language speaker, then you don't know how articles work, and so that's gonna be more difficult for you. If you are, let's say, French, then you know how articles work. You know whether the word is feminine or masculine, but it's gonna be more difficult for you to tell whether you use that or that or that in German, where you have 3 articles and it's more complex there. And also that's the case with Scandinavian languages. And so these are the differences that you will have to overcome. And the goal is to actually know them, to know what kind of things are gonna be difficult, because once you know what you will have to face, it's gonna be easier for you to overcome that, because you will be like, I know that I need to overcome this, and this. You will take the book and you will know what you have to learn, and it will be just easier for you to grasp it this way once you have it all listed down. I'm really telling you that it brings a lot of difference if you do it this way. If you take a look at our map here of our language, and if you take a look at our proto-language map here, you can see that there are also different proto-languages. I have already mentioned the Sino-Tibetan language family. Obviously, you have more than that, and languages in these proto-language families will have the differences that will be more complex than just a difference of articles or declension. Okay, it's gonna be more difficult. Sometimes it's gonna be very difficult to even comprehend and also articulate. For example, if you think about Japanese, the Japanese people are not used to pronouncing words with a lot of consonants, right? They tend to have consonant vowel in their language, and so when they speak English, they like to add consonants where they don't exist, to just make it easier for them to articulate in English. And that's also one of these obstacles that you will have to face, the articulation. If you want to learn, for example, African languages, then you might face things like clicks. Okay, these are gonna be very difficult to actually recreate if you are not born, if you are not learning that from the start, right, as a child. For example, tones. If you want to learn Chinese, that is gonna be very difficult for you to recreate. That is gonna be just a huge pain in the arc, I would say. So I'm not saying that you can learn languages like Chinese, that you can learn languages like those languages with clicks, African languages with clicks. It's gonna be possible for you. It's just that you need to be aware of the fact that you will have to put that much effort, that you will have to take a book, a grammar book about the language that you want to learn, and you will just have to go through all the concepts to understand them, to understand how it all works, and what things are just going to be very strange for you, and then you have to try to actually grasp how it all works. And there are a lot of videos on the internet, so you'll be fine, but be aware of that it's going to be a little bit more troublesome. And as long as you stay in the Indo-European language family, then it's going to be that much easier. Okay, so that is pretty much what I wanted to cover here. Okay, and at the end, I wanted to record a little disclaimer, because I think that some of you might start to wonder about that. If you do, then it's great. Why do we actually say that languages like Russian with the declension or Polish are deriving from the same proto-language, are in the same proto-language family as, for example, languages like Spanish, French, Italian, that have no declension whatsoever? Why do we say that? I mean, this is a big change to the language, right? It's a big deal if you have the declension or not. It could actually indicate a completely different proto-language. However, if you actually go deeper in history, you will actually find out that French used to have the declension, the old French, that the old Spanish also had the declension, Italian also had the declension, even English, that is not a Romance language, also had the declension. All these languages, they had that. But with Romance languages, for example, they began to lose those grammatical cases with time. And why was that? Well, it has to do with the Vulgate, okay? So the Vulgate was basically the spoken Latin, and it was composed of two things. People that were actually Roman and that were just not educated, so they wanted to simplify their language. They did it without being conscious. They just simplified their language, and they simplified cases, or they would, for example, mistake them. And it was also composed, and the Roman Empire was also composed of people that were actually coming from different tribes, because the Roman Empire conquered a lot of lands, a lot of territories. And so people from those tribes, they wanted to adapt, and they actually had to adapt to new conditions, and they had to learn Latin. And as you can already guess, it was difficult for them to learn that. They had no textbooks at that time. And so for that, they actually simplified the spoken Latin. Again, it was not conscious. It was not like they said, okay, we are going to simplify Latin right now. No, it's just that it was difficult for them to use different grammatical cases, and so they just didn't use them. For example, they maybe tried to use one or two of them. Maybe they tried to use like 3 of them, but with time, they just kept ignoring them, and so the language changed. And so that's actually what I want you to understand, that if not for the fact that we had the Roman Empire that conquered a lot of lands, if not for the fact that the society in Rome was very unfair, that there was a lot of poverty and there were only like few educated people there. If not for those two things, then maybe French, Spanish, and Italian, they would either not have existed, or they would have a declension nowadays, which is not the case. But that is what I want you to see, that it's not about these languages being different, it's about the changes that made them different with time. But from the start, they are the same, and the structure stays the same. It's just that you need to, again, adapt to those changes a little bit. The least time consuming to the most time consuming. And first of all, we have to say that this research is made from the perspective of an English native speaker. Okay, and so it will be the most accurate if you were an English native speaker, obviously, but I actually find it very accurate as well for other languages. And so it's not only for English native speakers, okay? For example, I'm Polish and I can really relate to these time frames as requirements. And if I compare these languages to one another, I do agree with that. So the first group is actually the group which requires the least amount of time. And we have languages like Afrikaans, Dutch, French, Italian, Norwegian, Portuguese, Romanian, Spanish, Swedish, and so that should already ring a bell for you that you see these languages here. What is the language family here? Well, these are obviously Romance and Germanic languages, okay? And why they are in the first group? Well, there are two reasons for that. First of all, there is a lot of kinship in between English and these languages, and as I said, it's from the perspective of English native speakers, and so it's easier for them, for English native speakers, to learn these languages because they are similar. But the second reason why these languages are here is that they are just simple. And there is no point denying that they are just simple. They are very simplified. As I told you before, for example, Slavic languages, they still have the declension, okay? They didn't simplify over time, whereas these languages, they don't have that no more. So they really go into the direction of simplifying themselves, and that's the thing to accept. That's actually a great thing, because you can learn these languages quickly and speak them properly, rather correctly. Whereas, for example, in Slavic languages, you will always do mistakes. Actually, a lot of mistakes. That's just how it is. So the first group requires 600 hours to become fluent, okay? And we are talking about writing, reading, and other things like that. It's not the only speaking, okay? So we are going to do that way faster, but we will exclude writing from that, and maybe reading to some extent, because you won't be really able to read books after those 10 days. You will be able to read easier, maybe easier books, but not, those regular ones. The second group, this is actually quite funny, because they made a separate group for the German language. And well, I have to say that I agree with that. Why is German more difficult than these other languages from the first group? Well, it's because if you take a look at the grammar in German, well, from one side it's gonna seem very simple. For example, the conjugation is simple, past tense is simple, you don't have a lot of irregularities, but you have grammatical cases, you have case inflection, and so for that it's gonna take more time to learn it. And also the word order in German is very annoying, and it's very hard to actually learn that at start, especially, I think. So I think that to speak German properly, you really have to put a lot of time. You need to get some sort of like a muscle memory, especially for the declension and for the word order. And with muscle memory, you will be able to use that, but it's not like you can learn, for example, the declension or the word order in 2-3 days. No. You need a lot of time. You really need to get used to it. You can't really think about it. It has to come out of your mouth naturally. And that's the way it works. And also a little disclaimer here, that there are very little interpreters that work in pair with German, that, for example, translate orally from English to German, because it's just very difficult to do that. I mean, it's actually difficult to do it the other way around, if you actually translate from German to English, because if you translate orally from German to English, then you always, maybe not always, but you have to very often wait till the speaker finishes the sentence, so that he puts the verb at the end, because they tend to put verbs at the end, which can sometimes change the whole meaning of the sentence, and you can't really translate that. And if you have to do that simultaneously, if you have to translate simultaneously, then well, that's where all the problems come from. And so it's a very difficult language to translate simultaneously, I would say. So think about those poor interpreters that have to actually deal with that. Okay, and now the third group. I will talk maybe about the Swahili a little bit in our group here. So it says that we would need hypothetically to have 900 hours. Well, I think that it's a proper proposition. Swahili is an interesting language to talk about because it is actually deriving from a different proto-language family. And so you can expect a lot of differences in terms of how this language works, how sentences are created in that language. You can find things that you have never heard of before, and some new concepts, some new linguistic concepts, I would say. For that, I wanted to talk about that a little bit here. For example, this is a language. Swahili is a language that is very affix orientated, okay? What does it actually mean, affix orientated? Well, in the more popular languages, we have separate elements for different parts of the sentence. Okay, so we have a separate word for the pronoun, a separate word for the article, and so on and so forth. And sometimes we pronounce them separately. Sometimes, like in Spanish, or in French, we blend them. But nevertheless, these are separate words. In Swahili, this is not the case. Here you actually have a lot of affixes that you would usually see as separate words in different languages. And here they can actually be clamped into a single word. So that's a completely new situation. Okay, I've never studied Swahili, but I can imagine that it would take time for me to get used to that. Because you might have long sentences here without almost any spaces, like single words that are actually sentences to some extent. So, well, that would be, for example, difficult for me to get used to that, and it would require more time. But it's not that much of a big deal. It's just that it would be one of those problems that I would have to overcome. The other problem is, for example, that you have noun classes here. And I won't talk about that, but this is one of the differences that you can expect if you go outside of the Indo-European language group, okay? Noun classes, verb classes, and things, and that sort of things, okay? These are the things that are more complicated. I don't want to talk about that. I have never studied these languages, so I'm not that experienced in that matter. And I also think that you are less likely to actually learn these languages. However, if you do want to learn, for example, Swahili, then, as I mentioned in the description of this program, you have to get yourself a book that explains the grammar, and it will explain actually how it all works. So don't worry, you are not left alone here. I won't be explaining every single concept here. More, I actually want you to have a direction. I want you to know what steps to take. But you have to use other resources as well. I think it's completely understandable. Okay, so now let's talk about the group number 4. So if you actually take a look here, you can see languages like Russian, Polish, Slovenian, and so on and so forth. And these languages are here because they require more time to learn them. They are more difficult. And so why they are more difficult, why they require more time? Because they have a difficult grammar in this case. Here, they have the declension, for example, so it's difficult, as we already can tell. And again, it's gonna be very difficult to be correct when speaking these languages. You always do mistakes. And listen, I actually know academic people that are actually teaching languages for life, that know how to study languages and so on. And they, for example, have lived in Poland for almost 20 years, and they still do mistakes with the declension in Polish because they actually learned Polish as a foreign language. I know that there are some individual figures that manage to actually learn the case inflection thoroughly in Polish, and they don't do mistakes. I know someone from Japan, which is actually, it's actually amazing that someone from a different proto-language family is able to learn a language with the declension, and that he's not doing mistakes. But well, chapeau bas. But overall, it's just gonna be very time consuming, and you can already tell that you are not gonna be able to do it in 10 days, but there are ways to overcome that, so don't worry. Overall, you should also know that if you decide to learn Polish, Russian, or for example Ukrainian, then you don't really have to be thinking that, well, why should I learn these languages if I'm gonna do mistakes anyway? Well, it doesn't work this way. It's actually perfectly accepted if you do mistakes in these languages, because there are just no foreigners that speak these languages correctly, and so if you do mistakes, it's just a natural way of the language, of how it sounds, if you see it's spoken by a foreigner. And so nobody actually cares, nobody minds if you do mistakes. It's not like with English, where everybody nowadays speaks English, and even small mistakes are the mistakes that really are pissing people off. With Polish, you can do 10 times worse and no one will even notice that. So there is that. There are just some difficult concepts that you will not be able to overcome quickly, like the declension, like the tones in Chinese, and you just have to be born to really perfect that, with some exceptions, that with some people that are actually managing to do that. But overall, you just should accept that you can be perfect, and that is not that important. We can perfectly understand what you want to say if you fail with the declension, okay? So you can see that they also placed Finnish here, and it's a nightmare, I would say. It has 15 cases of the declension, if I'm not wrong. 15 cases of the declension, 15 grammatical cases. I've actually heard about a very, very small tribe that had 21 subjunctives, I think. And that actually shows that even those underdeveloped tribes that are poor in Africa, that are actually not connected to the society, that they are not using only languages that are simple. Some of them are using languages that are simple, that have very little sounds, that have very little phonemes, but you also have languages that are very, very complex, like the one with 21 subjunctives. But it doesn't matter. Here you have 15 cases of the declension. It's actually hard to imagine how they are able to use that. So that would be troublesome if you wanted to learn that. And actually the most interesting group, the group number 5. So here we have languages like Arabic, Chinese, Japanese, Korean. And that's actually quite tricky to talk about because, well, actually in China you have different dialects, and we should call this Mandarin and not Chinese, but people in China, they decide that the Mandarin Chinese is their main language. It's them who actually decided that they are gonna take Mandarin as their main language. But for example, from the perspective of scientists, also from the perspective of linguistics, different dialects in China, for example, the one in Shanghai, are just very different from the Mandarin Chinese. And so from the language point of view, you would say that these are completely different languages, and I wanted you to know that. But here I'm going to be referring to Mandarin as Chinese. And so languages, again, Arabic, Chinese, Japanese, Korean, these languages are difficult, and there are many reasons for that. One of the reasons is the writing system, and there is a way to actually overcome the problem with the writing system. So if you want to learn languages in 10 days, if you want to overcome, those difficult characters that you have to do in Japanese or Chinese or Korean, and if you just want to speak in 10 days, then you can obviously do that, and I will explain you how later on. So don't worry, you can still learn Chinese if you want. It's just that you have to be aware of the fact that if you want to write in these languages, then it's gonna take a lot of time, because, well, you have a lot of characters in these languages, and depending on the alphabet that you, for example, want to use, in Japanese you have different alphabets. You will need more or less time to learn that. You will need more or less time to learn a given alphabet. But for example, in kanji you have 50,000 different characters, and so you can imagine that it's gonna take a substantial amount of time. There are also different alphabets that will take less time, as I said, but to really master the language you have to learn kanji, nevertheless, in my opinion, to really master it. But I'm talking about the mastery. If you just want to communicate and really be able to, get more money and so on, it's actually a very typical from zero to hero type of books. And for example, there is this book from Patrick Rothfuss, Killer Chronicles. This is actually a series of books where the protagonist is very poor at start, and then he gets accepted to a magic university, and that's where he is able to actually sort some things out, and he studies things, and he gets better overall in life, in the game of life. And that's actually what gives me a lot of motivation, these kind of things. After reading these kind of books, I just find that I have more motivation to do things that require that motivation. And learning languages is gonna require a lot of motivation because it's a long process. So if I feel like I struggle with that, if I feel like I have less motivation, then I just choose a book that would be like this genre, and I read it, and then I feel motivated for like 3-4 months, or sometimes even more. It's just important that you have to find those things that will keep the drive in you, and you have to try to manipulate yourself from time to time, because it's important that you work effectively, that you stay effective. And if you don't have that motivation, if you do it just for the sake of doing it, then you will just lose that then you will be just less effective. Okay, you will just memorize less, and that's actually a substantial difference. So you really need to want to study language to actually learn things quickly. Okay, and now let's talk about the next thing. So the revisions. These are very important, maybe even they're key. And that's why we are going to actually put the most of our time in this program to revisions. Like 70 or 80% of our time will be actually for revisions. And that's how important these are. And you can see the scheme of forgetting curve here, and this is actually not only related to languages but other stuff in life as well, so it might be useful for other things for you. How does it work? Well, the newly learned things that we just learn are recorded usually by our short-term memory. You should know that already by now. And usually they go to our long-term memory when we do revisions regularly, right? It's not always like that, because sometimes a certain word or some piece of information, if we if actually met with a very meaningful context, can be immediately recorded to the long-term memory, transferred to the long-term memory. But if you learn all the things at once, like here, we're gonna learn a lot of things at once, then it's gonna be less likely. So the key to efficient learning in this program is to do revisions regularly, especially here, because we want to have very quick results in those 10 days. And for other cases, for example, if you just study languages in a regular manner, then the levels from A1 to B1 are the levels that you will need to do revisions the most. So that might be also useful for you. Once you're more advanced, then you obviously do these revisions while speaking, so you don't have to put your time, invest your time into that, and you don't have to review your notes and so on, because you will just do these revisions automatically when speaking. But for now, before that B2, maybe B1 level, you just have to put more time into revisions. You really have to actually revise everything that you learn, and you have to do it everywhere. On the bus, for example, instead of playing some games on your phone, while walking, instead of listening to music. Do revisions whenever you can. That's the key to learning languages. So please remember, for the last time, if you want to have quick results, then do revisions. A lot of revisions. Okay, up to this moment, we know that we have to do revisions. We know that we have to actually choose the most important words and don't go for numbers, that we need to study actively. But the question is how to actually learn things by heart, how to memorize the vocabulary. Well, it's actually a curious thing when you think about it, because we talk about learning a lot nowadays in the internet and at school. It's a very popular topic. The society likes to learn, I would say, likes to learn things. So we talk about that a lot, and you have a lot of videos on the internet about that. But normally, like at school, we don't really talk about how to memorize, but we talk about what to memorize. Okay? We talk about what to memorize, but not how to memorize. So what I want you to do to actually memorize vocabulary faster, I will give you a good technique. I want you to take a notebook. Just keep in mind that it can't be too big. I need you to be able to fit it in your pocket so that you can take it everywhere with you. And then you divide the pages into two parts, okay? On the left side, you will be writing down the words in your native language. And on the right side, you will be writing the words in the language that you want to learn. And from now, this is your new phone. You take it everywhere with you, and instead of playing games, you do revisions. And you do it this way. You just cover the right side, you can see the words in your native language, and you try to quiz yourself. So you can see that in the picture here, okay? The left side with words in the native language, you cover the right side, and you try to quiz yourself and guess what these words are in the language that you want to learn. And that's actually what stimulates your memory very well. It's gonna make you memorize things faster. It's the best actually when it's done by another person. For example, if your mom is actually quizzing you, or I don't know, your girlfriend, your boyfriend, whatever person. But it's really good if it's actually done by someone else, because I believe that in such situations you actually try to impress other people, that you want to show them that you can memorize things fast, and that's actually what boosts your memory even more, because you really want to memorize these words ASAP. That gives you the extra motivation for that. And so the most efficient way of actually memorizing vocabulary is to ask somebody to actually quiz you. And so, for example, if you had a friend that also wants to learn languages, and you want to do both this challenge and try to learn a language in 10 days, then you could actually do it together and actually quiz yourselves in two, and that would really boost your results. And I actually think that nowadays the query-based learning is kind of underestimated, not only in languages but in other things as well. So apply it really in life. It's gonna really help you memorize things faster, no matter what the topic is. It can be languages, it can be history, it can be English, it can be chemistry. Use it to learn things. Use it to prepare yourself for tests and so on and so forth. And obviously you will be able to learn new words just by writing them down. That's also possible. If you just write something down and you, for example, repeat it out loud. But you will just be way more effective if you quiz yourself. Okay, so you get the idea. The other thing that you can do is, for example, you can write essays of the vocabulary that you're trying to learn, or some texts. It's very good because first you have to search for those words in your head, in your brain, and that's the first revision. You're quizzing yourself. And the second, you actually put the vocabulary into context. So you have the support of the situation that helps you stimulate your memory a little bit better. So writing things is also very good if you want to learn vocabulary. Okay? So as you can already know by now, memory is a vast topic, and there is, for example, this distinction between visual and audio learners. So basically people that are just learning faster by listening, or people that are just learning faster by reading and writing. And I believe that when you're studying languages, you shouldn't really stick to one style. So this is for the people that were wondering if they should maybe use different techniques here, depending on the way they actually tend to learn. To some extent, yes, you should put more time into the things that you just find more effective for you. But with languages, I think that you shouldn't really stick to one style. For example, doing listenings, watching movies, listening to podcasts, and so on, this will help you improve your comprehensional skills. On the other hand, for example, exercises that are more for the visuals, like reading, this will really help you improve your reading and writing skills, and you will also, clarify your knowledge. You will put it in the order. But the more impulses your brain faces during the studying process, the more you stimulate it from different sides, the more you will memorize. And that's why you shouldn't limit yourself to one of these techniques. You should do different things. Personally, I'm, for example, audio, and I prefer to learn things by listening. And I prefer to, for example, speak and not write things. But I still do write from time to time, because I know that it's very good for my memory. It helps me memorize more. It helps me stay fresh, so I don't get bored, and so on. Okay, and now let's talk about the words that we cannot memorize. What to do if we cannot memorize a certain word that is difficult, that is long? Well, what I do is I basically take that word and I divide it into two smaller ones, like two smaller words. And these words, they tend to have meaning themselves if I do it. It doesn't have to be in English, for example, or in Polish. It can be the other language that I know. It doesn't have to be necessarily the language that I'm learning. So what I basically do is I divide it into two English mini words: go and peer. Okay, so here I use English. And then I just imagine the peer that I would receive if I accomplished my goal. And my goal was to hit someone important, for example, or to strike a goal, or other things. But the point is that we are mixing those elements together. Okay? That's how we memorize these words. We make connections between the word goal, the word peer, which is pronounced golpear in Spanish, and we also connect that to the word hit, to the verb hit, because we imagine striking, for example, that goal, or hitting somebody. And with those three words connected to one another, we will memorize this word correctly. Because you will just picture this, you will be able to picture this meaningful peer and the whole situation about it, how you are striking the goal or hitting somebody. And the striking situation helps us memorize the meaning of the word, to hit, whereas the goal and the peer helps us memorize the word in Spanish, golpear. And that's a very good way to actually memorize things. So try to use it, especially for the more difficult words that you can't memorize. Be aware that you don't always have to find like the exact words that will cover the word that you want to learn. You can, for example, find something for the half of the word, and that's also going to help you memorize that word. That will help you at start, because if you know the beginning of the word, then you're likely to also remember the rest. And now the memory palace. I won't go into details here. If you're really interested in that, then you can read about it on the internet. I will just explain briefly why we are not going to use that here, even though it's a very popular thing in terms of languages, and people tend to actually talk about that a lot. Well, what's a memory palace? In like 3 short words. It's basically that you try to imagine a space that you know. For example, that can be your house, that can be your home, and you put the pieces of information, the vocabulary that you want to memorize or other things, in different parts of that place. And by storing these things this way, you memorize things better, you memorize things faster by storing them like that. It's easier to actually locate these words in your brain. But for speaking, and speaking is our main goal here, it's gonna be useless. Because you won't be able to actually go over your memory palace in your imagination. You won't be able to go over those places and think about what is where. It's not gonna be effective for speaking. You don't have time to actually do that. So for tests, you can use it. Because you can, for example, invest time a little bit to actually search for the vocabulary there, but not for speaking, okay? So that is why we are not going to use that, if you were wondering why we will not use the memory palace, even though it is. But you should be able to memorize 30 words a day in an active manner if you study a lot. And with those words that you will try to learn actively, those 30, 40 words, if you won't be able to do that, then maybe 20 words a day. With those words, we will be creating sentences. So we are striving for the perfection here. We want not to forget any vocabulary that we learn. And so for that reason, we have to choose the most important vocabulary. We can't afford learning things that we won't use, because if we don't use that, then we won't have the repetition to some extent. And if we don't repeat the vocabulary, if we don't find the necessity to use that, then we will lose these words. So we really have to find the most useful words for us, the words that we ourselves want to use. And remember, it's actually better to learn less, but thoroughly, than learn a lot, but not being precise. For speaking, you really have to put that time for every single word. You have to respect words, okay? Respect every single word that you learn. Treat it like if it was your baby. Spend time with it. That's the best thing you can do. Let's say you look for new words here and there and you haven't yet spent enough time with the word that you have previously learned. That word is gonna be there for a while, but then you will lose it, you will forget it. You need to put a lot of time to every single word that you learned, okay? It's very, very crucial. So there is that. And now the next part. So we're gonna talk about the level that you can reach. So you can reach a level that allows to communicate and make friends abroad. I know that this might sound quite trivial, I mean, this part with friends abroad, but it's a very, very good explanation actually of that. We are building the base here. And the base is to be able to communicate with other people. Okay? So the goal is to hold a good conversation about many subjects, and at the same to be able to make friends in the language that you're in that particular language that you're learning. And with those people that you actually meet abroad, for example, or that you meet online, the language partners, with those people, this is where you actually improve and learn the language. That is where you actually get fluent. That's where you get the fluency. When you speak every single day, when you're exposed to real life situations, when you have to speak no matter what time of day or night it is, only in these situations you will really become, only by being exposed to these situations you will become fluent. So it's important to have language partners. I don't like to use that word, but I actually use it a lot. But you need to have somebody that you can speak with. It might sound superficial to some extent, but it's very important in languages that you have someone to speak with, a language partner or friends that speak in that language. That is if you really want to have results. The best it would be if you actually went abroad and had friends abroad, because abroad you would really be exposed to the language all the time. Doing groceries, I don't know, buying food, going to cinema. In all those situations, you would need to use the language that you're learning. And that is actually very good for improving the language. If you can't go abroad, again, you can use the internet. There are tools for that as well. So we are building the base here, the base that will let us communicate. The most important thing that we try to do ASAP, and then we will build upon it. And I will also talk about getting advanced, getting to those C1, C2 levels later on. Now let's talk about the next point. It's actually my favorite one. You will reach the same level at the end of this program. You will reach the same level of speaking as an average philology student would reach after a semester of intensive studying. Studying supervised by professionals, of course. So how do I know that? Well, I'm a philology student myself, and so I know what I'm talking about here. These are not some kind of fairy tales that I'm bringing here, and I will explain you why. Why is it so? If you are a philology student, then you do study a lot, and it's also very intensive, like here in our program. And not only that, you also have teachers, great teachers that are helping you, and they're professionals, so they can give you good advice. They can fix your mistakes. But at the same time, we are able to do that in 10 days with some help of other people, which we will also talk about later, because we need to find somebody to correct our mistakes. But why we are able to actually reach the same results that these students with all those tools reach after a semester of studying, after like 3-4 months of studying? Well, there are a few reasons for that. First of all, if you are, for example, studying a language at the university, you're learning grammar in a very theoretical way, okay? That is the problem. So you don't really know how to create sentences yet, but you already know how to use subjunctive, for example. That was the case with me when I was learning Spanish. After 3 months of learning French, I believe, I already knew how to use subjunctive as well, but I could never use it practically in French. And it was just because my knowledge was not enough at that moment. I knew how the subjunctive works, I knew its structure, I knew when to use it, but I could never really use it in a sentence because I wasn't comfortable enough with the language. I didn't know enough vocabulary, okay? It was just too complicated for me to add the subjunctive to sentences with which I already struggled. And well, so with that, I wasn't able to apply the subjunctive, and with time, I would just forget how the subjunctive works. Because I couldn't use it. I couldn't use it practically. And therefore, I had no repetitions with subjunctive. I had no revisions. I didn't revise subjunctive enough. And so I have forgotten how it works. There's just too much information if you're studying at the university. You learn many different things, many different notions, a lot of vocabulary at the same time, a lot of grammar, but you don't put enough time into repetitions because your teacher is already starting to talk about a new topic with the new vocabulary that you will have to learn and so on and so forth. You're not able to do these revisions enough, and then you forget things. Eventually you only remember like 10% of the things that you have learned, and you actually develop your active language from those 10%. I'm really not kidding you here. That is how it works. So from 10 words, you will only remember a single word, and that is the word that you will be able to really use when speaking. So it sounds bad, right? And that's the way it is. So we, instead of learning 10 words and memorizing one, will learn, let's say, 3 words, but we will memorize all of them. I think you can get how it works. I think you get the idea. And so for that, you can already guess that we will do a lot of repetitions. Because the more things you learn, the less likely you will be able to remember them. We can't go for a lot of vocabulary. Instead, we will do a lot of revisions and we will master the vocabulary that we have acquired. We will learn actively, not passively. There is no point in learning difficult grammar if you can't add it to the sentence. There is no point in learning some fancy expressions if you can't say what's your name in the language that you're learning. So you really have to adjust the difficulty to your possibilities, and then with time you can expand and learn difficult words and so on and so forth. So don't learn the subjunctive if you are not able to create sentences, okay? That's the idea. Don't learn the past tense if you don't know the present tense. Don't learn irregularities if you don't know regularities, okay? I remember when I was studying Spanish also at start, they would really teach us very precise things about articles. Okay, so I didn't know at that moment how actually articles work at all and why we should actually use them. But they would already talk about different IELTS that actually are irregular with different articles. They would talk about different situations that are very irregular that you don't really have tendency to hear. But it was all about learning that grammar, going through the book and just learning all those exceptions and perfecting that and being very, very precise. And do you think I remember something from that? Hell no. I mean, I did manage to learn articles later on and how to use them in particular situations. Obviously, I do still some mistakes here and there, but I was really able to learn that. But that was due to the practice, because I was creating sentences, I was listening to people, how they do that. I do I did have to actually read about it a little bit, but not about those exceptions, okay? I don't really care if you are able to say, I don't really care if you're able to use a proper article with a certain island, right? I don't really care. It's not important. I would rather have you know 10 more words or 2 more expressions. And you should have that kind of mindset, that we don't really have to be perfect in every single part of the language. We don't have to be perfect about every single concept that the language has. We don't have to learn every single irregularity, because we will forget it nevertheless. Once you speak the language, with time, after like 3, 4, 5 years, you will learn those irregularities anyhow. So please remember, you can learn grammar on paper. You can just take a book and do exercises, and that's all. If you can't apply the grammar that you learned to sentences, if you can't use it when speaking, then you will forget it for the last time. So adjust the grammar to your sentences. Adjust the grammar to what you want to say. Adjust the difficulty. Okay, and the next thing that I have to tell you is that you will have to study from 6 hours to 14 hours a day. Okay? So I really left those 14 hours as a little joke here, but it really might be the case that you will have to study from the morning to the night. Well, it's possible. You wake up, you study, you do little breaks every like 25-30 minutes, and you're able to do that. It works. For example, when I was in Belgium, I had this very difficult class. It was linguistics, and I actually did it for a whole month. I would study for the whole day. It was like for a month, because it was a very difficult exam, and I also enjoyed that. So that's the other thing. They even actually closed me in library once, so you can imagine that. I really took it to the extreme. But you really have to take breaks every like 25, every 30 minutes, because if you don't, then you will just be very, very, you will be very low effective. And while doing these breaks, don't check the Facebook, don't speak with your friends, don't play games, don't watch videos on YouTube, because if you do that, then you will get distracted. Stare at the wall, listen to the music, maybe meditate a little bit. You really need to enter this state of mind that you not really need to do other things, that you don't need others, and that you only want to study, okay? That you only need to study in life to be happy. And again, I know that it might be not so simple for some people, but this is for those that really want to have the highest results with the more difficult languages. That it's gonna be possible. You really have to just enter this state of just constant studying and not thinking about other things in life, not thinking about needs, about human needs, human nature. But obviously, the more you study, the less effective you will be, and the less things you will be able to memorize. So that's the problem here. But for example, with German, I only knew that I had to study 7 hours a day, and that would be enough. And it was enough. In other languages, it might vary, and you might be less effective. For me, 7 hours was the sweet spot, I would say. So at the end of the day, this time frame, those 6 to 14 hours, this will vary. You have to adjust that to your possibilities and your needs, okay? And actually, if you have never studied languages before, you have absolutely no experience with languages, then maybe for the first time you will even fail when doing this challenge. You might fail, because you will have to get some exposure to that. You will have to get some experience. But the second time you will do it, you will need less time a day, and you will have better results. You will get used to how the process works. You will know how different concepts work, and you will be able to understand everything. You will be able to really just grasp the conjugation very quickly, and so on and so forth. And also, to finish things here, I would just tell you that, for example, if you can't afford to study 7-8 hours a day, then you can still use this program. It's just that you have to change your time frame. Okay, so from 10 days you can actually expand your limit to 30 days, and that's gonna work perfectly fine. It's actually gonna be better because you will have more time for the revisions, and so you will actually memorize things better. So you can actually have better results studying the same amount of hours, just in a longer range, in a longer time frame. So don't worry if you have Okay, now let's take a look at the problems part. This is gonna be a little bit longer. We have 3 different sections here actually. If you are into accents, then you can obviously try and perfect that knowledge. You will have to study how to articulate everything properly and precisely one by one. But if that's not the case, if you're not like an accent guy, at least know what sounds you have in the language that you're learning and differentiate them. When I was in Belgium, before I actually started with my academic year, I had this day when we had to write an exam which would tell us what level of French we had, so that we could get accepted to a different groups of French, different level of French, because they had French for foreigners, doesn't matter. And so I went there and I wrote a test, nothing really exceptional. And then it turned out that I was in a group with a guy who was actually from Italy, and he managed to really have an advanced level in French after studying it for like 4 months. So he was really able to speak without problems about many difficult topics, and he was really at ease. But his pronunciation, on the other hand, was very poor. And why was that the case? Well, he actually managed to reach this very high level in like 4 or 5 months. Later, I realized that he was able to speak indeed about many things and in a very, at ease way. It's just that it was very hard to understand him because he didn't put enough time to learning pronunciation in French. And so he mispronounced a lot of things. So yes, he was able to reach that advanced level in 4 months, if you think about it. But it was so damn hard to actually talk with him and understand what he was saying. And it was not even me, but also some of my friends that were actually Belgian who struggled with his accent. We just couldn't understand what he was saying. And so it's really important to invest enough time at start into learning the pronunciation properly, because there is no use of the language that you master if you're speaking in a way that is incomprehensible for other people. So this guy, for example, he didn't differentiate the E from the E sound in French and other things like that. And that might seem like not a big thing, but it's actually very hard to understand people speaking like that if you mispronounce every single letter one by one. If you do a little mistake here and there, it's not gonna be a big deal. But once you actually start mispronouncing every single letter, then you are creating a new language or a dialect of some sort. I'm telling you, nobody is gonna talk with you if it's gonna be very difficult to understand what you're saying. So it's actually better to know maybe even less vocabulary, less expressions, but to pronounce them correctly. It's better to speak an easy language, but correctly. By correctly, I mean by pronouncing things correctly. Because it's actually easier to get what you want to say if you do a grammatical mistake, but with pronunciation, it gets more complicated, actually. So pronunciation, in that matter, is more important than the grammar. And so with this Italian guy, I really struggled to understand what he was saying, and for like 5 minutes I could do that, but after like 15-20 minutes I would start to actually pretend that I understand him, and so over time I would actually start avoiding him. And it was very funny. It was just that difficult to understand what he meant. So please remember this story every time where you will want to neglect phonetics. Think about that friend of mine that I started to avoid. You can speak perfectly, but if you are not pronouncing things correctly, then there is no point in speaking at all. You can speak about anything, physics, science, mathematics, and so on, but if you keep on mispronouncing things, then there is no point in speaking, because it's all about the communication. Also, another thing that is very important, if you actually don't learn phonetics correctly at start, then later on it's gonna be very difficult for you to actually fix the mistakes in your pronunciation that you've developed from the start, because you will get used to them, and so that will be a very bad thing. So if you choose a language with a difficult articulation and you really want to have an impressive level in the language, and you want to be able to really speak well and communicate with people, live abroad, have friends, and so on and so forth, then put more than just 10 days into learning that, okay? If the language has a difficult pronunciation and phonetics. Because if you start with mistakes, if you actually do it all in rush, if you don't put enough time into pronunciation, and you will develop mistakes, then later on, it will be very hard for you to actually reach that goal. So that depends. If you don't really care about being advanced, if you just want to have like simple conversations, then maybe you can neglect that to some extent. But if you want to reach those C1, C2 levels, if you really want to be fluent and so on, then invest enough time into pronunciation. Practice every single rule, every single letter, every single articulation, every single tongue placement, okay? The better you do it at start, the easier it will be to then actually implement that into your spoken language, and with time you will be able to improve that more and more and more. So what I mean by that is that if you were, for example, studying French, you would have to know what's the difference between e and e. If you were, for example, to study Spanish, you would have to know that in Spanish there is no such a sound as z. You only have s. Okay? So maybe in your native language you have that sound and you would like to actually bring it to Spanish, but it's not how it works there. So these are the things that you will have to keep an eye on when learning phonetics, when learning the pronunciation. And this is what we will actually do at the start of our challenge. We will talk about that in the stage room, so don't worry. This is more to give you a background for that. So for the last time, if you're choosing a language with a difficult pronunciation, like French, for example, and you really want to be advanced eventually, then put more than 10 times into this challenge, because you really have to put enough time into learning phonetics, and then go and learn vocabulary, learn grammar, and so on. If you just want to communicate and have simple conversations, then you might maybe neglect that a little bit. Remember, you have to make that choice. Or you can just choose languages that are easy to articulate, like for example German. For me, it took me like an hour to actually learn how to pronounce things in German. So that's also an option for you. So you have to make choices here, simple as that. Okay, so let's take a look here and let's see what can we actually expect in terms of phonetics in different languages. So usually, that's not always gonna be the case, but usually the more phonemes languages have, the more complex and so the more difficult they are. So this is our starting sentence, and now we'll actually elaborate on that. So what are phonemes? Listen, I don't really want this presentation to be very academic, but sometimes you will have to understand different things like, for example, phonemes or allophones. And I just want you to actually know what are these, because it will just help you to understand languages better. And you know, if you want to learn languages with a difficult pronunciation, then you might need to know how it works, because you will have to Google some things on your own. And you know, maybe people will use these kind of names. But I will try to explain it in a nice, clear way. Phoneme is what we call actually a unit of sound in a specified language that can distinguish one word from another. Okay? So that might not be the simplest explanation, but basically what it is if you, for example, have, let's say, word speak, okay? Speak in English. Let's actually count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 letters. We have 5 letters, but we pronounce them with like 4 letters or like 4 sounds. Speak. S, P, I, K. S, P, I, K. Okay? So the letter E and the letter A, they both form a sound E. They both form the sound E. These are actually 2 separate letters, but when they are combined together, they form a single phoneme. So phonemes are basically sounds that you can hear. Separate, single sounds. Here we have 4 sounds. S, P, I, and K. And now if you take a look here, you can see that languages like Lithuanian, Danish, Welsh, and so on are rather more complicated in terms of sounds. And so you can already guess that you would need more time to actually get used to the articulation of all those different separate sounds, all those phonemes. That will take time, that will be time consuming. Whereas, for example, Spanish or Italian, they don't have so many phonemes. So it's gonna be easier to actually learn the phonetics in that language. By learning phonetics, I mean learning the pronunciation, learning articulation, all the things in that area. And so with Spanish, since it only has 25 phonemes, it will be easier to distinguish sounds. And it will be easier for you to get used to actually the sounds that you have to create in Spanish. Most of those phonemes that Spanish has, you already know, because you already have them in your native language. But for example, in Lithuanian, you will actually experience new sounds that you have not experienced before in that regard. But if you are an English native speaker who has never studied any other languages, then even those 2 languages like Spanish and Italian might give you problems. Why? Well, it's because you might not be used to these sounds. In Spanish, if you take a look at the word golpear that we had before, if you take a look at the word golpear, so to pronounce it correctly in Spanish, you just read every letter normally. And by reading every letter normally, I mean that you read it the way that you would read it in most languages. Because usually, if you see the letter E, you pronounce it as E. As E, as E, as but it's always the direction of that sound. In English, it's gonna vary. Sometimes it's gonna be E, sometimes it's gonna be E. And you know, these kind of differences that you have in English, if you have never studied other languages, might actually make it difficult for you to learn even the languages that are seen as simple in terms of pronunciation. But I don't think that you have had a chance to actually not study it in any other language because you have that at school, right? You must have had that at school. For me, from the perspective of a Polish native speaker, it's actually very easy to read in Spanish because it's almost the same like in Polish. If I would actually read Spanish texts in Polish, they would sound very similar. There are like 2 or 3 different letters, but overall, the pronunciation is very similar. And they've chosen the same letter for the same sounds. And mark my words here, they've chosen the same letters for the same sounds. Because you have to remember that first was the spoken language. And then people actually, they adjusted letters and writing systems to sounds. And actually that is why sometimes if you want to write down a given sound, you have to use completely different symbols in different languages. The sounds are the same. Letters are different. And it's actually good to think about it from this perspective. Because if you are English and you're learning French, then yes, you will actually have to learn some new sounds. You don't have U in English. But most of the sounds you can really easily recreate. It's just that you need to get used to the way they are written on paper. It gets easier from that perspective, I think. So again, the more sounds you have, the more complex languages are. And languages are maybe not that much complicated in terms of phonetics. Obviously, you have some like less popular languages that could have like a lot of phonemes, like I'm not really sure, but like 200 phonemes. And that would require a lot of time and a lot of actually practice. I think that with this example, it's even easier to understand that the more sounds you have, the more difficult it's gonna be. Because just imagine having those 200 different separate sounds that you have to differentiate, that you have to distinguish. But there's also other distinction that is very important. Distinction between phonemes and allophones. And this will be important for you as well. Phonemes are different sounds that actually bring the difference in meaning, okay? So by mistaking phonemes, you will sometimes change words. So for example, in French we have the word pas. It's a negation, and it's made using 3 letters. P, A, and S. And we also have the word bas, that means something like low. And it's made with the same letters, with the exception of the first letter, which is not P, but B here, in this case. And so P and B are 2 different phonemes, because if you change them, they will give you a different meaning. They will create a separate word. And that is a different word. You can see that here. It's not like you're able to actually pronounce the word ba with the letter P and think about the word ba. If you say je ne pense pas, it's gonna be ridiculous. Je ne pense pas. Je ne pense pas. So I hope that you can understand that. Phonemes, they bring a different meaning to the word. Maybe another actually example from English. Let's take the words book and cook. So except for the first letter in those two examples, the rest of the words is similar. Only the first letters are different and they change the meaning here. The same thing as with pa and ba. So if that happens, it tells you that this letter is a different phoneme. And why do we care about that? Why do we want to know that different sounds are phonemes? What does it tell us? Well, it's because we also have things that are called allophones. And these are pretty much the same things as phonemes, with the exception that they don't change the meaning of the word, okay? Allophones are also like different sounds, but they don't change the meaning of the word. So these are actually variations of phonemes, if you think about it. So for example, the letter T in English has different allophones. Different ways to pronounce the phoneme T. And even though you actually pronounce the letter T using an incorrect allophone in a given context, people will still understand what you mean. So maybe an example, in English you have the word tea, and you obviously pronounce it with the T. But if you didn't, and you said something like tea that is aspirated, then people will be able to understand that without any problems. But if you actually mistake allophones a lot, then you will start to sound bad. So this is actually what you have to work on if you really care about the very correct, precise, and nicely sounding pronunciation. If you don't want to sound bad, then not only care about phonemes, but also allophones. Okay, so I hope that you understand what's a phoneme, what's a allophone, and why actually that distinction is worth knowing. And when do you have allophones? Well, they might, for example, appear in a particular place of the word. For example, depending on the position the letter has in that word. In Spanish, for example, you roll the letter R at the beginning of the word. That creates the allophone R. It's a rolled R. As in, for example, rodear. Rodear. Okay? So if you don't roll that R, you will still understand that word. But it's gonna sound worse. That's the point here. That's the key point. So for the last time, allophones are important if you want to master the pronunciation, if you want to speak very correctly, if you want to be precise, if you want to have a nice accent. You will have to care about allophones as well. If you don't really strive to be perfect, but you want to be understandable, if you want to be comprehensible, then you don't really have to focus that much on allophones, but you have to focus on phonemes at least. Okay? And just bear in mind that you might be thinking that it's a subtle difference if you, for example, mistake a phoneme or allophone. One mistake will not do a lot of harm, but if you actually do more mistakes, if you do 3 or 4 mistakes in a sentence, that is where it will start to be difficult to understand that. So it's about avoiding these kind of situations. Because even if you learn all the rules, you will still do mistakes here and there. But it's about actually, reducing that possibility. And even with German, for example, that is simple in terms of pronunciation, as I said before, you still have those allophones and you still have to care about these kind of things. So you'll have to put time to that extra. It's not like it's gonna be that simple. But it's gonna take definitely less time than in French because you don't have that many phonemes, you don't have that many allophones in German. Okay, let's continue. I want you to be aware of the different things that can happen in terms of phonetics. So you already understand the distinction between phonemes and allophones, but what are different things? For example, diphthongs. You might actually see that somewhere in future. So these are basically two vowels, and if they were separate, they would actually have their own proper sound, their proper pronunciation. Whereas if you put them together, like it is here, they will start to have a new sound. These two different phonemes, when they are put together, they create a new phoneme. These two phonemes, or maybe rather these two letters, if you think about it. So, example in Spanish. You don't say bueno, you don't pronounce every single letter here separately. You don't say that. You say bueno, bueno, okay? So, ue changes to w. Bueno changes to bueno. So these are diphthongs. And you have a lot of that in different languages. For example, in French, moi, moi, toi. So for example, moi you write with the letter O and the letter I. And that also creates a different sound. Also, you can have, for example, assimilation. And by the way, you don't need to know every single notion here by heart. I just want you to understand the concept. I want you to know how it works and that these things exist and how they look like, pretty much. You don't have to memorize everything here. I just don't want you to get lost in all those rules of pronunciation where you will just see things that will just seem without reason for you. My goal here is to actually protect you from situations where you will ask yourself, why is this sound here? What is the reason for that? It makes no sense. Why is this happening? I actually want to protect you from that, because once that happens, then you will get really confused. And we can't afford that because we have to learn a lot of things at the same time. We have to learn a lot of vocabulary, a lot of grammar. And so we really can't afford to get confused. Everything has to be clear. Okay? Languages usually they are actually regular in terms of phonetics. But these small irregularities that you could think that they are irregularities, these are not actually irregularities after all. But these small strange things that can happen are usually caused by these processes. Like, for example, assimilation that we'll talk about in a sec. So just be aware that things like that exist and that they might also change the pronunciation from time to time. Okay, but let's talk about the assimilation. In Spanish, you have a very popular expression. You might have already heard that somewhere. Un poco, which means a little bit. And I don't know if you've noticed, but I said poco. Even though we have the letter N here. and this letter N is always pronounced N in Spanish. It doesn't have a crazy pronunciation, don't worry. This is a phoneme N, this is a fact. Even though we have that letter here, we actually pronounce it differently in this case here. We don't pronounce it N, but we pronounce it M. For example, if you say night in Spanish, you use the sound N. Noche, not M. You don't say moche, you say noche. That is when it's regular. But here, it's different. Why is it different? Well, you could say that's an exception here, and you just have to memorize that. But I would rather say that we have assimilation here. We pronounce this letter here differently, as a different phoneme, due to the fact that we have assimilation. So because of the phoneme P that we have here, because we have the sound P in this place, it's easier for our mouth to create the M sound, the phoneme M. Okay? It's just easier for us to articulate that. It's actually easier for our mouth to go from the phoneme P to the phoneme M than for the phoneme N. That's why we do that assimilation. It's just to actually make it easier for us to pronounce that. So the most accurate way to actually read that would be un poco. But we don't do that because it's all about simplifying the language, right? About making it easier to use. And that is completely correct if you pronounce it un poco. Actually, it would be strange if you didn't. Okay? So that's the assimilation. We can also have triphthongs, for example. These are basically the same as diphthongs. You just have 3 vowels and they work pretty much the same way. We can have, for example, accentation. Oh, that's actually interesting. In Russian, for example, you can have, for example, the word muka. So actually pay attention. Muka, you put the stress on the first syllable. And if you put the stress on the first syllable, it will mean floor. The one to eat. Not the one that you stand on. Whereas if you actually put the stress at the end and you say muka, you still have the same letters and the same phonemes. You just change the stress. If you say muka, it will mean agony. So that is the difference between muka and muka. That is the accentation. And you also have to be aware of that. You also have that in English, for example. You can say contrast and contrast. The difference of the noun and the verb. So that is the accentation, okay? I hope that you get that. We can have, for example, the elision. If you want to say the school in French, you say l'école. Obviously, that's a feminine word, and you need to have an article if you say something like the, right? So you need a definite article in French. And I don't know if you know that or not, but in French, you have both feminine and masculine articles. And since school is feminine, you have to actually use the article that is feminine, so la. So why don't we just say la école? We say l'école. Well, French people, they don't really like to put 2 vowels together. It would sound not smooth for them, I'd say. Listen, if you say je vais à la école, it sounds good, but I think it sounds better if you say je vais à l'école. Je vais à l'école. So they prefer these kind of sounds. And to actually avoid that, they use elisions. So what you do is you actually cut the A letter, I would say, so the A sound, from the article. You don't say alcohol, but you say alcohol. And that is the elision. So these are basically different things that might bring some irregularity to your languages that you want to learn. You need to be aware that they exist, why they are there, and so on and so forth. There is that. That is what I wanted to explain here. So I think we've covered the basis. If you want to know more about that, then feel free to read more about it on the internet. But you know, once you actually choose a certain language to learn, you will have to use, I'd say, mostly the movies on YouTube that will actually explain the pronunciation for you, and that will also give you examples of how to pronounce things. They will give you samples, and so they will most likely also explain things like that. So maybe it won't be very useful to actually read about all those things that can happen in phonetics, but at least be aware of existence of that. And so this is it for this part. A lot of things going on the screen, and like the most traditional writing system there, the most important one, the very first one, is kanji. So here we have that, we have kanji, and people tend to say that's an alphabet. If you actually Google it on the internet, you will find out that it's a Japanese alphabet. I wouldn't really agree with that statement. I have never really thought about that for any longer, because it's not that important for me. But I just think that when you think about alphabets, usually you imagine, let's say, 20, 30, 40 letters that are always the same. Okay? And you actually use the same letters over and over again to create different words. That's what's an alphabet for me, when I try to actually analyze that. Here it's not the case, okay? It doesn't work like this. Every single word has its own character. I will repeat that. Every single word has its own character. And that is the reason why we have more than 50,000 characters in kanji. So it's not exactly like these are letters. These are separate words that are represented by a given symbol. And that's why we actually need for each of them a different character, and that's why we have so many characters. Because we need to distinguish these words. They have to be written using a different symbol that will be easy for us to distinguish. And that's a big problem if you think about it. I think that people in Japan, they study kanji until they finish like high school or even more, something like that. I'm not sure, but it's definitely for a very long time. So you can see that it's most likely a difficult writing system if it's taking so much time. So kanji is actually based on the Chinese writing system, and even though they did make some changes here and there, it's still working in a very similar manner. So we'll have the same problem in Chinese. And so if you take a look here, you can see that the word fire, okay, the word that we have previously talked about in Sanskrit, the word fire when it's written, it's represented by a single character. Okay? So if you want to write fire in kanji, you just do something like that. And that's the word fire that you write on paper. So you only need that single character to write the word fire. You don't need anything more here. But sometimes you actually have to put more than a single character together. So it's like you're actually combining different words together. And that is why we can see, if you actually take a look at Japanese or Chinese, like groups of characters that are together, that are not separated, and not a single character like I've mentioned. But it's because in Japanese, you actually create words this way. So in order to say plane, you actually have to add 3 different words together. To fly, to go, and machine. Obviously, every single word here has its own character. To fly has its own character. To go has its own character. And machine has its own character. But when you combine them together, you actually have a plane. So basically, it's like if you would say, I'm taking to fly to go machine. I'm taking a plane. This is how it works. And well, it's quite easy to deduce that they had to make it this way. They had to put words together to create different words like here, because obviously they wouldn't be able to actually afford writing every single existing word using a different character, because they wouldn't come up with enough characters that you could distinguish. That's how it is. Okay? But we also have different writing systems here in Japanese. Simplified ones. This one, for example, hiragana. Hiragana is definitely way closer to a regular alphabet that we think of when we think about alphabets. What you have here is you have 46 different characters, and here, on the contrary, these characters, they don't represent any words, like in kanji. They represent syllables. So, for example, if we take a look here at this character, we know that it's actually ka. It's pronounced ka. If you take a look here, well, this is so. So. So you actually have different characters representing different syllables. Different characters representing different sounds. And this writing system, hiragana, is very good for people that are studying Japanese, especially if you want to be eventually advanced. Okay? Especially if you want to be advanced. Why? Well, it's because at start it would be very difficult for you to actually use kanji, but on the other hand, it's good to actually start studying from the writing system so that you can actually understand how the language works, so that you can actually use books, you can use textbooks, so that you can actually read about it on the internet. It's gonna be very helpful for you to actually know hiragana. And that's what you start with. You start with hiragana. So you learn hiragana. It's gonna take definitely more than 10 days. I can already tell you that. Bear in mind that it's the case where you want to really be advanced later on. If not, then you will have a different solution, but wait for that. If you want to be advanced, then you start with hiragana, you learn it, you put a lot of time to that, you invest time, and then you can start learning the language. You can obviously mix that, it's up to you. And then after that, once you get used to hiragana, after like 6 months or more, you can start to actually learn kanji. But first you should focus on hiragana. Obviously there are some different writing systems based on syllables in Japanese, but this is the one that I just wanted to show you as an example, because there's also katakana. I think that there are maybe some other things, but I'm not sure right now. But when you study Japanese, hiragana at start is gonna be completely enough, and then you might go for kanji later on. But start with hiragana. Start with something that is gonna be simple for you, because you would need a lot of time to actually learn kanji. You should first actually start to learn language and not go over each kanji character, because it's not a natural way of learning languages. Those kids in Japan, they first learn how to speak and then they learn how to write. First is the spoken language. I have already told you that. And so you can't go in the opposite. First, you should actually maybe try to learn hiragana, maybe not perfectly, but you should be able to read. And then you start speaking ASAP, and maybe after like 5, 6, 7 months, as I said, you can maybe try to learn kanji a little bit, but you don't have to be perfect in that, because that's not gonna give you a lot. It's gonna be very good to actually know how the kanji works, to understand language better. It's gonna be good if you know kanji, but it's not like you need to know every single character in that language. It's not gonna be that important, okay? You will have to actually learn the most important characters, and that's gonna be enough, and you will just stick to hiragana for other things. And at the end, you will also understand why you will stick to hiragana. It's not only out of convenience. There are also other reasons for that. But I will actually leave you with this actually small cliffhanger here. So, even though hiragana is simplified, it's a simplified version of writing in Japanese, it's still gonna be actually difficult. I mean, you have 46 different characters, okay? It's not an easy thing to learn. Even though it's a simplified writing system, it's gonna take time, it's gonna be difficult, because it's actually quite detailed. These characters, they actually are very detailed. You will have to really get used to writing them, and that's also gonna have a lot to do with muscle memory here. Obviously, if you compare it to kanji, it's not that bad, but it will still be difficult. And you will need time to actually learn those writing patterns, and you get the idea. If you want to reach C1, C2 level, if you really want to know the language from soup to nuts, then you should go and choose this way. So you learn the hiragana, you learn the language in a very old-fashioned way, I would say. If you don't really want to master the language, if you just want to be able to talk with other people, maybe to actually watch movies, but you won't really be advanced anywhere soon, then there's actually a different solution that you can actually choose. As I said, you can learn to speak Japanese in 10 days. It's just that you won't be able to write in Japanese, and you won't be able to read in Japanese. But if you want to learn how to speak, and you don't plan to, again, get advanced quickly, then there is a different writing system that you can use. It's called Romaji. So this is basically Japanese written with Roman letters. And yes, it is criticized a bit, especially it was criticized in the past. People, they tend to say that it's not possible to really learn Japanese with Romaji. And it has to do with the fact that you have less resources, you actually have very little resources, and you just don't have a lot to support you with. But nowadays, I actually don't really agree with that statement. The situation has changed over the past few years. On almost every website, you can actually check the pronunciation. Someone is reading different words for you. What I mean by that is that someone is reading
the word that you are searching out loud, and you can actually hear how it sounds. More than that, for different languages that have a complicated alphabet, you have phonetic transcriptions. For example, Google Translate provides you with that. So what you can do is you can learn, in this case Japanese, only by using Romaji, which is actually that phonetic transcription to some extent. You don't have to learn characters, actually, if you want to speak. Obviously, there are advantages and disadvantages to that. There are pros and cons. Let's talk about maybe pros at start. So, it's gonna be quick. Again, you won't have to actually go and learn hiragana. It would obviously take like 2 months at least, in my opinion. You won't have to actually invest time in that. If you just want to speak, then you don't care about writing, so you don't want to invest time in that. So you can ignore this part completely and just go for the Romaji. With Romaji, you don't have to learn anything because you already know how to use that writing system, right? It's actually based on Roman letters. In other words, what Romaji does, it takes Japanese sounds and it prescribes them to Roman letters. That's how simple it is. It prescribes them to Roman syllables. And so Romaji corresponds exactly to how the characters sound in Japanese. You don't really have to learn how to actually write that down in kanji nor hiragana. The sounds are universal. Again, it's just the writing system that changes here. They chose to actually write these sounds down with characters, whereas, for example, in English, we use different characters, we use different symbols to write down the same sounds. So that's why you can actually go for the sounds and ignore the writing part. And this is why it works. And it's good because it's faster, as I said. It's almost like if you just write what you hear with your own language. Isn't that simple? And yes, here we are using Romaji because Japanese has a specialized alphabet for that. But for example, if you were to study languages that don't have that don't have something like Romaji or Pinyin in Chinese, if you don't have that, then you can just use your native language and write what you actually hear. Prescribe the sounds in a foreign language to the letters that you're familiar with. So that lets you learn languages very quickly, and that's how actually people like polyglots usually learn Chinese and Japanese. They don't go over characters, no. They usually just learn using Romaji. So with Romaji, you can basically start to speak from the start. And it's great if you can do that. Every polyglot will tell you that it's very important to start speaking ASAP, because you're giving yourself context this way. Where it comes to advantages, there's also a second thing, because if you take a look here, some of these characters that you see in kanji, in hiragana, they are quite confusing. They are very similar to one another, and so you could get confused with that. But here, if you use Romaji, it's not gonna be confusing. It's gonna be way more simple for you. So again, you will be able to focus more on the grammar. You will be able to focus more on the word order and other difficult things, and you won't have to invest the energy into writing. That's also very important, because overall, you will just have better, I'd say, work ethics. It will just, it's just gonna be more understandable. It will be clear for you. It's important that it's clear.
But sadly, there are also disadvantages here, and I have to mention that. The first thing is that you won't be able to read. And when you think about it for the first time, you might be like, that's not a big deal. You can just go to Japan and read in English. They also write things in English. If you go to restaurants and places like that, they will obviously have an English menu. It is true to some extent, but believe me or not, it will start to be annoying over time. And also when you can't read, then what you do is you're actually taking away a very good method of learning languages from you. You remember I said that you should actually use different things, different techniques to actually learn languages quickly, that you should be writing, that you should be reading, that you should be speaking, that you should be listening. You're actually supposed to mix all those things. And here, you won't really be able to read. Maybe you will be able to write if you think about it, because you can still write in Romaji. It's gonna be just for you, but it's gonna work. So actually writing is gonna work here, but reading, not really, unless there are some texts in Romaji, which I believe they are, because it's actually very popular. You won't have a lot of textbooks. That's true, and that's actually the second problem that I wanted to bring here. You won't have a lot of textbooks, but I think that with time, you will have more and more resources. And I think that even today, there are some things that you can use to actually learn grammar using Romaji. There will be websites that will explain grammar in Romaji. There will be maybe some books even that will explain grammar in Romaji. If you won't find enough of that, then what you have to do, if you want to learn that quickly, if you want to learn to speak Japanese quickly, what you do is you get yourself a language partner that explains that actually to you, that explains you how the language works. And he does that out loud, so you don't need a book. Okay? Here you will have to use Google Translate a lot. Obviously, you will have lists, for example, like 1000 words list with Romaji. You can also use that, but overall, you will have to use Google Translate a lot and just look for words that you want to find. So it's not how it's usually working, because usually, for example, you're reading texts and you're seeing a word that you don't know, you actually translate that, and here you go, you know the word. Here it's gonna be a little bit different, because you will have to think about the words that you want to learn and then look for them. Later on, for example, once you speak with other people, then you will hear the words that you don't know, and then you will, for example, Google them. Because yes, it works when you actually write a word in English and you translate it to Japanese. There you can see the word written in Japanese, but also the Romaji. But if you do it the other way around, if you actually write things with Romaji, then you won't really have the translation in English. Then you won't really receive the translation in English, so that's a problem. Maybe there are some translators that work this way, but Google Translate doesn't work like that. So that will be a problem for you. So what you will have to do is you will have to check characters for the words that you, for example, hear somewhere. But you can definitely tell that it would be very inconvenient. So a much better thing to do is to actually look for the words that you don't understand using your microphone. So instead of typing, you just record yourself on the Google Translate, and what you receive is the word that you were looking for with characters and with Romaji. And that's how you solve this problem actually. But obviously, to get better, at start it's gonna work perfectly fine. Later on, once you get, for example, B1, B2 level, then you will need actually more than that, and that's why you will have to have a language partner that will actually help you with that, or for example a tutor. Okay, so you have to reconsider all the problems that are happening here, but this is how polyglots learn languages like Chinese, like Japanese, quickly. So that is a choice. Me personally, for example, I always wanted to go to Japan, and I will one day do that. And before that, I will, for example, study Japanese for like 2 weeks to be able to communicate with other people. And I won't definitely invest that much time to actually learn how to write in it, because I really like the culture and I would love to do that, but I have other things going on in my life, and I can just, invest my life to learning the kanji. But it would be perfectly enough for me to just, be able to speak with people there and try to like have some conversations. I don't have to read. But if French and Spanish, if they weren't like more important for me, and if I were, for example, to study only Japanese, then hell no, I would go for the hiragana at first, and I would do it properly. So that is what you have to decide. However, it might be good to actually first start to speak, use the romaji, get used to the language, and then maybe after like 5-6 months, you can introduce the hiragana. You can also do it this way. It's gonna be good. But be aware that if you want to be advanced, eventually you will have to use characters. You'll have to use hiragana and kanji. And the farther you go, the more difficult it will be to actually learn a language without them. So I think that you get the idea. So as you can see, there are definitely pros and cons to that, but definitely one thing that you can say is that romaji becomes more and more useful with time. And you have more and more resources. You have apps that help you, for example, translate romaji. You have apps that give you the pronunciation. So it's definitely going to the direction of actually making people able to learn languages with Roman alphabets. And also what's actually contributing to that is that, for example, if you want to play games and you're Japanese, then you actually have to use something different. You can't use really kanji to communicate with other people because they won't be able to understand English in kanji. Obviously, you have to write in Roman alphabets. So it's obvious that you don't use kanji to actually write in English. You know that. However, Japanese people, even if they actually write between themselves, they don't use kanji. They don't use their main alphabet anymore, actually. Especially on a computer. So this is actually what my friend sent me from Japan. And as you can see, you won't really be able to write in kanji on a computer or on a telephone because you have 50,000 different characters. You won't be able to choose characters. You would have to have a really big keyboard, right? And since computers are important, they had to actually come up with something to make it work. And so since they can't put kanji here, what they do is they actually write with romaji, with the Roman alphabet. So it's not only about using romaji when speaking English, when writing in English. They write with romaji to write in Japanese. Can you imagine that? They write with the Roman alphabet and then the program changes characters. That's just very interesting when you think about it. So they actually use the same alphabet that we do. It's just that we use it to cheat that a little bit, and they use it to actually overcome the problem with the keyboard. So it's not only us that are going to use that, it's also them. If you're using a smartphone, for example, then you don't have kanji neither. There you're actually using hiragana. And that's also, I think it's also quite inconvenient if you think about it, because you have like 36 different characters, so you have to swap pages a lot. But that's actually what they do. I asked my friend and he told me that on the phone they usually use hiragana, whereas on the computer they use romaji. So still, you're not using kanji. So it is quite annoying if you think about it, but they had to adapt to the modern world, and they did. And that's a good thing for us because it helps us also learn languages with a alphabet based on characters. Characters like Japanese, like Chinese, like Korean. Just at the end, please be aware of the fact that if you want only to have like a B1 level, then it's gonna be great. The more you want, the more difficult it will be if you don't know how to write, okay? But I think I have explained that clearly. I'm repeating myself because I don't want people to actually choose a wrong technique at start and then, have all the problems with that. So again, if you want to be advanced, learn hiragana. You can maybe start to speak first, but don't neglect hiragana. If you just want to be B1, if you want to be B1, B2, if you want to communicate with other people, then you can maybe neglect that if you want. I would. Maybe you will be able to actually learn Japanese one day only with using Romaji to an advanced level without having language partners, without having tutors. For now, it's not gonna be possible. You can still actually be advanced in speaking and you can do it alone. It's just that you won't be able to use textbooks, so you'll have to invest money in tutors and you'll have to have language partners. Who knows, maybe one day we'll have textbook that will cover the whole grammar and so on. Or maybe there are some already. Tell me if you know something about that. Okay, now let's talk about Chinese. It's a very similar writing system and works the same way. Obviously you have different characters, but they work in a very similar fashion. Again, you also have the romanization here. It's going to be called pinyin in Chinese. And that's pretty much it. You might be actually wondering what are these, because we obviously have syllables that work the same way like in Japanese, you can see that. But we have also these little things here, and these are tones. If you actually knew that, then it's good. If not, then it's also good. You don't have to know that if you are not interested in languages like Chinese. But the difference here in Chinese is that actually, if you want to learn Japanese, then it's a little bit easier because the biggest problem in Japanese is writing. Whereas here, you will actually also have to overcome problems with speaking. Because the tones are quite difficult. And it's going to be quite impossible to learn them properly in a very short amount of time. It's going to be very difficult to actually learn how to articulate words properly in Chinese. Obviously, people will be able to understand what you're saying from the context. It's not going to be that much of a problem, but you will do mistakes a lot when speaking Chinese, especially if you don't put enough time into studying the language, and 10 days are not going to be enough. So you will do mistakes. People will be able to understand that from the context again, but it's not going to be perfect. It's going to be far from perfect. So what are tones actually? Well, these are basically different ways of pronouncing syllables, right? Let's take a look here. We have our writing system that is called pinyin. So we have Roman letters and we have tones. So these little things here on the top, they actually show us how to pronounce these syllables correctly. And now I will try to actually show you how it sounds. It's gonna be far from perfect, but you'll get the idea. So that is something like li. That would be something like ri. That would be ta. And you could also have something like that just facing the other way around. It would be ri. Okay? So you have tones here and they help you distinguish syllables, and depending on the tone, you will have different meanings. So it's a little bit like with phonemes. And if you actually mistake these tones, then you will mistake words. So that is a problem to some extent, but as I said, they can understand you from the context. They will be able to catch the meaning. Sometimes it's gonna be funny, you will maybe come up with some swear words or some funny words and so on, but you will be able to communicate. But if you want to be advanced in Chinese, first learn characters, maybe learn how to speak, but also implement characters from the start. Don't go for pinyin if you really want to master the language. You can use that to help yourself, but don't base yourself on pinyin. So here we've talked about that. We've talked about these two languages that are based on characters that are definitely difficult and are obviously the most difficult to learn in terms of writing. But we also have different languages that are actually having a different alphabet than the Roman alphabet, for sure. For example, Russian. Russian has Cyrillic. And so even though this is actually a different alphabet, sometimes it's gonna be quite similar to the Roman alphabet as well. So these are good news for you. If you take a look at the phoneme A, in Russian, it's actually written by the letter that is quite commonly used in the word, right? This letter is very popular in different languages. A lot of languages chooses the same letter to actually show that sound. But for example, the phoneme V is written with a letter that is close to something like B. And so that is quite confusing, right? Some of these letters here will be similar, but some are gonna be different. So learning these things will not be maybe as difficult as, for example, learning characters in Japanese, or learning completely new letters in Arabic, for example, or Georgian. But you will also have to actually put a lot of time here and learn how the alphabet in Russian works. And also there is a difference in between the computer writing and the handwriting in Russian. So we'll also have to, for example, put some time to learn how to do the handwriting in Russian. There's also that. Obviously, if you just want to read books and you don't want to write using your handwriting, then you can maybe ignore that. But if you are at school, or if you want to use textbooks with exercises, then you have to actually learn that as well. To some extent, you maybe don't have to be perfect, but it all depends on what you want. So again, you have three options here. First of all, you can learn the alphabet before the challenge, for example, before you start those 10 days. And that's going to be a good option. So first you learn how to write, you learn the letters, you learn how it all works. You actually, let's say, invest a week or two for that. And then you start the challenge, you go for the grammar, the vocabulary, and so on. That is going to be the best way. You will have the best results. If everything will be easy, you will take it easy. It's great. And here it's not going to be that time consuming as in Japanese. You can really actually learn that writing in Russian quickly, because it's way more similar to the Roman alphabet. In Japanese, it won't be enough to actually put like 1 or 2 weeks, and you won't be able to do that in 2 weeks. In Russian, it's going to be way more simple. So with those 2 weeks, you can actually build a really good base and then go for the challenge. But there is also the second thing. You can do what you do in Chinese and Japanese. So you could actually ignore the writing and you could use Google Translate. You will also have the romanization there. It will show you how to actually pronounce given words. Just keep in mind that here it's really not worth it. It's really not worth the fuss, because this alphabet is actually simple enough to learn that. You could maybe try to learn, let's say, the alphabet for like 3-4 days even, and understand how it works, maybe without being perfect, without being very precise, but you would know how it works. You would be able to read words. So it's really not worth to go for that and use the phonetic transcription only. Even though actually there are people that do that. There are people that actually go for that. even if the Cyrillic is not that difficult. And I know a person that actually does that. So the choice is yours. If you have 10 days, you don't have more time, then you can think about writing phonetically every single word and doing it like you would in Chinese, and that's also gonna work fine. It's just later on that if you will want to get advanced, you will have difficult times, and you will need to catch up on that. You will have to invest time differently, actually. So you will not save time here. But it's gonna be possible. As I said, I know somebody that actually managed to learn Russian to a very nice level. He actually, I would say he's advanced, maybe, or maybe he's like B2, and he doesn't know how to write in Russian. He only learned how to speak. He actually wrote everything in Polish. He wrote the words that he was learning in Polish, but he also had to have a tutor. So they would meet every week and the tutor would explain the grammar and fix the mistakes that he was making. But it's gonna be possible. So that is definitely a thing to consider, even with Russian. Even though, in my opinion, it's not worth that, because, as I said plenty times, that Cyrillic is not that difficult and it's worth actually investing that time and learning it properly. You could still actually pull it off without writing, and it's still possible, and a friend of mine is an example of that. It's just that, in my opinion, it's like going a little bit upstream, because you will have less resources, you will have to look for everything manually, you will have to check grammar, you will have to pay the tutor, or you will have to beg language partners to explain things. So it's like making it a little bit harder for you. I think it's just better to learn how to actually write, how to read, and then use different websites, books, and so on. Well, it depends what you want. Now let's take a look at Georgian quickly. Here we actually have a completely different alphabet, right? So this is also an alphabet. It's very similar like the Roman alphabet. It's just that it has different letters. You don't have the Roman letters here. So in this case, it will also take more time for you to get used to that. You're not used to these kind of letters. These are like drawings for you at start. In Russian, it's a little bit better because they seem similar. They seem like Roman letters. Here, it's a different thing. You have like random drawings. That's actually my first thought when I think about these. So it won't be that simple to actually memorize that. It's gonna be a little bit more difficult to write in Georgian if you want to learn Georgian. Some of these are actually quite simple to write or to draw, whatever you want to call it, but it will definitely be time consuming. Georgian is overall a very difficult language to learn. I wouldn't maybe recommend that. It has a very difficult grammar, it has a different alphabet, and it has very like strange things happening there. You have a lot of consonant clusters. But the culture, on the other hand, is very interesting, and it definitely seems appealing from that perspective, at least for me. And maybe, who knows, one day I will actually put some time into actually getting to know Georgian a little bit more. Now let's take a look at Arabic at the end. So here, it's like in Georgian to some extent. You have different letters, you have different like drawings, and it's also gonna be more time consuming than, for example, Russian. Also, what is worth mentioning is that these can also vary a little bit depending on the position they have in the word. It's a little bit like if you write in English, and depending on the handwriting, you have to actually link different letters. So here it's the same, but it's not only for the handwriting, it's also for the computer writing. So this can vary a little bit. It's not that difficult. It seems intimidating, but it's really not. And again, the whole problem here is that you will have to get used to these like drawings, to these characters. Okay, these are not gonna be that similar, like for example in Russian. So you will have to get used to those like completely new letters. That is gonna take time, definitely, but it's not gonna be as difficult as in Chinese. And overall, this is a phonetical language, so you just read what you see, and that's also helpful, that you don't have strange things happening like in English, that you pronounce different letters differently in different situations in a word. If you want to learn Arabic in 10 days, then obviously you just go for the Roman writing. You write things phonetically, how you hear them, and then if you want to be advanced, then you can also put time into learning the alphabet. But here, as I said, it's worth also putting time into writing, because you can also read old texts. As I said, that the language hasn't changed a lot, and there is a lot of beautiful poetry in Arabic, and it would be really amazing to actually be able to read that. One of the things that I actually wish I have also chosen Arabic, and maybe not Spanish, even though I love Spanish, but Arabic is just that more interesting from the perspective of history, I think. But well, it doesn't matter. Okay, so at the end, if you want to learn languages properly and be advanced, maybe go for the regular methods. You can help yourself with phonetic writing. That's also what I did with German. It's not like I wrote everything properly in German when I was studying that. I would also use like the phonetic writing. I would actually write the things the way I hear them in Polish, and that's not gonna be a big problem. But you have to be able to read and to know the. This to be fitting every language, but I think that understanding the declension, even if you don't have that in the language that you're learning, is actually very helpful, because you actually still have the declension in languages to some extent, and you will understand why, and it will just help you choose proper things in grammar. I will maybe leave it like that. Okay, and now let's start. So first of all, I wanted to introduce some terms here. At the beginning, it's gonna be a little bit complicated, but I actually thought it through. And like for the first part, you might not understand everything. That's gonna be perfectly fine. But with the second part, once you actually listen to the second part of this lecture, everything will become clear. It has to be this way, because otherwise it will lose its point. So as I said, I want to introduce some basic terms at the start so that you understand it. And these are gonna be a little bit more academic, indeed, but still listen to them, try to understand them. If not, then don't get mad, you will get it later on. So a few basic terms. The inflection, okay? You hear me saying the declension, you can say the inflection also, case inflection. In the inflection is changing words, changing the form of words due to the declension. The declension can also be called case inflection for that, because you inflect cases. So the declension, the case inflection. You inflect grammatical cases. So sometimes I will say declension, sometimes I will say case inflection, and just be aware of that. So inflecting the case, what would that mean? By inflecting the case, you change the grammatical function of the word that you inflect. To put it differently, you change its relation to the rest of the sentence. You shift and change the point of view towards that word, okay? Maybe now I will give you some examples from Polish, from the Polish declension, so that you know what is this function that we are talking about. What is this relationship that I mentioned? And I am not going to mention every single case here in Polish. I'll just talk about these that are a little bit easier to grasp, because my goal is not to make you like remember every single case and how it works and so on and so forth, but I want you to really understand this concept, okay? I really want you to understand how it works. You don't have to memorize that. You have to understand that. So the first thing on our list, the first case that we see is the nominative case. And how does nominative work? it works as if you basically had no declension at all. As if you had no case inflection at all. So the nominative case is like having the passive form of the word without any relation to other words. It's like this word would be totally passive, deaf, blind, and so on and so forth. Like it would be antisocial, right? Like it doesn't care about the rest of the sentence. It is there, but it doesn't care about the rest of the sentence. And this is what you actually use when you speak languages like English, like French, like Spanish, Scandinavian languages, usually most of the languages actually. That is what you use. You use the nominative case. And you might be wondering, what are you talking about? I have never heard about something like that. Well, it's because you don't have other cases in your language anymore. And so you don't really have to think whether it's nominative form or if it's a different form, because it's gonna change nothing in that case if you have no other cases. I have to be careful with the word case here to not make it difficult. But okay. And so as long as you don't have other cases to inflect, you only have nominative case in languages like French or like Spanish, and you don't have to analyze that because that's the only possibility that you have. But this is actually the nominative form. For example, if you take a look at languages that declension like Polish, the nominative form is what exists in our language, and we use it from time to time, but we actually don't use it that much as you could think. It's not like it's the most used case because, well, it has no relation to the sentence. It has no function. It's like, for example, you can walk and say, oh, there's a car. Samochód. That is actually, samochód is car in English, and that is the situation where you would use nominative, for example. From your perspective, if you are an English native speaker, these are just regular words, that there is no declension again, that nothing strange happens, but it is actually one of the cases. It's just one of the cases that survived in your language. So the other examples of the nominative case, for example, in English are book, school, teacher, words like that. When you think about these kind of words in nominative, well, you would just say that these are rather just regular words. What is the fuss about here? There's no declension here. That's probably what you're thinking. Well, on the contrary, that is the declension. It still exists in English up to this day. It is just the nominative case. But what do I mean that English used to have other cases and that the nominative is the only one that is left? Well, if you take a look at the Old English that was spoken a long time ago, it had a declension. It's very clear. And so the nominative form, the nominative case is the only case that survived up to this day, and it's because of the changes to Latin, the Vulgate, and I've already talked about that, so you understand how it works. So after years of simplifying the language, the nominative case became this one and only form of words in English that is universal. French was the same. The Old French had the declension, Latin obviously had the declension, and then with time they got rid of all the cases, and now they just speak using the nominative form, the passive form. But it's a very interesting thing if you think about it, because there are actually languages where I think that genitive is the main case, and that other cases build up on genitive, not nominative. Because, usually you think that the nominative is the starting case, that you cut the ending from the nominative and you add other endings to do case inflection. But there are languages where you actually start with different cases. You build the cases on the base of genitive, for example. I'm not really sure what language was that, but I have read about that and it was actually shocking for me. And if you don't understand what I mean by building up on genitive, it's a little bit like with the conjugation. I will give you this example. If you, for example, conjugate verbs, you take the infinitive and you add, for example, some endings. Okay? So, for example, if you want to conjugate the verb tomar in Spanish, you actually cut the ending R, and what you're left with is tom, and then you add different endings. Yo tomo, I take. Tu tomas, you take. So you change these endings at the end, you change o, as, a, amos, and so on and so forth, and that is the conjugation. So here it's a little bit like that, although you don't change the verbs, but nouns, and the starting point is not the infinitive, but the nominative, or in the case of the languages that I've mentioned, the genitive. And that is quite surprising because it shows us that maybe nominative was not meant to be the building case, the starting case, you know, but maybe it's just the case for these languages. It would be a good topic for an essay or something. So I think that it all helps you understand how much languages have evolved over time, how changed they are, and actually how unnatural they actually are now. Because if you think about it, the declension is a very old thing. You have already had that in Sanskrit, in Latin, in Greek. If you had that in Sanskrit, then you must have had that before Sanskrit. It's not like they came up with that. So they had that before. So it's a very old thing. It's actually, when you think about it, it's actually a very natural thing for languages to have the declension. That is basically how they all started to some extent. I won't go into different theories on how people started to speak, but I do know, in fact, that people started with the declension. They would just, well, at that point, it was just a difference in intonation, that they would change single words, in quotation marks, using the different intonation to actually give a different meaning. Okay? So that was the starting point of the declension, and that was a very natural thing for the human language to have. And so now languages, they lose cases, you don't have that, and that's a very, very strange thing for languages, in my opinion. Also, that would be a very interesting thing to write about. Okay, now let's go to the next part. The next case that you have here is the accusative, okay? So this case indicates a submissive relation of the inflected word towards the subject. I take him with me. Him is submissive here, because it's like it can't react. Obviously it can, but it's just the way that we see that word. I took her with me. In this case, her is submissive here. In a way, in a linguistic way, obviously. I take him with me, I take her with me. That person can react. That word can react neither. So that is, roughly speaking, how it works. Now we have the genitive. So this case tells us that the inflected word is in a possession of something. Okay? For example, father's car, mother's house, boy's toy. These are the kind of situations that would trigger the use of genitive. Dative. The inflected word, the word that we inflect, is a recipient of an action. For example, it would be, I gave it to Judy. So Judy here, in this case, is our recipient. And so in English, we don't change the word Judy. But for example, in Russian, if they had the name Judy, they would definitely change the ending here, because they would have to use the proper case, which is, again, dative here. The word Judy would require the case inflection, for example, in Russian, or in Polish, or in Finnish. And that is because Judy receives an action, roughly speaking. She receives something, okay? She's not passive. As you can see, it's very hard to actually understand that from this perspective. The point is not to learn these explanations by heart, as I said. It's more to show you what kind of relations we are talking about, but it's really hard to actually describe it by words. Like we, for example, Polish speakers, we learn these kind of things. No, it's actually what you feel when you're speaking. You never think about that. You never analyze that from this perspective. But I think that it will be easy for you to understand that if you actually know it from this like description perspective, even though it doesn't make a lot of sense. But still, I think it's worth listening to that. Let's continue. So the next thing that we have is the instrumental case. And so here, the inflected word, again, the word that we change the form of, is an instrument. Not the one that we play on, but it is kind of that direction. This is an instrument using which we complete an action. The inflected word is an instrument using which you or we complete an action. An example, I killed him with the sword. I was driving by car. And so the sword and the car, if English still had the declension, they would have a different ending because they would have to follow the instrumental case rules. I know that it might be difficult for some people that have, for example, never studied Latin, because if you don't have that in your language, then you look at the words differently. I think that if you have the declension in your language, then it's a completely different way of looking at words. I mean, it's not like we imagine words in a different way, but I think that there's this small proclivity. There's this like tendency that people that are like natively speaking languages based on the declension, that they have a more multi-dimensional image of words to some extent. It's not like we conceptualize them differently, but we see them in a more modified, maybe precise way. It's a very subtle thing, but I think it exists. It's also an interesting thing to talk about. Okay, and if you still don't understand how it works, then it's completely fine. Now I'm gonna give you the main example, the main explanation that should really clarify that. So as I said before, we used to have the declension in French, we also used to have the declension in English, and so on and so forth. And we will actually take a look at the Old English now. So here you see different cases that the Old English had. And you remember that I said that now we have only the nominative case. Well, I lied. I actually lied. And now you have the surprise that you still have other cases than nominative in English. You still have the genitive. Up to this day, you still have, even though you don't call it this way, even though you don't know about that, you still have the genitive case in English. Men's house, Peter's house, father's car, mother's money. That S at the end evolved from this ending that you see in the Old English. When you take a look at the genitive in Old English, you had the letter E and the letter S. You had the ending S. And that actually evolved to what you have now. Mother's car, father's car. This is the genitive case. As I said before, genitive indicates the relation of possession. Okay? And we have that here. Peter's car. That is the possession. So that is the only case, apart from nominative, that survived in English. But we also still have a very, very, very subtle traces of the declension in other things. For example, in pronouns. So if you take a look here at the pronoun I, there is actually no additional relation added to this word. It's like it's in nominative form. But if you actually change this word, if you inflect it, like you would, for example, in the accusative or dative, then you would actually receive me. And that's what you have here. Okay? So again, dative and accusative, these are actually two possibilities here that you have. If you, for example, said, he talks to me, that you would have accusative. He took me will be the dative. Okay? So think about it this way. This word, I, and the word me, and also the word my, this is actually the same single word. It's just that it's inflected. It has different functions, so to speak. So I hope that this will actually help you understand that a little bit, that these are the kind of functions that we talk about in a sentence when we talk about the declension. This is the function. This is what this is what I was talking about. Sometimes you kill somebody with something. Sometimes you tell something to somebody. Sometimes you talk about somebody, for example. And so all those situations, they will have different endings, like you have, for example, in the example of father's car. This is how it works. And so now let's take a look at the last example that we have here to actually finish things off and to show you how it works from the, I'd say, practice side. So we have a sentence, give me this map. And the word map is obviously very passive. In English, you don't have to inflect anything. We know that already. But in Polish, you would have to inflect that. So if you take a look at the Polish translation of this sentence, you have actually daj, which is give. In imperative, you have me, which is me, give me. It's also inflected here. It's the pronoun that is inflected. And at the end, we have the word map. Mapin. Okay? So we have the ending un. So first of all, we think about the word and how it looks like in its passive form. And that's actually mapa. Okay? So the nominative form for the word map in Polish is mapa. And then we take this letter. Here we take the letter A and we change it to this letter here, because that's what you do if you take a look here. Accusative requires this letter at the end. Obviously, we have different possibilities here. You have feminine possibility, you have masculine possibility, you can go for plural, you can go for singular, you have a lot of things. As you can see, it's quite complicated. Here, the word mapa is feminine. And how do you know that? Well, the ending a usually is feminine in Polish. So these are also the kind of things that you will have to actually learn if you want to study language with the declension. You will have to think about the sex of the word. Later on, maybe not at start, but later on it will be important if you don't want to make too many mistakes. And so we take a look at that. We see that this word is feminine. So we take that. We cut the ending from the word mapa. So we're left with map. And we add the ending un, because it's accusative. And how do we know that it's actually accusative, that we actually should choose here? How do we know that? How do we know that's the proper case? Let's take a look here. So this is this relation of submission here, right? As I said before, I took him into the car. It, in this case, is submissive. Give me this map. The map is also submissive here. It works the same way because I can do whatever I want with this map. And also, so we actually learned by heart that if you want to say, give me something, that thing give me is always going to indicate the use of accusative. And so, for example, if you are learning Polish, then every time you would want to say, give me something, give me a car, give me money, give me a house, and so on and so forth, you would know that always after give me in Polish, you have to add the accusative. So this is what I mean by memorizing sentences. You memorize that give me requires accusative. You memorize that I'm going to tell him something, or telling somebody is going to require a different case, and so on and so forth. That is what you can do. Just memorizing different sentences and doing calcs. Maybe one more example with a sentence that you can memorize. I'm walking with my friend. You will know that doing something with somebody is going to require a different case. And so we know that it's going to require, I know that it's going to require instrumental. I'm walking with my friend. Ja spaceruję z moim przyjacielem. M at the end is our instrumental. And so that word przyjaciel is masculine. You know that because you know that the ending L is gonna indicate that the word is masculine if you actually want to study Polish. You choose the proper ending from the instrumental case, and you know that it's gonna be instrumental because you, for example, know different sentences that work this way. Or maybe you have learned that every time you have the preposition with in Polish, you will have the instrumental. And so thanks to that, you know what ending you should have. That is how you should actually learn the declension. That is how you should actually learn the basis of the declension. Because after all, you will also have to actually get used to how it sounds. Again, the muscle memory is going to be very important here. It's not like you will be able to learn that perfectly, but you will have to try. And once you get on a level where you are able to do, like, let's say, like half of the case inflection properly, then the second half is where you will get better, more or less automatically, I would say, just by getting used to the language. And so you'll know that this case is going to be here and that case is going to be there, and so on and so forth. As you can see, the declension is rather difficult. At this point, you realize that you will not be able to learn that in 10 days. What you can do is you can speak with the nominative. Really, you can just speak with the nominative case, actually. So you just use words passively, like you would in English, like you would in French. You don't inflect cases, okay? And believe me or not, but I'm Polish. I'm telling you that from my perspective, everyone will be able to understand what you're saying. You can speak passively at start. We also have prepositions in Polish, like in the other languages, so that will help you actually express what you mean. If you want to learn only 10 days, or if you just start to learn language with declension, then speak passively. And then, if you want to get better, if you want to get advanced, if you really want to get those C1, C2 levels, then you learn that with time. At start, actually get used to the language, get used to other things, learn vocabulary, and then with time, add cases one by one, I would say. That would be the best. Because if you actually mix them all at once, then it's also gonna be very, very bad. So that is what you do with language with declension. At start, use the nominative case, and then after like a month of studying the language, you can start to introduce different cases. And so, for example, if you only want to study Russian for 10 days, then ignore other cases, only use the nominative case, because you would do too many mistakes and it wouldn't change anything. It's it will actually be more understandable if you only use the nominative case than when you use different cases incorrectly, in my opinion. So using nominative is gonna be fine. It's gonna be funny to some extent, but it's gonna be fine. So if you take a look at the model of studying, it's basically how it's all gonna look like when we will actually study in those 10 days. I'll give you the basic image of that, and then we will go more into details. So our main strategy is that we are going to do sentences and stories. Okay? What we will do is we'll just speak to ourselves, we'll talk out loud, and we'll create sentences all the time. That is all the magic here. And so by creating these sentences and doing that all the time, applying the new vocabulary and practicing the grammar, we are learning the language. Creating sentences is actually what helps us here learn the vocabulary faster, because the sentences, they actually give the context of the situation to the words that we learn. And more than that, you also get used to speaking. You get used to thinking in that language. And also grammar. With grammar, it's gonna work the same. You create sentences and you use the grammar practically. You apply it from the start. So again, it's easier to learn the grammar because you have the context of the situation. It's easier to memorize that this way. And you use it practically from the start. You practice it, you don't forget that, and you actually make your brain used to that. So it's just gonna come up naturally for you when you speak later on. Because if you learn the past tense but you don't put enough time into that, you won't really be able to use it actively when speaking. But once you actually use that enough, once you use that for a couple of days, that is when you will really start to be able to use the past tense. And that is our goal. So that is why we create sentences all the time, and that is why we apply the grammar as fast as possible to actually make you able to use that actively, and not just when doing exercises in a book. That is why we have to apply that from the start, and that is our goal. So by creating sentences, we practice the vocabulary, we make it all interesting at the same time, and we also practice and learn grammar. Creating sentences and speaking to yourself is what's going to transfer the things from the short-term memory to the mid-term memory, and then to the long-term memory. Maybe you can still remember the example that I've actually gave you with philology students, that they learn grammar in big numbers and then they can really apply that. It's because they go for a new concept with every class and then they don't have enough time to process that and to get used to that when speaking. They sort of know that in the short-term memory, but they are not used to that. They can apply that on paper, but they can't actually process that in head when speaking. You don't want that. It's better to know less grammar, but to be really able to actually use that. And everything in grammar will come with time. It took me like 8 or 9 months to actually get ready for the subjunctive in Spanish. Everything comes with time. You can force it before, but it will eventually come with time anyway. So maybe there is no point to actually force things, especially if you feel like you can't learn it at a given point. Okay, so that is the whole premise of this method. That is actually what we are going to base ourselves on. That is what helps us memorize things in a proper way, what helps us actually develop this active vocabulary. But to make it more clear and to actually make it understandable, because I know that it might seem confusing, I prepared this example for you. So if you take a look at our schedule here, these are words that you want to learn to create sentences, and you will look for these words, you will write them down in your notebook, and you will try to actually learn them. And what do I mean actually by learn them? Pillar number 1 is where we try to put the vocabulary in our short-term memory, okay? And so what I mean by that? I mean that we have to put enough time to every single word here. We can just write words after words, one after another, because if we do, then we are going to confuse them. We can't do that. We have to put enough time. We have to spend like 3 minutes, something like that, with every word that we find. We have to create sentences with that. We have to repeat that out loud. Maybe we can sing some songs with that word. But the goal is to actually introduce this new word, this newly learned word, to our memory, so that it stays there in a clear way. Okay? That is what you do here. You look for those new words, but from the start, you try to actually pay attention. You respect them. The second thing that we do here is we learn grammar here. So we look for new things that we will need to create sentences. That's why we also look for these words, because to create sentences we need both. We need words and we need grammar. And so we already have words. You already know how to look for them. You already know how to learn them. And you know that you have to have them in the short-term memory for now. And then, let's say you are starting, so you need to know the pronouns. So you look for the pronouns, you read how they work, what they are, and then again you try to memorize them and you try to create sentences with them. So this is what you're doing basically in the pillar number 1. You're mostly gonna focus on looking for new words here, but you will also have to look for that grammar, and that is gonna be necessary just to be able to create the sentences. So looking for new things to expand your sentences, that is what you do. But you also have to spend enough time with those things so that you have that in the short-term memory. It's not like you can jump from one thing to another, okay? Please remember that. And at the end, I will also talk about the revisions that you will have to do in the pillar number 1. But I want you to get this basic idea that the pillar number 1 is where we mostly look for new grammar and new vocabulary. And for example, in my case, it was with an exception of the past tense and conjugation. But because for the conjugation, I have those other blocks. Why did I do that? Well, it's because conjugation and the past tense and, for example, future tense, these are the concepts that will require more time and that you will have to focus on them more. For example, if you go for the conjugation, you will already have to learn a lot of new vocabulary there. And so there is no need to also learn maybe words that are not connected to those verbs, because you will already have a lot to learn. I think that you get what I mean. But obviously, if you, for example, learning the conjugation and you're just doing that, you are not doing the pillar number 1, you can still look for some new words and you can still create sentences. It's up to you. But I do have them both separate here, because with learning the conjugation, or for example, with learning the past tense, you focus mostly on those forms. Whereas in pillar number 1, you do look for new things, you learn new grammar, but you do that only by creating sentences. Whereas, for example, in the conjugation, you can do other things that we will talk about later. Pillar number 1 is creating sentences. You create sentences, you speak, you talk to yourself, and you look for new words. So at start on the, for example, first, second, third day, you can really express yourself. So you create simple sentences that you would like to create. And out of curiosity, let's say, you look for new words that you could add to these sentences. You try to create different sentences. Maybe you try to do like small monologues, and you just look for the words that you lack, okay? But the most important thing is that you write the vocabulary down in your notebook, that you spend enough time with that you don't jump from one word to another, and that you also practice the grammar by looking for new grammar and also by putting the new learned grammar into sentences in which you also practice the vocabulary. Once again, you look for things that you will need to create sentences in terms of grammar, you look for a new vocabulary, and you practice that when creating sentences. to really make it stay in your short-term memory, so that you don't confuse it. Remember, those 3 minutes are very important for every single word. Okay, and pillar number 1 will also have a revision in it. Might be surprising for you because you might be thinking that it's only about learning new words. Not exactly. To some extent, yes, but the revision is also going to be important there to actually keep the vocabulary stay in the short-term memory. So when we think about doing revisions in the first pillar, you do the revision of the 2 previous pages once you finish a page. And we are counting that finished page to that. So I will actually give you a simple example. Let's say there is a word that you want to learn and you are in the pillar number 1. You take it, you repeat it like 3, 4, 5 times. You create sentences with it, you speak out loud, you do all those things. That is what I mean by paying attention to that word. That is what I mean by spending time with it. And then, after that, you write that word down, for example, and you go for other words. Then once you finish that page, once you have like 10, 15 words on that page, you are doing the first revision. And so that word that I mentioned is gonna get a first big revision here, after a break, after you were both separate. And then once you finish the next page, it's gonna get the second revision. Now, I will talk about the pillar number 2, which will actually help us transfer the vocabulary from the short-term memory to the mid-term memory. Okay? So that it really becomes active and so that it stays in our head for a longer time. Pillar number 2 is going to be based mostly on revisions. What you will do is you will take your notebook, the notebook that you write the words in, and then you will go over every single word that you have there, and you will try to create a sentence of it. Okay? 1, 2 sentences with every single word that you have there. That is your main revision of the day. You go over every word that you have in your notebook. By doing that, you revise the vocabulary that you have learned in the pillar number 1, but you also revise the grammar by creating different sentences. And more than that, you also practice creating sentences. And so at start, it will be very simple to actually make like 3, 4 full notebook revisions, because you will not have a lot of words written in your notebook after like 1 or 2 days of studying. But later on, it will take a lot of time, because you will have a lot of words there already. At the end, you should have something like 300-400 words. So you can imagine that creating sentences like that will take time. It gives us the spaced repetition. And you have to stay focused here. You can do mistakes. By the way, you should also check if you are correct, especially at start. You need to verify if your sentences are correct. For seeing if you are correct, you can do 3 things. You can either use context reversal, that is a translator that actually shows you the translations in context. So you can use that, you can write your sentences there. And if you will find sentences like that, it means that they exist and so that they are correct. The second thing that you can do is you can have a language partner who will help you correct the sentences that you make, who will tell you where you do mistakes. And the third thing is that you can actually get yourself a tutor that will do that for you. What I did, I basically used context reversal and I asked people on the Discord channel if these sentences are correct or not. Then I will just write that down and try to actually fix those mistakes on the way later on. And so you should try to actually correct your mistakes in both pillar number 1 and the pillar number 2, but just make sure that you don't get too crazy about that. You should be like 80% correct. You don't have to be perfect, because if you just try to create only perfect sentences, then you will lose your motivation and you will spend too much time on that. But at least try not to make simple mistakes, respect the word order, do questions in a proper order. These are the things that are easy to spot and you should pay attention to that. But let's focus back on the pillar number 2. So the pillar number 2, you do these revisions that I mentioned, and these revisions here are based on the spaced repetition. So contrary to the pillar number 1, where you actually repeat words many times at start to actually make them stick to your head in the beginning, here you don't do that. You only create 1 or 2 sentences with a word. The first few days maybe you will actually manage to do more than 2 sentences because you will manage to go more than once over your notebook, since you won't have that many words. And after that you're done, and you are done for the day. Why? It's because to really memorize the vocabulary and to really transfer it to the mid-term memory and to the long-term memory, you have to forget words. Yes, you hear me well. You have to forget words. With words, it's a little bit like with relationships. It's great when you spend time together, when you actually do things together, you feel great. And that is what you do in the pillar number 1. You're both getting to know each other, you and the vocabulary, and you're spending the time at start to actually develop some connection. This little link. But the real feeling and the real love develops itself when you're both separate, when you're actually missing each other. And so that is how it works here as well. Spending some time without these words, forgetting them a little bit, and then reminding them in that full notebook revision once a day is what makes you transfer the vocabulary into the midterm memory and to the long-term memory. You have to do it 2, 3, 4 times, and then these words will transfer themselves. And at start you will do, for example, 2 or 3 revisions like that because you won't have so many words, but later on you will only be able to do 1. Or maybe you won't even be able to actually finish that, and you will have to finish it next day. So that is the pillar number 2. Going over every word that you have written in your notebook and doing the revision. Doing the most important revision. And doing that every day. Putting most of the time for that. Repeating every word that you have learned before. Every single word that you have in your notebook. And there is one last thing that you have to remember here. Even though we are not focused on looking for new vocabulary here, you still should look for those keywords that you need to create sentences with. When you're doing this revision, when you're doing this full notebook revision and you're creating sentences, then we don't really have a problem. We can just do everything in a regular fashion. But with those more difficult languages that either have a very difficult alphabet or just have a very strange pronunciation, you have different choices. You can either, if you choose a language with a difficult pronunciation, you can actually first put like 10 days to actually learn the pronunciation, the articulation, every rules. Just basically learn how to read in that language and how to articulate different sounds. That is one thing that you can do. That's going to be the smart way. And the second thing that you can do is you can actually try to do all at once in those 10 days if you really want to do it in 10 days. And that is going to be worse because you will be confused. That is not what I would actually suggest you to do. But again, if you, for example, had time, if you had like 12 hours a day, then you could do both, learning the language, maybe learning the pronunciation at the same time. Maybe I would imagine it like that. You would first spend the first day learning the pronunciation, and then maybe the second day, the third day, you would try to do both, learning the pronunciation, learning the language, doing both things at the same time. And maybe like studying 12 hours a day, you would have good results at the end. But that would be just very difficult to do. You would really have to strain your brain. You would need a lot of motivation for that. The better thing that you can do is to actually first learn the pronunciation, do it without rush, learn how to articulate everything properly, and then do the challenge. However, if you don't want to go for that, you can also do it at the same time. It will work, but it will require a lot of effort, and it's gonna be just pain in the arc, and you might end up actually mispronouncing words a lot. So that also depends on the language that you are going to choose. If we think about languages like Spanish that are rather simple, Italian, these languages, it's gonna be perfectly fine if you do it all at the same time in those 10 days. With languages like German, you don't really have to wonder about that because it's that simple. But for example, with French, yes, you can do it in 10 days, and I actually saw a video on YouTube with a guy who did that in 10 days, but his pronunciation was just so bad. I don't know if you want these kind of results. It's gonna be possible. People will be able to understand what you're saying, but I would really actually reconsider that because languages like French are very subtle, 10 days. So you can give yourself some time extra before starting the challenge, or you can just write things phonetically, but you still have to practice the articulation for like 1 day or 2 with languages like French. You don't have too many languages like that, so I don't think that the choice will always be that difficult. Okay, I hope that you get this. I hope that you understand this choice and what are the pros and cons to that, obviously. And now we are going to talk about the things that you can actually expect from learning phonetics, okay? With languages like Spanish, like German, you don't really have to go for the phonetic writing. You don't have to cheat because these languages are easy. It's worth to actually learn it properly because you can read books, you can use a lot of tools, and so on and so forth. You already know that we tend to have certain sounds in languages that actually repeat themselves from one language to another, and they just have a different letter. And learning those letters and finding out what they actually correspond to is what I would call personally learning the pronunciation, okay? And the example of that is what we have here in Spanish. So the sound that you see here, the sound this is actually the phoneme this is a common sound. You have that in many languages. In Polish, for example, you would write that with the letter H, but in Spanish, they don't actually do that. They write it with the letter J, okay? And this little thing here it's phonetic transcription when you think about the phonetic alphabet, if you were wondering. So that is a perfectly normal, usual phoneme that you meet in languages. It's just that in Spanish. So if you actually are in a situation in Spanish that you actually have the letter C followed by the letter E, then you pronounce the letter C like S. It's a phoneme S, as in cenar and as in cicerón. Okay? However, if the letter C is followed by the letter A, then it's pronounced as K. It's the phoneme K, as in KR and kada. So this is gonna be a little bit more difficult because you will have to memorize that depending on those letters that actually follow this letter, you will have to change the pronunciation. That is the kind of rule that you have to learn when learning Spanish. We're learning the phonetics in Spanish. When it comes to articulation, for example, so when it comes to actually recreating sounds properly, sounds that are difficult, that you don't really have in many languages, a letter that would actually show us that is the letter R. So the letter R is gonna be pronounced as R or as R, depending on the place that this letter has. So for example, when it's at the start of the word, it's gonna be pronounced like R. So that is the difference in articulation, and you will have to get used to that whenever you see the letter at the start, you have to actually do the R instead of R. R instead of R. And so in that case, you will not only have to memorize the fact that the R, when it's at start, is gonna sound a little bit differently, but you will also have to get used to the articulation. So in Spanish, we don't really have a lot of that, but that's actually when French is gonna be handy to explain that, because in French you will just have to learn both the pronunciation and articulation. You will really have to get used to different tongue placements. You will have to get used to different shapes of mouth that you will have to do in order to create proper sounds. And I will actually explain why French is going to be troublesome to learn in 10 days. So you can see that we have many different examples here. And whenever you see these two letters together, by the way, if they are followed by a consonant, then they are gonna be pronounced as on, as in danser, manger. Okay? So when you're studying French, when you're learning French, you have to remember that whenever you see that and when it's followed by the consonant, then it's gonna be the phoneme on. However, when you see these two letters, the letter A and the letter N together in French, they will give you a very similar sound. They will give you a sound un, matin, latin. Okay? So I don't know if you can hear the difference. On, un. On, un. I know that it sounds quite funny. I wonder what my neighbors think. So it's gonna sound like matin, danse, latin, mange. Okay? This is the subtle difference, and you have to be able to tell the difference. What makes it more difficult is that you also have the third sound here, and it's actually gonna be created by the letters O and N. And again, if they are followed by the consonant, as it is in the two cases before, then they're gonna create the sound on. And that is also tricky, because there is not much of a difference in between danser and on. This is a little bit closed, and this is more open, I would say, when it comes to mouth. On, mon, danser, manger. Okay? So maybe if you actually mistake these two sounds, the sound on and the sound on, it's not gonna be a big deal. But if you mistake these two sounds, well, then it's gonna become kind of rusty, I would say. And so the thing that you would have to do here, if you were studying French, is you would have to actually learn how to create these sounds with your mouth, okay? That might be not the hardest thing. I think that these sounds are quite simple to create. Although if you don't have nasal vowels in your language, then it's gonna be maybe more difficult. In Polish we have that, so maybe it was easier for me because of that. But I just think that these sounds are actually quite simple, and it's easy to spot them. You just have to learn which actually letters represent them. It's gonna be more difficult when it comes to the letter E in French. And so we have three letters E here, as you can see, that represent three different phonemes. That is where it gets tricky, okay? And so the letter E, when you see the letter E in French, it can either be pronounced as E, as in danser, manger, E. It can be also pronounced as E, as in je, petit, je, peux-tu, e. So we have e and we have e, and we also have the third option when it's gonna be pronounced as e, as in belle, belle. Je pelle. Okay? So we have e, e. And you have to be able to distinguish that and know why this letter is gonna be different from that letter. Well, if these letters were alone, then obviously we wouldn't have that problem. But there is no such a word in French. Obviously, they have to be with some other letters. And so that is, for example, the sound of the letter that you have at the end if it's with the letter R, okay? That is very, very common in French, that if you have, for example, verbs and they are ended by these two letters, E and the letter R, that is not a bad thing. That is just their choice. They want to communicate, then don't want it to be perfect. To be perfect, you need more time. Because of that, you have to choose. It's just that you can see the example of how it's gonna look like. If you actually want to save time here with French. But let's go to German. I think enough of French. Just bear in mind that you have so much more to learn if you want to actually learn the pronunciation in French. In German, it's gonna be very simple. It's gonna be very simple. It's not gonna be a problem. You only have like few phonemes that may actually give you hard time, but it's nothing overwhelming. One sound that might be actually difficult for people to articulate is the sound U. That is actually what you also have in French. It's just that in French it's actually represented by a different letter. It's actually represented by the letter, how do you say that in English? I think it's yeah, it's actually in French it's represented by the letter U, but in German it's represented by the umlaut, okay? So whenever you see that in German, you know that it's pronounced U, as in für. And that also, this colon tells you that you need to stress that. It's not für, it's für, okay? The other thing to learn in German, for example, would be this, that whenever you see these two letters, whenever you see the letter A and the letter E, they are gonna be just pronounced with the phoneme E, as in viel. So we don't have anything like fiel, just viel. But it's gonna be simple. This is gonna be simple. So with languages like German, you will need like 2 hours to learn that. I think maybe if you are English, then 3, 4, 5 hours. It's gonna depend on your experience with other languages. With languages like Spanish, you will probably need maybe a day if you want to actually learn properly. It's also gonna depend on your experience. Maybe you can do it in like few hours, and then maybe repeat that over like 2 next days a little bit to actually make it stick to your memory. In French, it would take like 5-10 days, I would say. It's really difficult for me to tell. It's gonna depend on your experience a lot here, but I think that like 20 hours would be enough for that. For me, it took me like a month to actually learn that quite properly, but I didn't study it day by day. But it's definitely gonna take like few days. I would say like 4 days if you study like 5 hours a day. That might be not enough. Or for example, if you study like hour a day, but if you did that for like 2 weeks, and if you actually gave yourself some time to get used to that, then maybe it would work. So it's really difficult to tell. French is not gonna require like hours themselves, but you will have to follow the space repetition rule here and actually expand that in time to get used to that, because the muscle memory is gonna be important here. You can't really learn it that quickly. It will be very hard to actually learn it like 2-3 days. You should be able to do that, but you will do mistakes. It will be very, 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 very overwhelming for your brain. You will easily get confused and so on. So bear in mind that to do it properly, you have to invest time, and it would be the best if you expand it in time, if you actually study like an hour a day, and if you just let your brain get used to that, if you just develop the muscle memory a little bit here. It's the best thing here because you have many, many rules. It's not like with Spanish that you only have to memorize like few things. You have really a lot of things to memorize here. Okay. And by the way, at the end of this section here, I will also tell you that if you want to see how it can sound if you actually totally neglect the phonetics, if you totally ignore that part, then you can Google Corwin Mikke and Piers Morgan. Okay, so it was a quite famous interview, I would say, or maybe infamous interview. And Corwin Mikke is a Polish politician, sadly, and he speaks many languages. He's not really that bad at them, but he just has a very bad pronunciation. So you can check that and you will see what happens if you like ignore the phonetics. And maybe it will be also funny for you or interesting. For me, it was interesting from the linguistic perspective, actually. Okay. Okay, so up to this point, we know what to actually learn. What do we actually mean by learning phonetics? What do we mean by learning pronunciation and articulation? Now, let's talk about how to learn, okay? How to memorize phonetics. And I will give you the example of French here, because it has a lot of examples, so it's gonna be easy. But you can do the same with Spanish, with German. It is the best thing that you can do to learn phonetics, okay? I have tried many other things, I would say. I have tried many other ways, and this is the best thing that is possible. I would say it's a very old-fashioned way of doing that, but chances are, if you have never been at the university, if you have never studied languages at the university, you might not know that. It's actually what you do at universities, and this time I'm not criticizing that. I'm telling that it's a very good thing to do. Maybe it will take a little bit more time, but it will really help you learn everything precisely, properly, thoroughly. And so later on, it will not be confusing for you. And so these photos here, they show how I myself learned the phonetics in French. And so as you can see, I would write different words. And for example, here you can see that the letter that was the most problematic for me was the letter E. So the phoneme E in French. And I wanted to actually practice that. So what I would do is I would just look for different words with the letter E in them. I would write them down, and then I would think about the phoneme that they have. So you can see that it is also connected to the query-based learning here. I was quizzing myself. So I would think about the phoneme that they have, and then I would also write the explanation. So for example, here we have the phoneme A because the letter E is in a closed syllable. Here we have, for example, the word souci. And so I wrote the phonetic symbol, and I would recommend that you learn those phonetic symbols because with them you can also check your pronunciation using different phonetic translators. And that is going to be important when learning phonetics. So don't cheat it with your own language here. Learn those few symbols. It's not going to be difficult. For example, in Spanish, we only have like few of them. And so here I wrote that it's a phoneme E because it's a closed syllable. Because it is in a closed syllable. Souci. Okay. Here we have the sound E in the word père because we have the accent on the top of the letter. And so this is one of the things that you can do. You look for these different words. Obviously before that you have to read about rules, but that is how you actually practice that, and that is how you actually put it into your memory. That is how you memorize that. To actually help you memorize those symbols, what you can do is you can actually mix those exercises and do something like here. So this is actually what I did. I also prepared words here, and what I would do is I would also first write the symbol, but then also how to pronounce that in Polish to see if I remember the symbol correctly. So if you actually learn languages like French, you have more than like few symbols to learn, and so therefore you can also do that. Quiz yourself in terms of those symbols if you actually know them properly. And at the end, once you're actually comfortable with the sounds, once you're comfortable with symbols, once you're comfortable with rules, then to practice all of that, it's very good to actually write phonetic transcriptions. So just take different texts and you just transcribe them. And it's a very, very good exercise. After doing it for like 2 or 3 hours, it's gonna really start to become clear, okay? So that is how you actually learn phonetics. In French, it might seem overwhelming, but in languages like Spanish, in languages like Italian, it's gonna be simple. And at the end, I also want to show you a different tool. This is gonna be for the languages that are less popular, okay, that you don't find a lot of resources about on the internet. Because for the previous part, for languages that are popular, you have a lot of videos on the internet and people will just explain how to articulate things. People will tell you what the symbols are. You will just have a lot of things to learn from. But there are also gonna be languages that are less popular with no content on the internet whatsoever. If you are that kind of person, if you want to learn those rare languages, then you also have a thing to use. Obviously it's gonna be time consuming, but it's there and it's worth to know that. So it's actually connected to the symbols that we have talked before. So the symbols that we've talked before, they actually come from the transcription, the phonetic transcription alphabet, okay? And it's actually an alphabet that is universal for every language. So it takes all the sounds that you have in languages, maybe with exception of some very rare languages, but usually it takes all the sounds that are there and it puts them here and it gives them different letters that are universal, okay? So no matter if you are Spanish, no matter if you're English, no matter if you're French, no matter if you're Russian, these sounds, they all have the same symbol for you if you look at them from the perspective of this alphabet, okay? And so using that, you can actually decipher different sounds. For example, you choose a very strange language, African language, with no videos on YouTube again, and you only have those symbols on the internet. So they give you the phonetic transcription of that. That is actually gonna be way more often seen. And so what you can do is you can take those sounds, you can take those phonemes, and you can actually find them here and see how to actually articulate them. And so this is the place of articulation here. And this is the manner of articulation, the way of articulating that. Maybe let's take something easy here, just to give you an example. If you take a look at the sound, maybe the sound D, okay? It's a very common letter, so you shouldn't have problems with that. But the sound D is alveolar, okay? And so alveolar means that it is placed somewhere in your mouth. And where is it placed? Where you can see that if you actually take a look at this little photo here. So alveolar is actually numbered 4, and you can see that this letter 4 is placed here. So it tells us that the pressure is gonna be focused on that place. The sound is gonna be created somewhere here, okay? And when you actually try to create this sound, D, this is actually where you put your tongue on. And so,
we know that it's going to be alveolar, but we also know that it's going to be a stop. And stops are these kind of letters that are just pronounced in this very funny way, that you actually gather the air in your mouth and then you blast that air, okay? D, okay? You can hear that little blast of air. You gather the air in your mouth, you close the air with your tongue, and then you release that, and the air puffs. These are stops. T, D, P, B. Okay, if you actually try that, you will see how the stops work. You can also have different things. For example, the fricatives. So these are gonna be working in a different manner. S, z. So here you actually let the air flow through the tiny hole, I would say. It's hard to explain that in English for me. So sorry for my childish explanations. Nasals, for example, are created to some extent with the nose. And if you actually pronounce the phoneme m, n, n, you can see that action that your nose is taking here. N, n, n. Okay? And we have different things here. You can read about them. We have, for example, the trills with the letter R. Little things that you can find. You will also have the same for vowels. Okay? And you will also have the same for different strange things like for example, clicks that I've mentioned before in African languages. And for many other things that can happen in terms of phonetics. So this is not like the whole phonetic alphabet. This is just something that I wanted to show you here, and this is how it works. Okay. So obviously, if you want to learn languages that are gonna require that, then you will have to put some time and learn mostly how the manner of articulation works, the way of articulation. But you will also have to know how to locate that. It might seem simple, but it's maybe not that simple. For example, bilabel, this is gonna be simple because, well, it's gonna be in between your lips. But for example, if you go for red, but this is like the starting point for us, okay? So when we are doing our challenge, we are creating sentences, we are talking to ourselves, and that's how we are building the language. And so when we actually start, we start with personal pronouns, okay? So it is very simple. To actually create simple sentences, we need pronouns. Without them, we won't be able to create these sentences. So this is like the starting point for us. Once we know that, then we can go and learn the conjugation. So this is the very first thing that we do. We learn pronouns and we learn the conjugation. As you can see on this schedule here, I did that all on the first day. Okay, so conjugation, pronouns, this is the starting point. The next thing that you do at start is you actually read about the word order. Okay, so again, how you create sentences, how you actually ask questions, where is the verb gonna be, and all those things. You have to actually learn that at start to create proper sentences, okay? Without that, you will just create sentences that are completely incorrect, that are not in the language that you're learning. And so once you actually do those three things, once you learn personal pronouns, once you learn the conjugation, once you actually learn the word order, then you are ready to create sentences, okay? And so with sentences, you will also do many different things, and we'll talk about that in details when the time comes. But just to give you a basic view on that, this creating sentences, as you know, is gonna be with us until the end, and we are just going to add different things gradually to that. Like, for example, possessive adjectives, like object pronouns, like reflexive verbs. We will add articles, we will add different nouns, we will add different words. So these things, they are all, I would say, in the range of creating sentences, right? So first we start with conjugation, with pronouns, we read about the word order, and then we just create sentences and we expand on the grammar, or we learn past tense, future tense. We learn all those things that we need to create
more complex sentences. That is what we do here, okay? And now I will talk about different things thoroughly. First of all, we are going to talk about the conjugation in this lecture. Then we are going to talk about the word order. I think that this is going to be especially interesting for people. And then we'll talk about creating sentences, the elements that you will need, how it's gonna work, and that is pretty much how it's all gonna look like, okay? So let's start with the conjugation. As you can see, for the second time on my schedule, this is what I did separately. I didn't actually mix it up with the pillar number 1 because I think that conjugation is very important and it's actually a lot to learn. You have a lot of verbs and they're gonna be regular, and it will just take more time because of the fact that it's very important, that it's actually what you use the most. You have to do it separately, and so you can invest the first day, maybe like the first 2 days, to actually learn the conjugation in the present tense. Obviously you don't have to conjugate the most difficult verbs, but the verbs that are gonna be important, like, I don't know, 50 verbs, 60 verbs, 70 verbs that you are going to use, you have to actually know how to conjugate them. And obviously you don't do it in the way that you actually learn them all by heart. You have to find some life hacks here, I would say, and I will talk about these things that you can actually use, that you can actually use to make it a little bit easier for you. These are maybe not some like special techniques, but just the things that will help you understand the conjugation better overall and help you actually memorize that easier, because there are some patterns in that, okay? So if you take a look here, you can see that we have both French and Spanish here, and these are actually languages that show the conjugation very well. Obviously you have languages without the conjugation, like English, like Swedish, like Norwegian. With these kind of languages, you don't have to worry about that. You just have to learn verbs by heart, and you have to do that because you actually use verbs a lot. You actually use verbs more than you use nouns. So even with languages like Norwegian, like Swedish, you have to learn verbs, but you don't have to conjugate them. So that's gonna be a safe time for you. And this is actually one of the reasons why English is so popular, because of the fact that it has no conjugation. So it's easy to learn that. You don't have to put time into the conjugation. It's actually easier to speak the language properly. It's easier to adapt to English. But mostly languages, they tend to have conjugation. I'm not sure right now if, for example, the Old English had that. So that is also an interesting thing to read about. I will maybe do that, but that's for later. For now, we focus on modern languages, and in modern languages, in English, we don't have the conjugation, but in Spanish, in French, in Chinese, in German, we do, and we have to learn that. So conjugation in the present tense is gonna be important, but I think that conjugating in the past tense is gonna be more important for you. But nevertheless, you have to know them both very well to actually be able to use the language properly, okay? And so if you take a look here, this is the example that shows you how the conjugation is constructed to some extent, how you can actually learn the conjugation. This is a verb beber in Spanish. It means to drink, okay? And as you can see, we have different pronouns here. We have I, you, he, she, we have we have you, we have they, and these different pronouns, they obviously have different forms of the verb. That's how the conjugation works. So in English, for example, you have that with the verb to be. I am, you are, he is, she is. That is the conjugation. That is the only conjugation you have in English. Whereas in Spanish, every verb is gonna have a different form that is gonna be connected to a given pronoun, okay? And so what you do with conjugation is you basically just take a look at the infinitive of the verb. So the infinitive is what we have here, and we cut the ending, okay? We cut the ending. The ending in this case is the letter E and the letter R, okay? And we just add different endings that are corresponding to pronouns.
So for the first person singular, it's gonna be the letter O, bebo. For the second person singular, it's gonna be bebes. For the third person singular, it's gonna be the letter E, so the phoneme bebe. In Spanish, you just obviously pronounce that as not as E, like we do in English. For nosotros, so for the first person plural, for we, it's gonna be the ending emos, bebemos. For vosotros, it's gonna be bebéis, eis, and for ellos, so the third person plural, it's gonna be the ending n, beben, okay? So these endings, they are always regular, okay? They are always regular. I don't think that there are any languages that work differently here. If there are, then let me know. But usually the endings are always gonna be the same. The only thing that will change is the base, okay? So this example that we have here is very simple because the verb beber is regular. But you will also have to learn irregular verbs. And sadly, verbs that are important, that you use a lot, tend to be irregular. There are many reasons behind that, but one of the reasons that actually speaks to me the most is that with the verbs that you use a lot, you really want to understand them well. You don't really want to misunderstand them when hearing somebody. And so for that, maybe people just wanted to differentiate different forms better to make it easy for people to catch what they mean and to just prevent misunderstandings. So that is maybe one of the things that may be actually the reason for that. And so and so you will have to learn those irregular verbs because they're going to be very important. And what you can do and what's going to be the best is you first learn regular verbs, okay? So you learn the endings that they have, you learn how it all works, and then you practice that. You practice with regular verbs. You get used to all of that. Once you're actually used to that, then you start learning irregular verbs. So you can, for example, do a list of regular verbs. And then once you understand that, once you know how it all works, once you're used to these endings, then you go for the irregular verbs, okay? But a very good thing that you can do is you can actually look for some videos on YouTube about the conjugation of irregular verbs. Why is that? It's because people will give you tricks to learn irregular verbs quickly, okay? So yes, you have irregular verbs, but these irregular verbs, they have some regularities in between them. They have some patterns. Okay? Learn those patterns, those 3, 4, 5 irregular patterns that you have in the conjugation of those irregular verbs. And then with that, it's going to be way more simple to really use those verbs. So that is the first thing you do. You try to look for some videos that explain the conjugation in the language that you're learning. You can maybe read about it on the internet, but you look for these patterns, okay? So maybe a small example of that, we have the verb tener, okay? It's a very, very important verb. It means to have in Spanish, and obviously it's irregular. And we have different irregularities here happening, okay? The first irregularity that we actually have here is the letter G in the first person singular, okay? So again, how do you actually conjugate verbs in Spanish? You take the base, you cut the ending, so we have ten left, and then we should add the letter O, just like we did with the verb beber. However, this verb is irregular, and its first irregularity is that you have to add the letter G before the letter O in the first person singular. Okay, so that is the first pattern, and you will have many verbs that will work the same. Okay, so we'll just have to learn which verbs have that. So this is how it works. Then we also have the second irregularity here in the second person singular. So as you can see, to conjugate that verb, you actually modify the base. Okay, so you go from the base 10 to the base 10, okay? And that is what's gonna happen a lot in Spanish. So we don't say tú tienes, but we say tú tienes, okay? And that's also what's gonna happen here, él tiene. And that's also what's gonna happen here at the end, ellos tienen. However, there's also a third thing that you can use to help yourself learn the conjugation. It could also be called a pattern or a regularity, some sort of that. Because every time you go for the nosotros and vosotros in Spanish, so we and you, every time you go for that, you will always have regular forms in the present tense, okay? So you can see that here we have the verb beber, bebemos, tener, tenemos. Vosotros bebéis, vosotros tenéis, okay? We don't change anything. We don't add the letter G. We don't change the base. It's gonna be perfectly regular here, okay? So you have 3 different things that you can memorize here that will just make your life with conjugation easier. There will be also maybe people that will explain how to create imperative mood from that, and maybe different forms, maybe the past tense, maybe future tense. You will be able to use different forms here to create different things as well. For example, for the past tense, you will use the infinitive. For the imperative, you will use, I think, the first person, but I'm not sure about that. After time, I actually do it automatically. But there are definitely a lot of things that you can support yourself with here, okay? And you have to look for them. You can't learn that all by heart, okay? At start, you have to help yourself, and then with time, you will actually learn it all by heart. You will get used to that. But also, even if you know those patterns, even if you know the regularities, even if you know all those tricks, how you should actually memorize the conjugation properly? Well, you should also apply the query-based learning. You should quiz yourself. So the way I would actually quiz myself is very simple. I would just go for different verbs and try to actually conjugate them from the memory without looking at their conjugation, without using books. So let's say we have the verb tener. What I would do is I would first read it like once, twice, 3 times. I would try to actually memorize the melody, I would say. And then after like 2-3 minutes, I would quiz myself. I would see if I can remember that. I would actually try to conjugate that without using the book. And that is what I actually did with German as well. You can see that here.
Ich antworte, du antwortest, sie antwortet, wir antworten, ihr antwortet, sie antworten. Ich
will use to actually seem more fluent and also to make the conjugation easier for us, okay? But from the start, as you know, we are trying to learn 300-400 words in 10 days. It's a very difficult goal to achieve, and to be honest, quite frankly, I think that you actually might fail with that. I think that if the language that you are going to learn is going to be a little bit more difficult, then maybe you will be able to learn 20 words actively. You know, that number is actually coming from the amount of words I had in my notebook, but it's not like I knew them all perfectly. I was able to understand them. I knew most of them actively, but there were also words that I didn't manage to memorize at the end. You don't have to know every single word. Obviously, you have to know as much as you can. Your results, therefore, will also vary a little bit, and that's a normal thing, okay? But still, even if you manage to learn like 300-400 words in those 10 days actively, if you really study a lot, if you really study many hours and you manage to do that, then it's still not gonna be enough if you choose actually words that are not gonna be useful, okay? it's very important that you actually learn words that are gonna be frequently used and that are gonna be universal, okay? So if you actually go for words like this, it turns out that you don't really have to know a lot of vocabulary. So I decided to call these kind of words universal words and maybe supplementary words. It doesn't really matter, you get the idea. So these are the words that you can use in different contexts, okay? No matter what topic, you can always apply them. It's not like with nouns. For example, with nouns, yes, maybe the word dog is gonna be used quite frequently, but it's usually gonna be used in like 2-3 scenarios, and then you're not gonna use that word, okay? However, with words like, for example, more, less, better, difficult, these are the words that you will use no matter what the topic of the conversation is, okay? And so knowing 20 words of this kind is going to give you so much more than knowing, for example, 20 nouns. So you really should look for all the supplementary words that are in your range. Maybe you don't really have to go for like the super difficult ones, but all the words like more, less, better, difficult, worse, simple, a lot of, every, add one, never, only. So these kind of words, you have to learn them every time you're learning a new language, okay? It's actually a very funny thing. Once you learn how to conjugate in present tense, once you learn how to actually do the past tense and the future tense, once you learn like 20 verbs and like 30 or 40 nouns, and you learn those, that is where you actually realize that you can speak and create sentences, and you can really actually talk with other people. So you don't really need a lot. You need the past tense, you need the future tense, you need to know some nouns, obviously, and you need to know some verbs and these. And whenever I actually learn those, I see very big improvements in my communication, okay? So supplementary words are gonna be crucial for us. And obviously you should look for them yourself. Don't just go for these, go also for other things. Also look for the things that you tend to use a lot. Yada, yada, yada. Let's go to the next thing because that is simple. Modal verbs. Something that you might have never heard of before. For example, me, I have realized that myself. I have never read about that. Maybe it's not that much of a secret knowledge, but I don't actually hear people really using modal verbs that much, so I don't know. But let's put you in the picture, let's actually explain that. So what are modal verbs? These are basically verbs that don't have a particular meaning themselves, but they actually are used in conjunction with other verbs to express different meanings, I would say. So for example, the verb can doesn't have much of a meaning itself, but if you actually add a verb swim to that, then it's gonna work perfectly well. I can swim. I can't swim, okay? The next verb that we have here is the verb must. So you really can't use it without having a second verb. For example, I must book. Okay, it has no sense. It has to be always with a second verb. I must read a book, for example. I need to read a book. I should read a book. I used to read books. Okay, so these are modal verbs in English, and you have to find modal verbs in the language that you're learning. This is just to show you the example. Why modal verbs are so important? Well, there are like 2 or 3 reasons for that, I would say. First of all, you actually seem more fluent when using them, okay? Because it's just another word that you add to the sentence. You just seem more fluent with them, okay? So it sounds good. You also have more time to rethink what you want to say when you are saying them. It's a subtle thing, but it also matters. The second thing why modal verbs are amazing is that it's actually very hard to conjugate every single verb properly when speaking, okay? Even though I gave you the techniques to learn that and you will be able to conjugate more of the things properly on paper. When speaking, it's always gonna be harder because you won't have time to actually analyze that. You won't have time to think about that. And that's where modal verbs actually save us, okay? Because yes, it's gonna be difficult to learn the conjugation of like 80 verbs. But what if you don't actually have to conjugate them after all? Because if you actually use modal verbs, then the verbs that go in pair with them, the verbs that are after modal verbs, they are always in the infinitive form. And so they don't need to be conjugated in that situation. So if you use modal verbs in a sentence, then you only conjugate modal verbs. Okay? So right now you might be wondering, what is this guy talking about? If I have to conjugate modal verbs, then nothing changes. That is not true, because you don't have 80 modal verbs. You have like few of them. 5, 6, 7, 8, depends on the language. So it's very simple to learn those 8 modal verbs by heart, actually learn it perfectly, and then to actually use it over and over and over again. Using that all the time will trigger the muscle memory very quickly, and those verbs will just come up very naturally. Okay? And so not only it sounds better, it sounds more profound, but it also helps you with the conjugation. And now let's see some examples, okay? So we have the sentence buy bread. That is the second person plural here, by the way. Buy bread. In English, you can't really tell. And so in Spanish, if you want to say that, you actually have to do the imperative. And that is not that simple because you need to know how to conjugate that in the imperative. You need to know what forms you will have. You need to know what endings you will need to use. And so that is going to require two things. First, that you will know how it works, that you will know how the imperative works. And the second, it's going to require you to think about that when speaking, okay? So obviously after like 2 years of using Spanish, you will get used to that. You won't have to think about that. You won't have to analyze that. You won't have to put energy to that. But before you actually get really fluent in the language, before you get advanced, these things are gonna just drain the energy from your brain. You will have to think about that. It will take time. You won't be able to create sentences quickly, and you will just be fighting with yourself here, okay? However, what you can do is you can actually stay in the present tense here, okay? So what you can do is you can just go for the verb poder, okay? So poder is like the English can, I would say. So use the modal verb poder, you conjugate that, okay? You can see the conjugation here. Podeis, that is here. Podeis. The main verb, to buy, so comprar, goes after the verb poder. You can see that it is in the infinitive form. The ending R, it's not conjugated. And then you go with the noun and you have the sentence. Podeis comprar pan. You can buy bread. So in English, you don't have to conjugate anything, so it's not a problem. But in Spanish, when speaking, you will have to conjugate the verb comprar. And it's actually not the hardest verb, but using the modal verb poder, which you are used to, since you repeat that a lot, since it's a modal verb, it's gonna save you a lot of energy here and will save you time. Okay? So this is the first example. The second example. Will you study Russian? Estudiarás ruso? So here we have the future tense. And by the way, in English, you always have to use pronouns. You always have to actually use pronouns, but in Spanish, not really. Okay, so that is also a common thing to Romance languages, with an exception to French, that you actually skip pronouns, if you were wondering, okay? That is why you don't have that here, and that is why actually I made it like this, and that is also why it is like this here. So, estudiarás ruso?
will you study Russian, you need to know how to conjugate the future tense. It's not that difficult in Spanish again, but if you don't know how to do that, then you can also use the modal verb. ¿Quieres estudiar ruso? Okay? ¿Quieres estudiar ruso? Do you want to study Russian? Can you really tell the difference between these two sentences? Will you study Russian? Do you want to study Russian? Well, there is definitely a small difference, but you will do worse mistakes before getting advanced. And so these are like subtle things, okay? You can actually accept these subtle things. It's not that much of a big deal. It's actually better to actually cheat that a little bit, to modify that a bit, than to actually make a different form that would be incorrect, or maybe to actually not say anything at all because you don't remember the form. So that is the example number 2. And again, the verb that you have here, to want, is querer in Spanish. It's a modal verb. You learn how to conjugate that, you get used to that, and you can actually use that a lot when speaking, okay? So if these 2 examples, they don't convince you, I have the 3rd example, okay? It's gonna be a little bit more difficult. Let's see. When we think about subjunctive in Spanish, it's really not that much of a big deal, but it's definitely scary for some people, okay? And there are different reasons for that. Sometimes people don't know when to use the subjunctive. Sometimes people, they can't really memorize the forms because it's a little bit irregular, I would say. Or you actually have like strange forms in subjunctive in Spanish and in French and in other languages. And so what you can do to actually make it a little bit easier for you is you can do the subjunctive with modal verbs to make the conjugation easier for you. We can see the sentence, so that he translates. So the verb to translate in Spanish is not the easiest verb that is there. And so you might not know actually how to conjugate that in subjunctive. It would be para que traduzca. Para que traduzca. So para que is gonna trigger the subjunctive here. You know that we have to use subjunctive after this. Para que traduzca. Traduzca is maybe not the first thing that will come to our head, and we might start to stutter, and we might not remember that. So what we can do is, instead of saying so that he translates, we can say so that he could translate. Use the modal verb, and instead of conjugating the verb that we don't use a lot, that we are not used to, we use the verb poder, which we know very well, and we conjugate that. Modal verbs are verbs that you will hear a lot as well. So you will get used to how they sound. You won't really have to read that. You won't really have to read about some of them, maybe even, because the sound para que pueda is just very, very, very common in Spanish, okay? Para que pueda. Para que pueda is just very, very frequently used, I would say. Something that you hear a lot. And so that is actually a way to make your life a little bit more simple with the conjugation. And it just helps you in those difficult moments when you just can't find the proper conjugation for a verb that you want to use, but you don't remember the conjugation of it. So I hope that you will apply that, because it's also gonna make you sound more fluent, and you will just feel better when using that. You will just feel like you're really speaking, like you're creating some complex sentences. Thank you for listening, and see you in the next lecture. Word order patterns, okay? So the word order that is composed of the subject, object, and then the verb is actually the most widely used, and that is actually quite surprising, because one could probably think that the English is the most popular one, when it might be really the most popular one and the most widely used, because you have a lot of Chinese speakers, English speakers, French speakers, Spanish speakers.
it's not gonna be the most popular word order in terms of languages, in terms of how many languages use that, okay? So the first place is for the languages that sound like this. She, him, loves. Okay? So that is the most frequent word order, and you have that in languages like Japanese, Korean, Latin, Sanskrit, Greek, Sanskrit, and ancient Greek, obviously. And so you can see that it was especially popular in older languages. Now languages actually evolved for distinguish feminine and masculine nouns. You only need to distinguish whether they are definite or indefinite. In Spanish and French, you do have masculine and feminine nouns, so that is gonna be quite difficult sometimes to distinguish. There are some rules, but there are also a lot of exceptions here, and it's just gonna take time for you to distinguish those. Languages like Norwegian, like Swedish, like German, you will have three articles, and that is masculine, neutral, and feminine, and that is gonna be even more difficult to actually tell whether you should use one or another. And even people that are actually learning German for a long time, they still do mistakes here. And what's even worse about German, for example, is that whenever you actually want to inflect a noun in German, it doesn't work like in other languages. It doesn't work like in Slavic languages where you inflect the endings. No, in German you inflect these articles. And so sometimes, if you don't know whether the article is gonna be masculine or feminine, or if you, for example, are incorrect, then you will also make an incorrect case inflection. That is gonna be just problematic, and also it will be more difficult for you to get used to articles by listening to them. Because in Spanish, in French, after like 2 years of studying these languages, I can tell you that you just get used to how it all sounds, and you don't really have to think about rules and so on. But in German, once you have the declension, sometimes things that are actually feminine can sound masculine. That is how it works. I won't go into details here because there is no point. I'm just telling you why it is so difficult in German, and what you would have eventually to focus on later on. At start, don't go that far. You won't be able to master that. And you will be perfectly comprehensible for people. People will be able to understand what you're saying if you actually do these mistakes here. As long as you don't have articles in your languages, you will do a lot of mistakes here. For example, from the perspective of Polish native speaker, I don't have articles in my language, and so for me it's even difficult to understand the difference in between definite and indefinite articles sometimes. And so for Polish native speakers, it is as often to actually mistake articles as it is, for example, for English native speakers to mistake the declension in Polish. That is how it works. These are just the things that you have to accept to some extent. You obviously have to work on them if you want to perfect the language, if you want to master the language, but you will do mistakes here no matter what, no matter how long you study. You will have to accept that. Just be aware of the fact that it's not that much of a big deal, because you will be understood. So that is basically how it all works. You create sentences like that, you actually talk to yourself, you can do many sentences at once, you can do questions, and you add those different elements. You add articles, you add nouns, you practice them, you practice the conjugation, first in the present tense, then in the past tense, in the future tense. You can practice, for example, conditionals, subjunctive if you want, but that is probably gonna be for the later time. And another thing that is gonna be very important to add to your sentences are gonna be prepositions. And let's take a look here at our example. So prepositions are gonna be very, very important, and without them we won't really be able to create sentences. However, if we do mistakes here and there, it's not gonna be the end of the world. People will be able to understand us to some extent, but we should try to work on that, because well, I think that it is maybe out of all those difficult topics that you will have to overcome, this is rather one of the easiest. I would say it's not easy, don't get me wrong, but it's one of the easiest. It's one of the easiest to overcome. Maybe you will do mistakes after those 10 days, but it's definitely worth to work on it. and actually fix those mistakes that you do with prepositions. And so what are prepositions for these people that don't know? Well, if you take a look at this sentence, I go to school. So this is the pronoun, this is the verb, school is our noun, this is the object, and the word to, this is the preposition, okay? And we have a lot of different prepositions such as to, with, for, at, on, in. These are all prepositions. And now let's take a look at different languages and let's see if we can do colloques here. Je vais à l'école. Je vais à l'école. Okay, so a, it is indeed very similar to the English to, and so it does work in the same way here. In Spanish, voy a la escuela, it's also the same thing. And in Polish, you have the sentence chodzę do szkoły, okay? Do in Polish is also like to in English. So in these three examples, you can actually do a calc from English and it will work because to, a in French, a in Spanish, and do in Polish is corresponding to the preposition to. Obviously in Polish you also have to add the proper ending here. You can see that it's szkoła is actually school, and you can see the nominative of that, szkoła, and then you have to check the proper ending, which is here, and you know that it's gonna be this letter at the end. So in languages of the declension, you will not only have to think about proper prepositions. Here we didn't have that problem because we did calcs with English, but you will see later on that it's not going to be that simple. But you will also have to focus on the proper declension. However, we can't always do these calcs, and you will see that very quickly when you start learning languages. For example, we have a very common sentence that people, that Polish native speakers actually mistake often. It's the sentence, I am on a bus. Okay, I am on a bus. That is a correct sentence in English, but Polish people, they actually prefer to say, I am in a bus. Okay, I am in a bus. Well, obviously, you could use that if you wanted to talk about you being inside of the bus, but mostly when you're taking the bus, you will say on a bus. In Polish, if you want to say that you're taking a bus, then you have to use the preposition in. So that is wy, okay? So you can do that calc here. In English, if you said, I'm in a bus, I was in a bus for like 10 minutes. I mean, for me, I think it's strange, but I am not an English native speaker, so I might be not correct here. But in my opinion, it would be incorrect. And so if you want to learn more about that, about these differences and why sometimes you will be able to do calcs, and you should try to do those calcs, especially at start, to have something to start with. But later on you will also see that sometimes it's not going to work. These are the examples of that, and to learn more about that, you can actually check whether you can do calcs and where in the language that you're learning. You can Google that on the internet, and people will be explaining that maybe from the perspective of English native speakers. Read about that more if you are interested in that. What I'm trying to say is that you should try to do calcs, but also be aware of the fact that sometimes calcs are not going to work here. But do them to have something to start with. And then we also have to go back to the topic of the declension. And we have a very nice example of that in German, because I have mentioned that briefly, that you will have to know what's the ending here in Polish if you actually use the preposition do, which is to in Polish. So you have to know whether it's gonna be this ending or that ending or those endings. And if you listened closely during the lecture about the declension, you know that you don't have to look at those tables all the time, or maybe, I don't know, learn how these things work from a very technical point of view. No, you just learn which prepositions work with which endings, okay? And we have a very good example of that here. Different prepositions will trigger different cases, and you can see that here. So the dative is always going to have the article change the form to these forms that you see here. So when the noun is masculine, its article is gonna be der. But if it's gonna be in dative, it's gonna change to them. When the noun is gonna be feminine, it's gonna be die. So then we'll have to change that to der. Okay, that is what I mentioned before. That actually der is masculine in nominative, and so you could think that the given noun is gonna be masculine all the time, but it's actually feminine here. It's just that it's in dative. That's why it's so annoying in German. If it's gonna be das in nominative, then dative is also gonna change to them. And so this is basically how it works. We won't go into details here, but you know now that these prepositions ab, zu, nach, bei, von, aus, mit, that these prepositions always go in pair with the dative, okay? And so you just learn that like this. You don't have to think about you don't have to analyze the situation that much. You just learn it by heart. That, for example, nach is always gonna require that kind of articles. Accusative is gonna go always in pair with bis, durch, gegen, and für. Okay, so that is the same thing here. And with accusative, the der changes to den, die changes to die, so it stays the same, and das stays the same, so it is das. And you obviously have examples where you can actually have both dative and accusative in, an, auf, neben, zwischen. So good luck with that. It's gonna be problematic, but there are not so many. I think that if you actually know these, then it's always gonna be a lot. And later on, maybe you will be able to actually distinguish these two. So this is basically all that I wanted to talk about here. Give you a basic view, to put you in the picture a little bit, to make you understand what are problems with prepositions, that sometimes it's gonna be possible to do calcs, sometimes it's not gonna be possible to do calcs, sometimes you will have to use also case inflection. And also another thing that comes to my mind is that also you can have problematic word orders that are gonna make prepositions work strange, but I'm not sure about that. But this is overall all I wanted to talk about here. So thank you for listening, and see you in the next lecture. So if you were, for example, to learn English from the start, I would actually tell you to learn the past simple at the beginning, okay? You're only going to use one past tense at start. You're not going to go for other tenses because it would just confuse you. The point is to actually start speaking, creating proper sentences. Even if you actually choose a tense that would not be perfectly correct, it's not going to be a big deal. After like 10 days of studying or 20 days of studying a language, you can expand on that and learn other tenses. But at start, I want you to use only that tense and to get used to that. It would be the best if that tense that you choose had a lot of functions, if it would actually work with many situations. And it also would be very good if it was simple to create. And the reason for that is obvious. The less difficult it will be, the easier for us it will be to actually speak. Since we are going to learn a lot of things at start, we don't want to get overwhelmed, and that's why we are choosing this option. So we are trying to choose the most frequently used tense in the language that we are learning. It is good if it's simple, and then we just overuse that. At start, we can actually speak with mistakes. We accept those mistakes. We accept the fact that we don't actually distinguish tenses. Once we get comfortable with that tense, then we go for another tense. That is just how it works. The goal is to express ourselves at start and not to wonder about what we want to say for like 2 minutes. When I was learning English at start, like many years ago, what I did is I only used actually the past simple when I was actually chatting with people in games, and they were able to understand what I was saying, and gradually with that I actually started to adapt more grammar, more constructions, different tenses to that. But it was all with time. At the very beginning, I only used the past simple. It was like when I was 8 years old. And now I will explain how to choose a proper tense. I will actually elaborate on what I have just said. I will give you some examples. Maybe we'll actually start with Spanish. Here we have pretérito perfecto simple, which is something like I had in English. I played basketball. We have pretérito imperfecto, which is something like I was having. I was playing basketball. And we also have the pretérito perfecto compuesto, which is, again, something like I used to play basketball. Maybe not exactly, I wouldn't exactly agree on that, but that's the closest translation that I could give you. So we have these three different tenses, and obviously, depending on the situation, you have to use a different tense. So this tense in Spanish is always going to be working with words like ayer, which is yesterday. This tense, on the other hand, will go with words like this day, today, this month, this year, these kind of things. So something that is not yet finished, something that is not closed in terms of time. This year means that the year isn't finished yet. Whereas, for example, yesterday, so ayer in Spanish, it tells us that it's actually finished. Time is finished. And for the pretérito imperfecto, well, it's something that happened in the past, and it was repeating itself. It was repeating itself. That is how this tense works. So these are pretty much the tenses you have in Spanish, the past tenses you have in Spanish. You don't have to know that if you don't want to learn Spanish. It's just to show you an example so that you can visualize that a little bit. So what I would do when starting to learn Spanish, if I were to actually learn Spanish right now, is I would just go for this tense. And the reason for that is that it's used a lot. Actually, I actually feel like people use that more than, for example, this one or this one, and that probably has to do to its functions, right? And also, it's just very simple to create, right? For example, pretérito perfecto simple, you have to learn many different irregularities. The conjugation is going to be just complicated. You will have to learn irregular verbs, patterns, and so on. Here, you don't really have to actually dive into that because it's gonna be simple. It's gonna be a very simple tense to create. All you have to do is conjugate the auxiliary verb, which is haber. It works a little bit like with modal verbs to some extent. We only have to conjugate that verb. And then the main verb is actually gonna stay not in the infinitive, but it's gonna have a very, very regular form. That is basically how it works. So what's amazing about this situation is that we pretty much have the same form, and we only need to know how to conjugate the auxiliary verb, which is a single verb, right? It's not going to give us any problems. It's going to be very simple to use that tense, and we'll be able to use that early on in conversation. We won't have to analyze a lot. That's why it is amazing. We won't stutter, and we won't have to take breaks. We won't have to check the conjugation. A very, very, very good and very beginner-friendly tense. This is why I would choose that. And the fact that it's quite often used is what makes it even greater. I could maybe also go for this tense too. If you know tenses like that, if you know how they work, then you might also mix those a little bit. If you are really experienced, for me, it's just easy to use that because it works the same in French, for example. In perfecto, in Spanish, you just do the same thing that you do in French, and well, for that it will just be very, very simple to use that and to add that. I know how to use this tense, I know how it works, I know the theory behind it, and I also know that the forms this tense has are very irregular. They are not different. it doesn't have any difficult forms to learn. And so for that I could also add that maybe. Just because this is also a very simple tense. Spanish is simple when it comes to these two tenses, I would say overall. As long as they are quite regular, as long as they are not having a lot of irregularities, then maybe you can actually mix if you know the theory behind them. So you learn your tense. If you know the other tense, then you can also learn that. It's up to you. You have to make your choice. Maybe if you're not experienced, then don't actually do that. Don't overwhelm your brain. Then you just apply that, you actually use that practically, and you train that. You put it into the sentence. Obviously, the way you learn that is basically how you did with the conjugation in the present tense. You just do the same thing here to memorize that. You quiz yourself, you see if you remember the conjugation, and you just learn it by heart. You also, with tenses that are irregular, you just go for the exceptions, you make a list, and you do the very same thing that we did in the present tense. It's not difficult, and it's the same situation. With German, however, when I was studying German, it was a very interesting situation, because in German you actually have a very simple choice. Because in German, when you are writing, you usually use this tense, preteritum, but when you are speaking, you only use this tense. With some exceptions, because modal verbs actually gonna require the second tense, but most of the time you only use this tense when speaking. You only have to learn those couple of modal verbs in that second tense, and you are just perfectly correct in terms of past tense. So for me, I only had to learn those irregularities, those irregular forms here, and since it's worked as in French with the passé composé, it was just very simple for me to learn that. So in German you can just learn this tense, learn those modal verbs, and you're gonna be perfectly fine. And you can actually see also they have plusquamperfect. A lot of languages have that. French, Spanish as well. So in this situation, it was very simple to actually create that in German, so I would also try to use that. I didn't really focus on that. I didn't really practice that because it's not that useful, I would say, when speaking. But knowing how it works from Spanish, from English, I also went for that. It was just very simple to create as well, so I didn't see the reason why I wouldn't do that. You can also do that if you know how tenses like that work, because here the only thing that you actually have to change is you don't conjugate the verb haber in the present tense, but you actually do it in the preteritum. That is the only difference that happens here. And you are ready to go and use this tense. That is the only difficulty. So instead of, for example, saying ich habe gelernt, you can say ich hatte gelernt, and that is, well, so you can see that it's very, very simple, but only these simple tenses you are allowed, if I may say, to learn at start. If not, then only go for a single tense. So you just have to analyze the situation you are in. Depending on your experience with other languages, whether you can do calcs or not, you will have to make a choice. You should always go for the simple tense, for the one that is not going to have a lot of conjugation, if you can. If you can't, if you don't have that choice, then you can do nothing. But as long as you have that choice, you should actually go for it and just go for the simple choice. Maybe if that tense would be used very rarely, then maybe not. But if it's like 50-50, then always go for the simple tense. Learn it, get used to that, learn the future tense, practice different forms, get used to them. That is going to be so much better than learning like both past tenses at the same time, as long as the second tense is difficult, because if it's going to be regular, like in the example of Spanish, then you can also do that as long as you are experienced with that tense, as long as you know how it works, as long as you don't have to go over that theory. Because if you start to actually use two different tenses, you need to know when to apply them. You need to read about different situations they go in, and so that is what you can't afford, because you can't invest your brain energy into that in those 10 days. Later on it's gonna be perfectly okay, but for those 10 days we have to save the energy. Again, we have to save our brain a little bit, I would say, and so for that we can't afford to think about what's gonna be proper or not in this or this situation. We need to get used to the language, we need to get used to vocabulary, we need to get used to the word order. That is gonna be more important, okay? Choosing past tense is important, but we can leave it for the later time, after those 10 days. If we mix everything together, then we'll just be confused and nothing will actually pop up from our effort. So that is pretty much all that I wanted to talk about here. I think that you know how it works. It's not very difficult. I just wanted to record that lecture because I know that people are confused with the past tense that they go over, that they actually learn every past tense at start, and it's a very bad choice because you just make it difficult for you to use. We want to speak ASAP, and for that we need to actually simplify our situation to practice other things properly, okay? Because it would be either past tense or other things. We don't want to do that choice. We don't want to go for the past tense at start. Okay, so I hope that you enjoyed this part, and see you in the next lecture. Okay, so this is the lecture called 100 words rule. What we have to do here is we have to think about 10 topics that we find interesting. Things that we usually talk about with other people, things that we are passionate about, things that we just like to talk about, you know? These are, let's say, topics like traveling, clothes, work, politics, games, nature, sightseeing, science, philosophy, martial arts, all those kind of things that you just find like you're genuinely interested in. And then for every each of these topics that you choose, you list down those, first you list down those 10 topics, and then for every each of these topics, you look for 10 words that would be very useful when talking about them, okay? So you list down those 10 topics, and then you look for 10 words for every each of them. And you should look for a very basic vocabulary that would concern these different topics. For example, for traveling, it would be just simple words like abroad, sightseeing, museum, plane, train, bus, and so on and so forth. Not very, very advanced words that you don't use often. You have to look for those very, very fundamental words that will just come in very handy for you, okay? So this technique, we can call it technique, I think, is very good because it helps us stimulate our memory from a different direction, from a different perspective. Let me explain it this way. Usually when you're learning words, when you're learning vocabulary, it should look like this, if you do it in a proper way. You take a book or a movie, a video on YouTube, and watching that, you look for words that you don't understand. Once you hear something like that, you search for the definition of that word, and then you write it down, and then you learn it by quizzing yourself later on. This is actually what I spend the most time on when learning languages later on, to get advanced and to expand and to really get and to really become proficient in a language. Watching videos on YouTube is very fun, and at the same time you get used to the spoken language, so it's easier for you to actually understand people speaking, but you also have the context from those videos, and this context helps you memorize the vocabulary faster. And once you actually put those words to your notebook, you do like few revisions before going to sleep, like 3, 4, 5 revisions, you can really quickly cement that vocabulary this way. However, at start, this is not gonna be that effective. It's only gonna be good when you understand videos, right? It's not like you're supposed to watch anything and just write down every single word that you have there. You really have to understand those videos, okay? Maybe you should at least understand 80% of a video to actually use this context from those videos properly. Otherwise, it's not gonna give you a lot. So at start, we can't really do that. We will have some videos that are gonna be on YouTube for language learners, like the easiest one is gonna be Extra. This is actually a series called Extra, and they have Extra with French, Extra with Spanish, Extra with German, and that is actually very simple. You can actually watch that very early on, and we will actually talk about that in the next lecture. But there are not so many videos like that, and to really talk about watching videos, we have to have some base, I would say. If you actually know, I would say we need to know like 1,000 words or maybe a little bit more to understand videos that are actually for people that are intermediate, I would say. Like 1,000, like 1,500, something like that. What do I mean by these videos? These are, for example, you can Google that inner French. There is a guy who actually makes videos like that, and he speaks very slowly. He uses a simple vocabulary, and so once you're actually on that A2 level, you can start watching that and actually learn using those videos. After like a couple of months, you can then swap to watching some more advanced things. For Spanish, it would be, for example, Diarios de Gordon, like from the Lightspeed Spanish. You can also check that. So these are the kind of videos that I talk about here. But even those kind of videos, you want to watch them, and that is going to be the main tool for you to learn languages. But at start, you can't really do that. You don't really understand the language, and that is all the problem here, that people are just very lost at start because they know what to do later on, but if you have nothing to actually start with, then it is where you have problems. And so we can't watch videos at start. We are going to do something different. So we are not actually going to look for random words from the outside at all. It's not like you have those books with words and you just translate them. This is also good, you can do that, but I think that it's worth to actually do this technique more and spend more time on that than actually look for words in like books for beginners and so on. We are not going to look for random words. We are going to translate the words that we have inside of our head. So we don't find them by accident. We just ask ourselves what words we want to learn and use ad hoc. Okay? It's simple as that. Imagine if you like to talk about politics. Ask yourself what words you would need in that discussion about politics, for example, and then you just look for these words. And it's a completely different perspective on memorizing words. If you actually know what you want to say and you just look for those translations, you have a very strong image of that given word. It gives you a very cemented idea of what actually you are learning, and with that, the vocabulary doesn't blend. You don't mix words in your short-term memory. I hope that you understand that. It's actually not so simple to explain that, but I hope that you get the idea. Instead of looking for words on random text and finding them doing exercises, you can actually ask yourself what you want to learn, what words you need, and with the little guidance, with the guidance that you have here, because you know already what words you will need, you can actually learn them, and it's gonna be easier for you to do it from this perspective because you will already have that word anchored in your head. You just have to find the translation for it. Okay, so that is basically it. So again, you choose those 10 topics at start. If you are into politics, then you choose politics, and then you look for 10 words that are connected to politics that are very fundamental. If you like to travel, then the second topic after politics should be traveling, and you also look for 10 words about that, and so on and so forth. That is how it works. But bear in mind that this should be important words, simple words that you want to use really in a conversation. Don't waste your vocabulary slots on the words that you are not going to use, because otherwise you will just forget them. You have to look for words here that you will really use over and over again to not forget it, okay? There's also a second thing that you have to remember, that this technique is for learning nouns especially. We already have like a bunch of universal words that I mentioned before. We already know some verbs. we obviously still need to learn that, but our priority now is to extend our vocabulary in terms of nouns, because it's really difficult to learn those nouns properly. And this is what helps us, because the context of those topics also helps us remember these words. Because, for example, if you learn words connected to traveling and you go with words like sightseeing, plane, car, then it's also going to help you actually memorize these words, because they are going to be put into this category. I don't know if you can see that, but having those words collected all in this group and having only those 10 words in this category helps you actually trigger your memory from time to time. Let's say you have those 10 words connected to politics and you actually forget one of them. Thinking about other words that you have there, thinking about the order of those words that you had on the list, might actually trigger that word in your memory. It's a little bit like with people that actually restore their memory, like the long forgotten memories from smelling something, okay? Like a given smell can actually trigger some pictures in your head from the past. And this is also how it works to some extent. Thinking about those other words that you have learned in this category will help you also trigger that word, and will just make it easier for you to learn vocabulary if they are sorted out like this, if they are put into these categories, okay? So we learn those nouns, especially because we need nouns, we lack nouns. We can also learn verbs, it's not a problem, but focus especially on nouns here. And you really want to have a wide spectrum of topics. That's why we are also doing that. Let me give you an example. I don't know much about clothes in English, because I was never really interested in this topic. I never really cared about fashion that much, and so I never had the opportunity to talk about that and to learn different words connected to clothes. However, I still have some basic vocabulary, as you can see, like those things that I mentioned in this topic. And if I were to talk about that, I would actually manage to improvise if I had to, you know? If I were abroad and someone would ask me something about clothes, I would be able to improvise. And that is important here. You need to have those very basic few words in every topic to be able to communicate with other people. Because if you don't know that kind of basic vocabulary, those few simple words that are really simple to learn, then you won't be able to improvise. And hand gestures might not be enough here. But let's say you actually know those couple of words, and you want to buy a shirt, and you don't know how to say a shirt in English. You could actually ask a shop assistant if he could actually give you some long t-shirts. And he will probably understand that you mean shirts, because they have longer sleeves. And this is my point here. It's about being able to improvise. Once you know those couple of words, you can actually do these funny things with the language, maybe actually help yourself with the hand gestures and so on, but you need to know those few words to actually make that work. Without no vocabulary at all, you would just stay silent, or you would just have to use, for example, English. And we don't want that, because we want to actually practice our language by speaking. If we use English, then we don't practice the language that we want to learn. Okay? It's very important that you also remember that don't use English to simplify your communication if you really want to learn the language. When I went to Belgium, I promised myself that I won't use English like that. I obviously used that with other people that didn't speak French, but whenever I actually spoke with someone who spoke French, I used French only, because I wanted to practice French. So if you want to communicate with other people, then you need to have this basic vocabulary, those different subjects that you actually know like few words in, and with that you can actually manage. With that you will manage. So that is why we do this 100 words rule. This is actually why it is a very good thing. I was actually able to memorize the vocabulary super quickly, and it surprised me as well how good it worked. It might seem like not a lot of vocabulary, like those 100 words, but it is actually a lot. And I think this is actually a game changer especially when you're starting to learn languages and when you don't have a lot of nouns in your vocabulary. I think that it is especially good at start, and it just helps you build your vocabulary from nothing. And again, we will not know a lot of words after those 10 days, 300-400 words at best, and we will therefore have to improvise. And it's actually all about being able to improvise, about actually putting ourselves in that situation where we can actually fill those gaps of our vocabulary, okay? So we actually talk with other people, we lack different words, and we look for them. That's how we actually learn them. That's how we learn languages. It's all about being able to actually fill those gaps. That is the whole point of this program, to make you able to communicate with other people, and then you just fill those gaps. You actually look for words that you lack, and that's how you get better and better and better. If you don't communicate, if you don't speak, then you have no gaps to fill. And so with that, you make the entire learning process that much more time consuming, okay? This is important, because those conversations with people, they give you a lot of context. They just help you memorize words super quickly. It's very important that you do it like this. And maybe at the end, I will give you some more examples of how this will actually let you improvise, because maybe the example with t-shirt was not the best. So I will just give you 2 more and then we'll finish. Let's say you wanted to buy a newspaper. Obviously, you could look for the word newspaper and then go and ask a shop assistant if they have newspapers. That is a very good thing, but sometimes you can't do that. Sometimes you don't have enough time to prepare yourself. Most of the time you don't have that time. And so what you do is you go to that shop and you say, can I have that book with information? Okay, book with information. And obviously the shop assistant may smile and it might be strange for him, but he will get what you mean. And then he might say, oh, you mean newspaper? There you go. And that is how you learn the vocabulary. If there is a topic that you're not familiar with, that is how you improvise. Okay, you can't really check every single word because the conversation would be just very boring, okay? You have to improvise. Second example, when I was actually living in Belgium, I didn't know much about food at that time in terms of vocabulary, but I obviously had to buy that, and as you know, I promised myself not to use English there, and I don't think they would like that neither, but I promised myself not to use English, and so I had to use French, but sometimes I had no time to actually verify the vocabulary that I'm going to need. Sometimes I just didn't feel like it, so I would just I actually remember this was one of the first days that I was there. I went to a boulangerie and I saw those like small rolls, those very nicely looking small rolls, and what I did was I actually said, could you give me this tiny bread there? Could you give me this tiny bread? And the shop assistant, he said, voilà, vous voulez dire les pistoles? And that is how I memorized that those little rolls, they are called pistols, for some reason. If I didn't know how to say bread, then I wouldn't be able to ask that. And with that, I actually leave you. Thank you for listening, and I hope that you have enjoyed this lecture. Okay, now let's talk about different ways we can actually fill the gaps of our vocabulary. Let's talk about different ways we can actually look for new words. Because overall, up to this moment, we know that we learn new vocabulary, that we look for new vocabulary when we are creating sentences, and we just look for different words to finish our sentences. We also know that we get a lot of new words from the 100 words rule. But there are also different ways of searching for that missing vocabulary, or searching for that important vocabulary and different important expressions, and we will talk about them in this lecture. The first thing that we can actually do to find new vocabulary is we can use YouTube. We can just watch very simple videos on YouTube with subtitles, okay? And for example, this is where the series Extra come in handy, because they have very beginner friendly vocabulary, they have a very beginner friendly language, and they are just very easy to understand. You can basically watch that maybe on the 4th, 5th day. I think that is when I actually started to watch that in German. Sadly, this program, the Extra program, is made only for like few languages, and so if your language isn't there, then you can actually try to look for some other beginner friendly videos on YouTube, or maybe on the internet, videos that would just be interesting for you to watch and at the same time simple to understand. So I think that the best thing that you can do to understand what I'm actually referring to when I talk about these videos is you can actually type Extra English on YouTube, okay? Extra English. And then you take a look at how this program is created, how different episodes are, and with that you will know what I'm actually talking about, what kind of videos you should be watching at this point when you are starting to learn a new language. These are actually the videos that I watch all the time where I'm starting to learn a new language. That's what I did with Spanish, that is what I did with French, and that is what I did with German. I do it all the time. It's actually very cool to watch it for the first time, understand like 70% of that at start, maybe 80 after some time, and then be able to actually come back to that after a long time and be able to understand every single word. You just see your progress. Well, now I'm able to watch lectures about Heidegger, Hegel in French, which is just showing me that I did manage to reach a good level in terms of comprehension, in terms of understanding the spoken language. But that is where I started. 2 years ago, I actually watched first French Extra. And so that is a very good thing that I can recommend you to watch. You can obviously also watch those videos, like this type of videos, how to say hello in Japanese, how to say that, how to say that, how to do that, those like guides. You obviously watch that in terms of pronunciation, you watch that in terms of conjugation, you watch that to actually understand different difficulties in terms of grammar, different concepts. But you can also watch that to actually find a new vocabulary if you watch it in the language that you are learning. So you can actually maybe try to do both at the same time. But I didn't do that personally. I would just watch Extra German. That is all I needed because I couldn't actually afford to watch it all. I couldn't really afford to watch it that much. I had to do other things as well to actually learn vocabulary using different techniques. But this is one of the things that I did. I think like I watched like I think that I have watched it like 40 minutes a day later on, and so that is a good thing. That is also a fun thing to watch. After watching it for like 40 minutes, I would write down like 10, 15 new words that I would learn then over the day. Just a interesting thing to do so as not to be bored. It is refreshing. You can also do that with the videos that talk about the language itself, that explain the grammar. That's gonna be okay, although I think that this is gonna be less interesting for you. Maybe the context is maybe not gonna be that strong, but you would have to actually make a research to know that. We can maybe guess. But overall, searching for new words and phrases while watching videos is a very good way of broadening your vocabulary, as long as you write down these words in your notebook and then you memorize that and repeat that, because a lot of people say that if you want to learn languages, you have to watch videos and it's all. You just watch videos.
Obviously, you can learn by watching videos. If you put 5 years to that, or 10 years, then you will maybe be advanced after those 10 years if you actually have a good starting point, if you are already intermediate. But to really have good results and to really learn by watching videos properly, you have to write things down and you have to do revisions. That is how it works. Watching videos is where we start. That is the starting point of our process. We actually find words in context. That is what makes it easier to memorize. But then the revision, the notebook, that is where the real learning happens, okay? But we have already talked about that, so I'm not going to go into details here. I just wanted to mention that to make sure that you know how it works. In addition to videos, we can also use songs. We can actually look for songs that we like, make sure that you like them, and then we translate their lyrics. Once we understand the songs, once we translate the lyrics, we write the vocabulary down, and then once you actually write it down, we repeat these songs over and over again, and that is how we actually learn, memorize, and make our vocabulary just stronger. By listening to these songs, you can even play the guitar and sing them. Do whatever is fun for you, do whatever is convenient for you. This is just one of those things that you can do. And both watching videos and listening to songs has also one more significant advantage, obviously besides being a source of vocabulary, because it allows you to gradually become familiar with the language, with the nature of the language, with the flow of the language. You just, after being exposed to that, after being exposed to videos, songs, music, you start to feel how the language works. That is also why you should do that. You get used to different expressions, you get used to the word order, you get used to the intonation, and so on and so forth. This is also very important, not to mention that you actually train your ear and that you're able to understand more in the spoken language. In addition to these two things, in addition to videos and songs, we use 100 words list, okay? So even though I do criticize lists like that, I still have used that in my program. If you don't know what's that, it's just a list of the most frequently used words in a language. You can Google that and you will see how it works. We do not learn all of the words from this list, however, okay? A lot of polyglots, they just go for this list and they just learn every single word that is there. That is not what we are going to do. We are being selective, okay? We choose only those words that seem the most useful for us when forming sentences and speaking, okay? Only the best words that you see them. That is also one of the ways you can look for vocabulary. And of course, we keep that all in our notebook. We do revisions as it was explained before. We actually make revisions by creating sentences and by applying all the previously acquired knowledge in order to consolidate it. We do not search for large numbers of words. We do not search for a lot of vocabulary at once when watching videos or listening to songs, because we don't want them to get all mixed up. You really have to go for quality, not quantity. Learn the vocabulary clearly so that it stays in your head, okay? And for example, if there are words in the beginning of your notebook or even a few pages back from the last page you wrote, if you see some words that you no longer remember, it could mean three things. Either you are doing too few repetitions, too few revisions, or your revisions are sloppy, okay? So you don't put enough attention to that. Or, the last thing, your brain is not able to process all of that because you're just overwhelmed. You're just too confused with grammar, with words, with the word order, with the language structure, and so on.
in such situations, you should stop looking for new things, okay? You should stop looking for new grammar, you should stop looking for new vocabulary, and just consolidate what you have learned so far, especially with grammar. If you, for example, learn personal pronouns and you feel like you're not used to them, if you feel like you haven't mastered them yet, you shouldn't go for next thing, okay? Especially for different pronouns that are similar to personal pronouns. It's also important that you learn the grammar in a proper way, that you don't actually learn personal pronouns and possessive pronouns close to each other, because that is where you will start to blend these words, okay? It's important that you don't actually learn the conjugation in the present tense and the conjugation in the past tense on a single day. Okay, so you have to actually also be aware of that, and you have to remember that you shouldn't learn things that are actually similar together. And a similar situation happens with vocabulary. If you go for too many words at once, then you will just start to confuse them all together. Sometimes I wrote down too many words, I have to say, that I wasn't perfect neither. And so, for example, it was like, I really liked the song, I didn't want to stop listening to it. Or, for example, I really liked a given episode of Extra. I was watching that till the end. It was just very interesting for me. I couldn't stop watching it. And therefore, at some point, I had too many words. And so what I had to do is I had to pause the pillar number 1 and just walk through all the words I have learned so far. Okay? Because I just went for too many words at once, and that is going to happen to you, don't worry, because you really have to be very, very careful and very experienced to actually avoid that. It's very simple to actually go for too many words at once. These mistakes, they don't mean that you won't be able to learn the language. They will just slow you down a little bit, okay? And then you will have to do the pause and go back over the things that you have before to actually consolidate that properly. You need to have a very good balance here, okay? And also try to make it all fun. If you just feel like you're not having fun, if you feel like it's not giving you any joy anymore, maybe it would be worth to actually lessen your time for studying a day a little bit. Maybe from going from 8 hours, you could actually go to 5 hours and then expand your time limit in terms of days, because it also requires you to be patient. For me, I don't really care. I can study whole day. I like to study. No matter languages, philosophy, literature, linguistics, I just like to study. That is just how it is for me. So I'm able to study for a very, very long time without feeling tired, without feeling annoyed, without feeling lazy, and maybe that is also what helps me a lot. If you feel like it really starts to be annoying for you, then you should maybe actually give yourself some space, give yourself some time. It's important that it is not a pain in the arc for you. This is my personal expression. I don't know if it exists. It's important that it is not a pain in the arc for you, because you have to have a proper head in all of that. If you just have a very negative way, if you have a negative way of thinking, then your memory is not going to work very well. We have already talked about that, okay? And also for that, listening songs is good, because songs, they also actually refresh your motivation and the love for the language, I would say. Even so, in those moments that you just feel down, that you don't want to continue, listening songs may actually help you. Videos also, once you actually start to understand them, you can really have a very big boost of motivation. This is also a good thing about that. And the 1000 word list is maybe not gonna give us a lot of motivation, but it's gonna be good if we actually introduce it like on the last few days, because then we will be actually running out of words to learn. We might start to feel the monotony, and this list is actually gonna help us with that a little bit. I think that you get the idea. Okay, so thank you for listening, and see ya in the next lecture. different languages. You try to enter some sort of like a immersion, like a linguistic immersion, I would say. And why we are actually doing that? We are doing Cicero modes to consolidate our knowledge, okay? So obviously you can do that before for short times, like for 20 minutes, 30 minutes, but especially here at the end of the challenge on the 9th or on the 8th day, when you have around like 300 words in your notebook, 400 words, you actually should stop looking for new vocabulary. You should stop doing pillars number 1 and just talk to yourself, okay? And you can actually even stop doing pillar number 2. The main idea is that you just talk to yourself, and whenever you need a given word that you don't remember, you actually go back to your notebook and check that, okay? The goal here is not to look for new vocabulary, but obviously if you want to express yourself, you will need some words here and there, some new words, and that is where you should also Google them, okay? So it's not like you are supposed to do that without any help, okay? But only look for those words that are very crucial, that are very important, and write only those that are important to your notebook, because this is the part where we actually consolidate what we know, where we practice, where we learn the words that we have not yet transferred to the long-term memory, the words that we have in our notebook, and only the words that are very crucial for us to actually express ourselves are the words that we should learn in terms of new words. And as I said, at the end we do that for a very long time. We can do it like for like a couple of hours at least, maybe even 2 days, but you can also do that before, and I actually did that before as well. It's just that I didn't put so much time into that. I would do it for like 20-30 minutes. So this Cicero mode is actually something that you do all the time. It's just that before you actually use your notebook to think about what you want to say. You actually start with those words. You actually quiz yourself, you see new words, and then you create sentences. You actually add things to those words. Whereas here you don't really start with a notebook, but you actually talk to yourself about whatever you want. But the rest stays the same, okay? So we can say that we also do that before. It's just that here we don't use the notebook to actually guide us in terms of what we are going to talk about, okay? We talk about whatever you want. We look for words that we lack, and we just try to consolidate our knowledge. We just try to get used to everything that we have learned. We just practice our conjugation, past tense, future tense, all that in this part where we actually talk to ourselves in the Cicero mode. And obviously, if you feel like you lack some knowledge, if you, for example, start forgetting, let's say, irregular forms in the past tense, then you will find out that you have a problem doing the Cicero mode with that, and so you're supposed to actually at least try to fix that, look at the forms that you don't remember and catch up on that. So this is basically it. And maybe the last thing, if you haven't found words like that before, maybe you can actually look for them doing that. Words like expressions like "in my opinion," "to be honest," these kind of expressions, that is a good time to look for them and to add them to your speeches, to add them to your speaking, and practice them, okay? So if you haven't found that before, that is a good time to add this to make your monologues better. That is a good moment for that. And as you know, these are very important. They make you seem more fluent. They just give you extra time to think about what you want to say. And overall, they are just very nice. And it would be also very good if you actually find some people on the Discord channels and talk with them. If you have a language partner, then you can do it with your language partner. It will be very good if you also talk with other people, but that is not a necessity, I would say. You should be fine just talking to yourself. Also, when you talk to yourself, you have more time to talk, whereas with other people, for example, on the Discord channel, you won't be able to talk a lot. So if you actually went for a Discord channel, then make sure that you find a single person to talk with and not like a group of people, because On the Discord channel, you might have people that will not adapt to you, therefore you might have problems with understanding them. So it's important that you find a person that will actually speak with you one by one, that you will speak in two, and that will actually adapt a little bit, that will speak slower, that will use easier expressions and so on. Maybe one more thing, actually, you don't have to do that only like in your house, sitting on a chair and having a computer in front of you. You can also just use your phone, go to a park, take a walk. You can do whatever you want. You can do that while doing these things, as long as they will not actually require you to be concentrated. You can do them and speak at the same time, and that is what I was actually doing. I would actually go jogging, and I would, for example, just talk to myself, obviously without using my notebook. I would just run and just talk to myself, and whenever I would not be able to actually finish my sentence, wherever I would have to look for a new word, I would just use my phone. I would just use Google Translate. So you don't have to have a computer for that. You can also use your phone. You can do whatever you want. You can go to a park, have a nice day, and just talk to yourself like you were a little bit like you were crazy. Actually, I know that people may look strange at you, but you shouldn't really pay much attention. You're doing that for yourself. You have to speak out loud. It's very important that you speak out loud. So if you feel like going to parks, then just talk to yourself in parks. You can get yourself some headphones, and people will think that you're on the phone, and they will not even pay attention if that is bothering you. Okay, so that is what you do here. You speak to yourself, you do long monologues, you talk about many different things, but most importantly, you freestyle. So this is pretty much all that I wanted to cover in this lecture, and see ya in the next lecture. Thank you for listening. I'm going to expand on that. First of all, we are going to talk about the schedule. I will actually show you how to make that yourself, and then we are going to talk about the things that we can do from this point. So we'll actually make a small summary of everything here as well. After we finish this advice, we'll go over each star here. These are obviously different tips that you have to actually apply to your learning after the challenge to actually get the C1 level. And these are gonna be like the most important tips that you have to do, that you should really apply. But I'm also gonna give you a second lecture with like those quick advices, with like those quick tips, but they are not gonna be necessary. Like you can actually choose some of them if you like, if they're gonna suit you. But these are gonna be the most important things that you have to apply to get to those advanced levels. So pretty much that is how it's all gonna look like. Now let's take a look at our schedule. Okay, so this is basically our schedule. As I said before many times, you should do something like that by yourself, okay? And listen, it doesn't have to be perfect, it doesn't have to be exact. Actually, I did a schedule myself before starting the challenge, and it was somewhat similar to that you see here, but obviously with time I did change things here and there. I also figured out what worked better, what worked worse. What you have to do is first make this starting plan so that you have a very clear direction of what you're going to do and when and for how long, and that is going to be very helpful for you. Okay, you have to have this clear path and that you will just follow, and obviously you can apply changes to that. It doesn't have to be perfect. And now I will explain how it all works, so that you understand everything a little bit better. As you can see, we have different rectangles here, we have different squares, and their size is very important, okay? It was not chosen randomly, okay? It's supposed to show you how much of your studying time every day you should actually put into doing different activities. So for example, here we start the day one with learning grammar and basic pronunciation. And if you are, for example, studying 10 hours a day, then that should maybe take like 2 hours. Okay, you get the idea. So the second thing that is going to be important here, colors. As you can see, I did choose different colors and they represent different activities again. And so here we have the conjugation in the present tense. Here we have the conjugation in the past tense. Here we have the 1000 word rule. Here we have pillar number 2, pillar number 1. So this is why I actually took these colors. However, you can also see those little squares here, and we have two different sides of these. We have bigger squares and smaller squares. These squares, they represent learning new vocabulary, okay? So as you can see in pillar number 1, we do learn a lot of new vocabulary, whereas in pillar number 2, we only learn, when it comes to new words, we only learn the key words that we need. And these squares that you can see here and here, they represent the revision, okay? So we have already talked about that. We are doing different revisions here, and I will explain why they have different colors in a second, okay? The first day we are learning basic grammar and pronunciation. Be aware of the fact that it was made for German, and so with German I didn't have to put much time to learn the pronunciation, okay? With you, it can differ. If you choose a language with a difficult pronunciation, it's gonna take more time. With Spanish, I assume it would take like a day. In French, it would take definitely more. We have talked about that, so you know how it works. So you will have to adapt your schedule to that. If you, for example, choose Spanish, again, with Spanish, with Italian, it would be like a whole day, maybe 2 days. And you would also try to learn some vocabulary, meanwhile learning the pronunciation and obviously articulation, okay? So not only pronunciation, but also articulation. And articulation is very important because yes, we can actually, for example, ignore the alphabets, we can ignore writing systems, but we need to pronounce sounds properly, okay? If you create sounds that are not proper, if you create incorrect sounds, then it's gonna be a complete mess. Okay, so pronunciation, articulation, you learn how to read in that language, and you also learn that basic grammar. And it only took me like 2 hours on the first day, because in German it was very simple. I only had to learn the end of each day is go over the words that were the most difficult for you, or like the most important, because every revision that you do before going to sleep is gonna boost your memory, and those particular things that you will actually revise before going to sleep are really gonna stick to your memory better, okay? So for the difficult things, do the revision especially before going to sleep. But let's go back to the second day. So I did that. So at start I did that revision of conjugation, and then I obviously went for the pillar number 1. You know how it already works. And what I did, basically I was learning basic things, pronouns, prepositions, and I was trying to use conjugation practically. And the second thing that I was doing here, which is the most important in the pillar number 1, is I was learning new vocabulary, okay? And then after that, I went for the pillar number 2. So in the pillar number 2, I not only have revised the things that I have learned here in the pillar number 1, so the new vocabulary and the vocabulary here, but also I revised the verbs that I have learned in conjugation. So in this pillar, I have pretty much revised everything I have learned so far. I have actually revised the grammar, I have revised the conjugation, I have revised the meaning of those verbs as well. And that is why you see those different squares here representing revision. We have the revision of the conjugation, we have the revision of grammar, and we also have the revision of vocabulary, okay? Of those squares that represent vocabulary. And also, you can see that we have this tiny square on the bottom, which also tells us that I did plan, and I did that indeed. I did plan to look for some keywords here as well when doing revisions, when doing sentences and revising vocabulary. And then if you're studying like 10 hours, 11 hours a day, then we could say that the revision would take an hour. Pillar number 1 would take like 2 hours, and the rest would be for the pillar number 2. Okay? And now let's talk about the next day, day number 3. On this day, I realized that I was so far doing very well. I realized that the conjugation is quite simple in German, and I realized that I managed to actually learn that very quickly. And so I decided, since I have already starting to feel comfortable with the present tense, I decided I will go for the past tense. And this is important. You need to actually feel comfortable with one concept to go to the next one. You don't actually want to mix the present tense with the past tense, because once you actually start mixing those forms, it will just all become very messy. We don't want that, okay? So what I did here is I first started to learn regular verbs in the past tense. I made a list of that, and then I went for irregular verbs in the past tense. And obviously I had that all in my book, so it was very actually simple to find that. And then I practiced that. You already know how to practice the conjugation. I was also making like small sentences as well to practice different forms a little bit, but I was mostly doing the things that we have talked in the conjugation part. And obviously you have to choose a proper tense here. Remember about that. In German it wasn't a problem for me because I chose what was correct and what was the only choice. But in other languages you will have to make a choice, and we have talked about that in the lecture called past tense, right? So you can go back to that. So that was pretty much what I was doing the whole day. I didn't have time to do other things. I didn't have time to do the pillar number 1 here, nor pillar number 2, because learning past tense is going to be a very, very wide topic. It will require a lot of time from you, especially with languages like Spanish. One day might not be enough, like it was in German. In German, it wasn't that difficult. And at the end, I did this very little pillar number 2, just to revise as much as I could before going to sleep. Because obviously, you should try to do as much as you can every day, okay? You should actually put maximal effort, and that is the example of that maximal effort. I could have stopped after that, but I figured that if I don't do this revision here, then I will start forgetting words that I have learned before because they weren't yet transferred to the midterm memory properly, okay? Day number 4. At start, I decided to revise irregular verbs. Then I went for the pillar number 1. I learned possessive adjectives, I learned object pronouns, but mostly I was learning the vocabulary here. And then in pillar number 2, I was practicing all of that, all of the things that we have learned before. So I was practicing the conjugation in the present tense by creating sentences. I was practicing the conjugation in the past tense by creating sentences. I was practicing those elements of grammar, pronouns, prepositions, possessive adjectives, object pronouns. And I was also practicing the vocabulary that I have learned so far, which is represented by these green squares. Then again, on the 5th day, I started with the revision of irregular verbs, and you can see that also on the 6th day. You maybe remember I said that past tense is going to be very important for us, and it's not that difficult. You can really maybe not be perfect in the past tense, but you can really work on those forms and really improve them, so that you don't do a lot of mistakes here. And that's what I actually did. I wanted to put a lot of time into these revisions of those irregular verbs to really memorize them and to really have them in my head and actually use them properly. That's why I actually invested so much time. I would do these revisions every day of those irregular verbs. After that, I went for the pillar number 1. As always, here it was a little bit messy, I remember. I started to learn declension. I also tried to read a little bit about adjectives, how to change different endings, but I didn't perfect that neither. And I was mostly learning new vocabulary here as well. I think that I was watching videos. Maybe I was actually starting to watch extra here. I think it was here or maybe here or here. Somewhere here I started to watch videos, started to listen to songs, what we have actually talked about in the filling the gaps lecture. And then obviously pillar number 2, doing the full notebook revision, going over all the things that we have learned. Conjugation in the past tense, conjugation in the present tense, elements of grammar, new vocabulary. We consolidate all those things by speaking, by creating sentences. On the 6th day, again, we started with the revision, but I also decided to actually add a new revision of verbs in the present tense. And why did I do that? Well, I actually realized doing the revision here that I started to forget some of the forms of verbs in the present tense, and so I had to actually put more time to get those back to my memory, I would say, because obviously the present tense wasn't difficult for me in German, but I didn't use all of the words when creating sentences. I didn't use all the verbs when creating sentences, and so I started to forget some of them, and so that is why I went for those irregular verbs here in the present tense. Then after that, pillar number 1, so basically I expanded on grammar here. We didn't talk about that in our program, but it's gonna actually work very similar to the past tense. So what I did here is I actually learned the future tense. As you did in the past tense, where you had to choose the easiest tense, that is also the case here. In German, I didn't have to choose anything because you only have a single tense, which sounds like ich will gehen. Ich will. So the verb will represents the future tense. So it was very, very simple in German. But for example, in languages like French, like Spanish, you will have 2 tenses to choose, and you have to actually choose the one that will be simple, okay? So for example, in Spanish, we have both futuro imperfecto and futuro de indicativo. And futuro de indicativo will be very simple. You just have to use an auxiliary verb to create that, whereas futuro imperfecto will require some conjugation. It's also going to be simple, but the futuro de indicativo will be just enough for us. And so we should choose only that single tense. We don't need to actually use both at start, especially because, especially in terms of future, there's usually not a lot of difference like it is in the past tense. You can basically use both and it's not going to change that much, okay? The difference is going to be very subtle in between tenses. And so that is what I did here. I also learned the future tense, and I really started to feel here that I'm really able to actually express myself in German. After learning the past tense, the future tense, I really started to create really complex sentences. And then pillar number 2, as always, doing the revision of everything I have learned so far. You know how it works. Then after that, on the 7th day, I actually started with the 100 words list. And you can either try to learn 100 words one day, which is going to be very difficult. So I will actually recommend separating that to both days. That is what I did. I went for like 50 words, which was already a lot. And I surely didn't memorize them all, but most of them. And then after that, after doing the 100 words rule, I went for the revision, right? So again, doing the revision of all the things that we have learned so far, expanded by that 100 words rule, okay? And then on the 8th day, I learned the rest. I learned those 50 more words. Then after that, I did the pillar number 1. I mostly focused on grammar here. I wanted to actually learn and grasp all the things that I haven't grasped before. I practiced what I have learned so far. I practiced different pronouns. I fixed the mistake that I was doing before. Also, I tried to learn maybe like a couple of words here, but I was mostly practicing the grammar here. And then pillar number 2, doing the revision of everything with those words from the 100 words rule included. On the 9th day, again, doing the pillar number 1, looking for new words and also practicing the word order. I tried to actually fix my mistakes in the word order. It was just very, very overwhelming, but I tried to fix that. It didn't go very well, and I did continue to do mistakes with that, but not in every sentence, at least. So maybe that was a mistake here. You will also do mistakes like that. You don't have to be perfect with everything to get those results that I did. However, now after this time, I know that I maybe shouldn't have put time into that and make it all just more confusing for me. I should have just went for the revision and Cicero mode here. But I did some of the Cicero mode already on the 9th day, which I didn't actually put here. But on the 10th day, what I started with the revision, again, of those irregular verbs in the past tense. I did the revision of the irregular verbs in the present tense, especially in the first person, because I knew that I'm gonna use that a lot. And then I went for the Cicero mode, so I was just speaking all day basically. And I was consolidating everything that I have learned, and I was memorizing only the key words that I lacked to actually continue my monologues, okay? So that is how it all works. You should do a schedule like this for yourself. You don't have to do these squares. They were basically to actually explain how it all works, to show you how it all works in practice. You don't have to do them, but you should make a schedule. You should actually list down everything that you will learn each day. And if you, for example, want to do it in 20 days, then do the same thing, just expand it. So for example, if you were learning the conjugation in the present tense and you have 20 days for that, then give yourself 2 days instead of 1, okay? That's basically how it works. Just give yourself more time if you can study as much as I did every day, okay? Okay, so I hope that it's clear now. I hope that you will have fun doing schedules like that. So thank you for listening, and see ya in the next lecture, where we are going to talk about actually things that we have to do to be advanced from this point, and then we'll go over quick tips that we can also apply if you want. And after that, I will maybe do some interviews with people that were actually learning languages, and it's gonna be mostly based on language families. So I will try to do a interview with someone who has learned Slavic languages, someone who has learned Romance languages, Germanic languages, and so on and so forth. So we'll try to do something like that, okay? So thank you for listening, and see ya in the next lecture. Is to give you something to actually, I would say maybe not start with, because you're already gonna have a nice level, but something that will actually make studying fun and clear. From that point, you will be able to talk with other people, you will start watching simple videos, and you will learn in a very fun and easy way, okay? And now we will talk about the things that you can do once you get that level. You will need maybe more vocabulary than those 400 words, but you can actually do different techniques here a little bit longer. And with that, once you get like 1,000 words, I would say, it's hard to say, you will have to actually test that, but eventually in a near future, you will be able to also start watching videos on YouTube that are interesting for you, not only the videos for beginners, and that is what you will be actually using all the time. With that, you will be going straight to the advanced level. That is what I did with French actually. At start, I learned basics the hard way, but I learned them properly, and then after like a month or two, I just started watching videos on YouTube. First it was a little bit more difficult, but later on it became just very, very, very pleasant, and that is what I did for a long time. Even when I was in Belgium and I had nothing to do, no one was going out, what I would do is I would just sit in my dorm and just watch videos in French. I look for new vocabulary that way. That is what I was doing all the time, and I was using my notebook to actually write those things down, to actually memorize that. And then after like 3-4 revisions of that, I was able to use that in a conversation with Belgian people, and that is how I realized how effective this method is. It's very simple, but people don't understand that they have to keep all that vocabulary in a single notebook, and that they really have, that the most important thing is that they have to do these revisions, because it's very, very simple, and people have this tendency to write vocabulary on some loose papers, and then after like a week or two, they lose those papers, they don't know where they are, and then they just, forget those words. So that's why it's important that you have that all in one notebook, and so that you, no matter what, do these revisions. It's just really crucial that you do these revisions, okay? And you need to store it in one place that you always have with you. That is basically the most important tip I can give you if you want to get advanced. Just learn vocabulary, just learn expressions. You get used to the language when just watching these videos. And once you do these revisions, once you actually create sentences, once you talk to yourself, do monologues and speak with other people, that is where you consolidate that, and that is how you get advanced. But now I also want to talk about some important points on that way that you should actually focus on to make it a little bit easier for you and to give you some interesting ideas. Before we go for that though, I will give you a very, very brief summary of what we have been doing before now. This is like the summary of the whole program to just sum things up. So at start, we have to get a grammar book, then we can either learn pronunciation or write things phonetically, and in both cases we have to actually learn articulation. Then we just create sentences, we speak to ourselves, we add new elements of grammar and new vocabulary, and we revise that vocabulary in our notebook. Then we do, whoops, I should have actually made a different point here, but then we do the 100 words rule to get more nouns and to get more, I would say, broad vocabulary. Then we might also look for vocabulary in movies, in songs, on videos. And we can also use 1000 words list to actually supplement a little bit our vocabulary, I would say. After that, we stop looking for new words. We just freestyle and only look for the keywords that we lack to create proper sentences for our monologues. And during this program, you should adjust the repetition to your needs, okay? Because if you feel like you start forgetting things, that means that you should actually do revisions more often, okay? So that is the very basic, quick summary that I wanted to give you at the very end, so that it's all clear, so that you see that it's not that complicated if you actually think about it from this perspective. Obviously, I've talked about details, but this is not that complicated. Okay, and now let's start talking about those things that you can do to make your language journey to the advanced level a little bit more simple, okay? And what you actually have to do to get there. Okay, so the first advice that I have to give you, you really have to continue studying regularly, okay? At start, you're learning a lot of new things at once. And yes, you do try to transfer everything to the long-term memory, but it's not gonna be that simple. Study all the time, almost every day. It would be the best if you actually studied every day to keep things going. If you make yourself like a week or 2 weeks of break, then you will just start forgetting everything bit by bit, and you will not even realize when you will just forget the language. So especially at start, before being like intermediate, you have to actually study regularly and really study and continue, okay? So that is the first thing that you have to keep in mind. That is going to be important. I know that it might be obvious for people, but especially after doing this challenge, you should actually do that, because you really have learned a lot of things at once, and you will start forgetting them if you don't consolidate that over time. The second point, use the jam technique, okay? So that is just a suggestion for you. I won't actually explain that. If you want to know more about that, then just type it on YouTube, and a lot of people actually explain how it works. Jam technical languages, that's all you need to type. What it does, it basically helps you get more fluent and just helps you get more used to speaking, okay? It's a very good thing to do, okay? So if you want to actually expand your vocabulary, if you want to be more fluent, if you want to be more at ease when speaking, then you should try this technique, okay? The next thing that we have here, we have to study grammar, okay? So that's another obvious thing, but at start, you obviously can't learn all the grammar, and you know what I've said before, that you should actually focus on the things that you can use at start, and then add different elements of grammar, different concepts gradually. You should really adjust your grammar to the things that you can use. You should really learn grammar practically. And later on, once you're intermediate, once you're getting closer to those advanced levels, it will obviously mean that you will have to practice grammar. You will have to learn new concepts as well, okay? So not only practicing the things that you have learned, but also reading about different tenses, about different moods, about,
different about different structures, conditionals, these kind of things. That is what you always, that is obviously something that you have to expand on if you want to get better in the language. Just do it in a wise way. Learn it gradually. Don't jump from one topic to another. Spend some time with those topics. Try to revise those different things, like I did, for example, with the conjugation in the past tense. Make sure you actually come back to some of these concepts, and eventually it will just stick to your head. The next thing that we can do is, we have already talked about that, but it's very, very important that if you still didn't manage to actually get yourself a language partner, you have to do that, okay? That is very, very important. It doesn't matter, it can be on the internet, it can be in your town, these can be Discord channels, but it has to be someone that you speak with. It can be also someone that you write with. Writing is good, don't get me wrong, even if you want to speak, but especially someone that you can speak with, okay? Because speaking is what's really gonna make you practice speaking, okay? Writing as well. When you're writing, then it's easier for you to actually analyze the grammar, sentences, see the mistake that you make, and also it helps you memorize different words and expressions better. So writing is also good, but especially speaking, okay? You need to find yourself someone that you will just talk with, okay? Without that, you really won't be able to actually speak properly, okay? I think that is actually one of the problems that I have in Spanish. I could be speaking way better than I do right now if I actually spoke more in Spanish, but I don't really talk with people nowadays, and for that my Spanish is, I would say, like not in its fullest potential, whereas I can watch very, very difficult movies, understand a very specific language without any problems. I can understand jokes and so on, but with speaking, I would say that I am kind of rusty, just because I don't really have language partners for that. Whereas, for example, in French, well, I use French at my job. I talk like 5 hours a day in French, and so I obviously am exposed to that, and I don't forget anything more than I actually get better. With Spanish, sadly, I don't have that opportunity yet, but who knows, maybe I will change that. The next thing that we are gonna talk about is that we should actually talk with people on a Discord channel. So that is connected to the thing that we have said before. Nothing new here. I should have actually made that a single point, but maybe to actually expand on that, I have already talked about that before, but if you haven't catch that, I will repeat that. It's not like you should like enter Discord channels or any other channels that work the same way like Discord. Find yourself a server that will be for people learning languages, and then just enter like some crowded rooms and speak with like groups of people, okay? That is good if you are advanced and if you are talkative, but even in those situations, it's actually gonna be hard to really have time for speaking, okay? If everyone wants to speak, but only one person can speak at the same time, and therefore you don't really speak a lot. It's way better to actually talk with like 2 people at max, or maybe just one person. Remember that, because just sitting in a room and listening to 10 people speaking about the things you don't really get is not gonna give you results. You have to do that in a smart way, okay? The next thing that we have here is we should use the Netflix language learning extension, and we should just watch videos on YouTube. So the Netflix language learning extension, what it does, it just gives us double subtitles. So we not only have the subtitles in the language that we are learning, but we also have the subtitles in English. And well, it's just very convenient because you don't have to look for the right words, use translators, stop the video. You can actually write things down to your notebook while watching movies without pausing them. And it works very well because you also have those words translated in a correct context, okay? So you don't have to waste time on checking whether a given word works in a given context. And you know that we should also watch videos on YouTube. That is very important for us to actually do that. However, I think that there's also a thing that works the same way like in Netflix. I haven't used that, but I saw that somewhere that you can do the same double subtitles on YouTube. That is gonna be great for you. But I actually took a part in a research about that. It is actually scientifically proven that subtitles are good at start, okay? So for the A1, A2, B1 level, you should use subtitles, and that is the better way to memorize vocabulary for you. But once you actually reach the B2 level, which obviously requires a lot of time to get from B2 to C1, there you should actually stop watching videos with subtitles, because from the scientific point of view, it will just be worth more for you, okay? Before, it's just too hard for you to learn words properly just by listening, and you need those subtitles to help yourself. But once you get used to the language, once you know enough words, once you know how it all works, then you should stop watching with subtitles, okay? So I would say that if you are on that weak B2, strong B1 level, that is when you actually start watching things again without subtitles, and you just focus on sounds. We obviously do that for a few reasons, but the main one is just to actually get used to the way the language sounds. But there are also different things happening in brain in that situation, but I am not gonna expand on that. I'm just telling you that because I know that it's actually hard to decide whether you should watch videos with subtitles or not. As I said, we made the research, we actually tested it on like bigger group of people. Some people watch videos without subtitles, and some people watch them with subtitles. And I was in the group with subtitles, I believe. And then both groups had to write a test, and depending on the level, they would actually evaluate that. And it just turned out that if you are more advanced, then it's gonna be worth more. Then it's gonna be just better to watch videos without subtitles, that you will eventually memorize more, actually. And again, you just get used to how the language sounds and so on. Okay, so you get the idea. Let's go to the next star. So we should get a tutor to fix your mistakes. I have also mentioned that before. Maybe you don't really need that at the very beginning, but later on, if you really want to master the language and you want to be proficient, if you plan to get those C1, C2 levels, then you have to get a tutor, okay? Either you can actually go to a language school, which I don't recommend because it's just not worth it. It's way better to actually pay the same money and have, for example, like 20% of that time, but one-on-one with a tutor. Meet him like hour a week, and he will just fix everything that you will have to get fixed. He will just tell you where you do mistakes in grammar, in pronunciation. You have to get that, okay? You have to invest that money. Really, there is no way around that, but from the other side, you can really find people that are not expensive and that are really good on the internet. Or if you want to do it, you can do it in the real life. Just make sure that you don't go for native speakers, I would say, because native speakers, they do speak very well, and in terms of articulation, they will be just perfect. But you really want to get actually someone who is not a native speaker and who understands the language that you're learning, because he did that by himself and he knows how to actually learn different things, what's important and what's not, and he knows also how to explain that, okay? Native speakers won't be able to do that, so you can also get yourself a native speaker, but just to talk with him. Whereas when it comes to grammar, when it comes to explaining things, you have to actually find someone who really understands languages. And native speakers, they won't know their language to that extent, even if they actually study that. Only the people that actually learn those languages from the scratch are really able to explain grammar and so on and so forth. And yes, I'm generalizing, there are going to be some exceptions, but I'm just giving you a good advice. You should get a tutor, and if you want to get one, then make sure that it's not going to be someone who is just speaking the language and not understanding the language, because you need someone to explain that to you, okay? And not only just speak with you. Obviously, it's good to speak with somebody, but you also need someone to fix your mistakes and explain grammar and so on, okay? Later on, maybe when you are B2, then it's gonna be fine. But before that, don't go for native speakers, okay? Now, and the second thing that I can actually recommend you is that you should make notebooks after notebooks, okay? So we already know that we use notebooks as, let's say, our main tool, and it's very important. It's very, very important that you use them.
If you don't use notebooks, then you're not gonna learn languages the way I do. Maybe you will eventually be advanced if you want after doing different things, but this is like the fastest way. Really, this is like the fastest way that I can really imagine. I don't think that there is going to be anything better, because you just have to learn a lot of vocabulary, and that is the fastest way to learn the vocabulary and to learn it actively and to transfer it to the long-term memory. People talk about query-based learning, people talk about those revisions that are expanded in time, but what's actually fundamental, and that is super simple, is that you gather those words in one place and that you don't lose them, okay? That is the most important thing. And I know how actually stupid it sounds, but you will see that if you don't store it all in one place, you won't actually go back to these words. You really have to keep those words in that one place. And you have to have that notebook always with you, okay? Only then you will really get motivated to do these revisions. Otherwise, you will be like, maybe today I won't do that. I don't know where's that notebook, so let's just make a new one. Who cares? No. You have to have one single notebook. Buy something that is a little bit more expensive, that is actually more resistant, and use that notebook like if it was your phone. Take it everywhere with you and just note the vocabulary that you want to learn the way we always do. And make those notebooks after notebooks. Once you finish one, then you create the second one. And if you go back to the memory part, you will see how many notebooks I actually have, and I have more of them. I just didn't manage to actually get them all for that little photo. Okay, the next thing. So this is also connected to notebooks. You should rewrite the words which you have not memorized in the previous notebook to your new notebook, okay? So once you do these revisions, once you go over your notebook every day, you should actually mark the words that you don't manage to memorize, okay? Just a little dot or something like that. And once you see that you won't manage to memorize those words after doing the next revision, these are the words that are just more difficult. So once you finish that notebook, you take those words and you rewrite them to your new notebook. Don't let those words go away, okay? You have already put a lot of time to find them. You have made some revisions with them already. It's worth to keep investing in that, and eventually you will learn them. So make those notebooks and rewrite the vocabulary from one to another, the vocabulary that was difficult to learn. And then you can also do revisions of previous notebooks, but that is gonna be more difficult for you to do. You won't really have time because you will just busy doing the revision of the current notebook. So that is why we take the difficult vocabulary with us to the new notebook, okay? Try to learn at least 2 words every day. Try to learn at least 2 new words every day, even if you have other things on your mind. Okay, this is important. I know that sometimes you just feel like you don't want to study, like you don't have energy, but only 2 words. Only 2 words every day. That is gonna be simple. You learn them both when you actually wake up, and then you repeat them over the day. Okay? That is all you need. You make yourself a sandwich for the breakfast, you actually repeat them for the first time. You take a shower, you do it for the second time. You, for example, eat a dinner, you try to create sentences with these words. And over the day, you try to learn them. And those words, after a day of actually using them like that, trying to actually revise them over the day, those words will be actually very active in your vocabulary. And sometimes it's actually better to learn those 2 words like this than, for example, 20 words. So do that. If you really want to have big results, learn those 2 words every day. And after a year, it will just really improve your vocabulary a lot with that, okay? Those words will be learned very actively. You will really be able to use them when speaking, and you will not forget them with time. So it's really worth doing that, and it's not gonna require a lot of effort from you, okay? If not 2 words, then at least 1, but 2 words are gonna be very, very easy to do as well. So Free, on the other hand, would be already too much, I feel like. It has to be easy for you to do, it has to be convenient for your brain, I would say, to actually accept the fact that you're going to learn those 2 words in that day that is going to be difficult. 3 words would be already starting to be a little bit overwhelming, I think. Okay, the next thing is that we should actually read books on Kindle using its dictionary. Okay, so people don't really know that. People tend to read, for example, books like paper books, and I know why they do that. I know that it feels better when you read paper books. I understand that perfectly. But with Kindle, it's actually very good to use Kindle for learning languages because it has a dictionary built in, and all you have to do to actually look for words that you have in the book is you just have to click on them and you can actually check the definition, or it can take you straight to the Google Translate, but in a window, in a very convenient window that will not make you actually close the page. So using Kindle is a very good way to actually practice when reading. Instead of reading just paper books, using Kindle, it's going to save you time. And also it will just be a great access to foreign language books. Okay, it's not like you can find them everywhere in a library. It depends on the language, but with Kindle, you will have a lot of books to choose. And sometimes you will have to pay, I know, but it's worth that because you have that dictionary built in, especially if you learn languages that are more popular. Okay, and the last thing, this is gonna be a cliche, I know, but I had to put that here. Don't give up on your dream, okay? It's gonna be hard. Sometimes you will want to give up. Sometimes you will just feel like you're not getting any results. Learning languages is one of those few things in life that require a lot of patience, okay? You don't have many other things that require so much patience like languages. But once you spend that time, go against the lack of motivation and just study no matter what without asking questions. Then eventually you will learn the language. And yes, it takes a lot of time, but it gives a lot of joy and a lot of satisfaction. That is why you need to be patient. The most amazing things in life, they require patience. Okay? Patience is the key. Okay, and there is one more thing here. I actually decided to leave this quote here for you. I'm not gonna translate that though, but make sure that you have fun. Okay? I know that it may sound quite contradictory after all those things that I have said before about levels, about really putting effort, about studying hard, about not giving up and so on. And this is true. The same way it's hard to learn to play the piano or the guitar, the same way it's gonna be hard to learn languages, and it's gonna require a similar amount of time. So for those amazing things, for those amazing perks in life, you really have to so much better. I would never go back in time. That was the best decision in my life, to actually start learning languages. So that is all that I wanted to talk about here. Now we are going to talk about some quick tips that you can also apply if you want in the next lecture, and then we're gonna talk about different languages and different families. We're gonna do some interviews, okay? So thank you for listening and see you in the next part. Okay, and now I'm going to give you some quick tips. Again, these are gonna be quick. I won't go into like long monologues here. At least I will try. I will maybe give 1 minute each, okay? This is mostly to actually give you some inspiration. So the first thing, learn the vocabulary when doing repetitive things, okay? And here I don't refer to, for example, running and speaking, okay? That is gonna be also great, but here I mean, for example, cooking, okay? You're cooking and you use recipes in your native language. Instead of that, go for the recipe in the language that you're learning, okay? And once you do that dish every time, you will revise that vocabulary from that recipe, and it's just gonna make that vocabulary revise itself automatically, okay? If you go shopping once a week, if you are a girl or a guy, doesn't matter, but if you actually go shopping often, then you can also, for example, learn the vocabulary that is connected to that and then revise that vocabulary this way. And that's gonna actually help you to learn those difficult words, those maybe very rarely used nouns, even all those things that you can imagine that you just don't know how to actually call them, all those things that you are just less likely to use when speaking. So these are actually the ways that you can practice that vocabulary, and it's gonna help you with that. It will be more fun for you, it will give you the context, and it's gonna be just a interesting thing to apply. Second thing, name the things that you see along the way when you are going somewhere. It's about giving ourselves some context, right? And let's say, for example, that you're working at school and you have to go over the same way over and over again. Let's say it's like 5 minutes by foot. So once you do that, going all the time the same path, you should actually focus on the things that you can see. And then every time you will go to your job or some other places, you will be able to revise the vocabulary. You will be able to quiz yourself. How was I actually calling that? How to call that? How do you say fans in German? How do you say house in Spanish? These are actually the things that you do, and it just helps you, again, because it gives you the context, it gives you the clear image of that thing, and it also gives you that possibility to actually revise that, okay? The next thing, re-listen to podcasts after some time, re-watch videos. We should actually go back to those podcasts and videos that we have listened, that we have watched before after some time. Why? Well, it's just gonna help you memorize things better. It's gonna be a very good revision that is actually gonna be from a different side of our brain, because using notebook, it's a different type of revision. Watching those videos after some time, it's gonna be a little bit different. It will just stimulate your brain from a different perspective, okay? So re-listen to the things that you have watched, okay? Don't forget them and leave them alone for the eternity. Okay, advice number 4. Do subject months, okay? This is especially for those people that are gonna be on that higher level. Instead of just looking for random words from different subjects, you can maybe focus on given subjects. So let's say you are interested in architecture, in that language that you're learning. So what you do is, for the entire month, you focus only on the vocabulary connected to that. Only read texts about the architecture and so on and so forth. And after that month, you will be an expert in that vocabulary, okay? And it's a good thing because it helps you memorize those words faster, since they are all in this one category, okay? Since they share the topic, I would say. It's a little bit like with 100 words rule, okay? Next thing, write essays, okay? This is also important. We have also mentioned that before, but write essays, write stories, use the vocabulary that you're learning practically, okay? Not only when speaking, but also when writing. Writing will help you memorize vocabulary faster. It will also make you practice grammar. It will make you practice expressions. It will make you practice different things. And just write, please believe me, even if you just want to speak. Writing is also gonna help you improve your speaking. So obviously, if you only care about speaking, then you should mostly focus on speaking, but at least 20%, I think you should actually dedicate at least 20% to writing. Okay? Don't forget about writing. Those 20% are gonna be worth a lot. Next thing, do fun revisions. Okay, so what I mean by fun revisions? Obviously, you should do revisions every time you can. When you're on a bus, when you're taking a train, all those kind of things. Moments that we would usually do nothing in. We would maybe play games. Okay, so this is when we do revisions, but we also should actually do them in a fun way. So what I do is I would, for example, go to a park and spend whole day on doing revisions, having fun, actually being in nature, drinking coffee. And once you do that, you realize that revisions don't always have to be unpleasant, okay? They can be very nice, but you just have to have a proper setting. Do revisions before going to sleep. Okay, I think I have already mentioned that a little bit somewhere, but here I'm actually underlying that it's important that you revise especially difficult vocabulary before going to sleep, because when you're sleeping, your brain somehow makes you memorize the vocabulary. I don't really know why, but it is scientifically proven, okay? So I know that maybe your mom is telling you that you shouldn't study at night, but you should actually. For languages, it's good to actually study before going to sleep. Maybe not learning grammar, because it's gonna be difficult for us to grasp different concepts later on during the day, but learning vocabulary, revising vocabulary, perfectly fine. Perfectly fine. That's the best thing that you can do for your memory, actually, to learn before going to sleep. Next thing that we can do is we do Cicero mode whenever you can. So that is what we also have mentioned already a little bit, but I think that we didn't shed enough light on that. We should do Cicero mode whenever we can. When we are running, when we are taking a walk, when we are waiting in a queue, whenever you can. And speak out loud. Speak out loud, it's important, okay? If you care about people watching you, being afraid of you, just wear some headphones, like if you were speaking on a phone with somebody, and just speak to yourself, do Cicero mode all the time. Look for the words that you like in the Google Translate. You don't have to do it when you're at home. You can do it whenever you want. Using the Google Translate on the smartphone, you can check the things that you like. You can check if you are correct. You can do everything, okay? We have so much tools. We have so many tools nowadays, and we don't even realize that yet. But people will realize that eventually, okay? Because really, learning languages has never been so fast. Look at the Google Translate. It works amazing, okay? It works amazing. It does some mistakes from time to time, but it's actually working really, really good. You can check a lot of things there. If you don't trust Google Translate, you can use context reversal. But Google Translate is gonna be enough, especially before getting advanced. And that is what I use. I just speak to myself and I check the things I need in the Google Translate. That is all I need. And if I don't know how to pronounce something, well, I have the pronunciation there. I can just click on the speaker and someone is telling me how to pronounce words. People didn't have that back in the days. It's just an amazing tool. And it's actually starting to be very correct nowadays. It doesn't make many mistakes anymore. Okay, the next thing, especially before being intermediate, before being B2, I would say you shouldn't watch longer movies, because you won't know enough vocabulary and it's just gonna be pointless. You want to watch those shorter movies and actually revise them, be able to finish them eventually, like after an hour, because if you actually don't know all the vocabulary, you will have to pause a lot. Sometimes you will just not get what the speaker is saying. You will have to find what he means. And so a 5-minute video might take you like 30 minutes to watch. So you can imagine how long it would take you to watch an entire movie. So we don't want that. We want short movies. It's going to be easier for us to revise the vocabulary this way. It's going to be easier for us to re-listen to those movies. Watch short movies at start, okay? Like fun facts, fun history facts, 5 minutes history, 5 minutes philosophy, these kind of things, okay? I'm not gonna give you exact examples, but you get the idea. Watch things that are not too long. 10 minutes, 15 is gonna be okay, but more, it's too long. Especially before being B2. Later on, once you're B2, you can watch whatever you want. The next thing that we can do is we can actually translate a vista. So what it is? Well, it's basically, if you are a native language speaker, then you get yourself a text in English, and then you actually read it, but in the language that you're learning, okay? So you write different annotations, you actually underline the words that you don't understand, you look for them, you may write them on the side, obviously later on also in your notebook, and then you do these vista translations for like few times, you do them over and over again. And I would just say that it's one of those other perspectives that you can actually stimulate your brain from. I feel like when I do this, I give something new to my brain. I give something fresh, and it's something that works very well for my memory. Okay. The next thing is that we should actually write words on sticky notes. Okay. So use sticky notes, write the words that you learn on them, and then put them in your room, stick them to a wall, whatever you choose. Just make sure that you don't destroy the wall. But it's very good if you actually are exposed to them like this. You know, you'll just see them like that from time to time, and then eventually they will trigger. Obviously, you can do something that is a little bit more modern as well. You can add that. You can change the nickname of your friend on Facebook, and then whenever you actually write together, you will see that word all the time. It will be reappearing, and eventually you will be able to learn that just by speaking with him, okay? Without no effort whatsoever, okay? Next tip, avoid apps like Duolingo, okay? I know that it's harsh. I know that some of you might not like that, but that is the truth, okay? If you want to have results, don't use Duolingo, don't use Babbel, don't use apps like that. They just don't work, okay? To learn languages, to have real results, you have to put real effort, okay? I know that these apps, they seem appealing because you can lay in your bed and you just click on different things. Don't do that. Don't do that. And I know what I'm talking about here. I know somebody who actually did those Duolingo things for like 2 years, and his level was way worse than mine in German after those 10 days. It's like if you just studied for a day. Do yourself a favor and don't use them. However, what you can use is you can use the memory palace to learn exceptions. So we've already talked about that a little bit. We didn't go into details here. I don't really feel like explaining the memory palace from the scratch, because there are just better videos on the internet that can do that for you. I'm just gonna tell you that it's very good to use the memory palace to learn exceptions. So if you have a test, or for example, when you want to learn subjunctive, and you know you need to memorize whether you have to use subjunctive or indicative, that is where memory palace will come in handy, okay? Because it will just make you memorize that after je crois que, you use indicative in French. Whereas, for example, il faut que requires you to use subjunctive. And you can memorize, for example, those expressions that trigger subjunctive and indicative. Put that into that memory palace, and then it will just stay in your brain, in your memory. You'll know that better, okay? So memory palace for exceptions, for difficult things to memorize, for rules, for grammatical rules, basically. Next thing, write your own songs, okay? So this is gonna be simple. It's very good to sing along when you're listening to something, but it's even better if you actually create your own songs. That is gonna be very creative. It will help you memorize vocabulary. It's gonna be fun. And you can really learn a lot by writing your own songs, because you will look for different words. Sometimes you will be just, again, very creative in that. You will maybe look for some fancy things. It's going to give you a lot of joy. And you don't have to sing like Ed Sheeran, okay? Just to practice the language, it's going to give you a lot of joy. And simple as it sounds, that joy is what makes you memorize the vocabulary way more faster, okay? So don't underestimate that, okay? Don't underestimate this advice. The more joy you have doing something, the more you memorize. Remember that. Next thing, focus on what you can understand, okay? So obviously, listening to a foreign language, sometimes you won't understand what somebody's saying. It's important that in that moment, you don't actually enter this vicious circle of thinking that you don't understand what he's saying, and that you don't just start panicking in your brain, because that is where you will just stop listening at all. Instead, in those situations, just try to actually focus on the words that you understand, and then try to add things together. Maybe you will be able to understand what that somebody is saying from context, okay? It's important that you actually don't start thinking that you don't understand. Once you actually put that thought in your head, you will understand even less, okay? Because you just won't be focused. And that is where you will understand less, okay? Your language skills won't be working in your favor here if you are not relaxed. It's important to be relaxed as well. I remember when I started my new job, I joined this new team and everyone was speaking French there. Some people were really, really good. And I was just stressed the first day because obviously I wanted to make a good impression, but I knew at the same time that they will actually judge me. They didn't, but that's what I thought. And so, I just got very stressed and I actually couldn't understand what they were saying from time to time. It was just because I was stressed, okay? It's not like I couldn't understand the language. I started to think that I am stressed. I started to analyze the situation. I started to think that they will actually find out that I don't understand what they're saying. And it was all the downward spiral. I just wasn't focused and it was all mess. Okay, the next thing, learn the vocabulary in proper places. So this is gonna be a quick one. It's amazing to learn vocabulary when doing repetitive things. It's amazing when you actually can learn different words going to your job. But also, for example, if you want to learn vocabulary connected to shopping, then you can go to a mall and learn words there. Okay, so give yourself some context, make it fun, it's worth time, it's worth doing that this way. Next thing, don't believe in miracles. So this is also gonna be quick. Don't trust people that will tell you that you can actually learn languages when you are asleep. Don't trust people that will tell you that you can get fluent in a week. Don't trust people that will tell you that you can actually learn languages just by passively watching videos, okay? These are just miracles. That won't happen. I've tried that. The only way to really learn languages is to study properly, okay? The next thing is actually connected to studying properly, okay? You can immerse yourself in the language. That is actually very good. So let's say you want to learn Italian, okay? So what you do is you change your Facebook to Italian, you change your Windows to Italian, you change your computer to Italian, you start watching everything in Italian, you start reading news in Italian, and you do everything in Italian, okay? You also think in Italian. And with that, it's gonna be very good for your language. You will have very good results if you actually immerse yourself in the language. And that's why people say that going abroad is so good for them in terms of learning languages. It's because that is just letting them immerse in the language. When they go shopping, they have to use the language. And they actually meet with friends, they have to use the language. And so they have to use it no matter what time of day or night it is. They are exposed to that. And you can actually try to make something like that in a superficial way. It will not be maybe that good, but it's gonna be good as well, okay? So immerse yourself in the language. That is actually important. Do that. That is my last. We are going to start with that. Romance languages are quite popular, and I think that most of you have already had that at school, because French and Spanish are usually languages that are taught at school in USA and in other places. And for that, I think that these languages will not actually give you a lot of problems, a lot of hard times. And since we have already talked a lot about them before, when I was actually giving you examples of French and Spanish, all that actually made me decide to talk about these languages very briefly, okay? And that's also gonna be the case with Germanic languages, since they are kind of similar to English, not so much with Germanic. With the German and with Scandinavian languages, we're gonna talk about that, but it's not gonna be very, very thorough. Slavic languages, also we are not going to talk about that a lot, because I know that these languages are not so popular, and chances are that people won't really want to actually study them, so we are just gonna actually talk about that briefly as well. Arabic, as you can see, I'm not gonna talk about the family as a whole, but only Arabic, the main, the classical, I would say, or the standard Arabic. And Mandarin, okay, so one of the dialects of Chinese, not all dialects. not Sino-Tibetan family, just Mandarin, okay? These are just two very unique languages from our perspective, and that's why I want to actually talk a little bit about them. And we are not gonna expand on different dialects, there's no point. Okay, Romance languages. Let's first take a look at the three very quickly. Latin. Latin is at start here, and we know that these languages, they actually derive from Latin. Classical Latin, the Latin that was used by more educated, more wealthy people at the time. Vulgar Latin, people that were less wealthy, less educated, and so on. Obviously, I'm generalizing that. It's not perfectly how it was, but it's more or less that. From the Vulgar Latin, from the spoken Latin, we have different branches, okay? And what's actually interesting for us is that we have the branch with Romanian language here. As you can see, it's a different branch. We have Italian in a different branch, and we also have French, Spanish, and Portuguese in a different branch. So Romanian is gonna actually be quite different than these languages, Italian, Portuguese, Spanish, and French. However, for example, even though Italian and these three languages are in a different branch, they're gonna be quite similar. Actually, the most unique language here out of these four is gonna be French, and that most likely has to do with the fact that it was actually spoken by the Gallic community, or how you pronounce that in English, and so maybe it went into its own turns, into its own directions. Not sure about that, but it's not very important for us at the moment, okay? But mostly Portuguese, Spanish, Italian are gonna be very similar to one another. French is gonna go in a different direction, somewhat into English direction, I would say. Maybe it also has to do with the fact that actually French was used on the English court for like 200 years, and maybe that's one of the reasons why these languages, they started to mix. Not sure about that, but I'm gonna tell you that French is gonna be a little bit different than Portuguese, Spanish, and Italian, and you will see examples, okay? So let's talk about these examples quickly. As you can see, I've prepared different words here, and you know that I do study French and Spanish, but bear in mind that I'm not perfect here, so my pronunciation might not be perfect. With languages like Italian, Portuguese, actually expect even worse. I've never studied these languages, so I will try to pronounce these words, but it's gonna be far from perfect. And also Romanian language, I'm not gonna even pronounce that, I'm not gonna even try. However, you can see that these words are quite different, right? Especially at the start. Later on, it gets more similar with these two, and so on and so forth. But this is actually showing you that Romanian is gonna be a little bit farther than these other languages. Okay, let's start with French. Okay, so the word once in French is pronounced une fois. Une fois. Okay, so as you can see, first of all, we have a very strange sound. Okay, U is not U, it's U. Okay, it's a different sound than U. U is represented by a different letter. Here we have U. Une fois. So we have different letters that don't usually represent the sound W here. And we also have the letter S at the end, which is not pronounced, okay? And that's what happens a lot in French, that you don't pronounce the letters at the end. Une fois. In Italian, it's gonna be so una volta. In Spanish, una vez. Okay, we don't pronounce the sound Z here. Some people might want to pronounce that like this. It's gonna be a mistake. It's S. It's always S in Spanish. Una vez. Okay, and Portuguese, uma vez. I'm not sure if you actually pronounce that with the S or the sound Z. That is to verify. But you can definitely see that these three languages are quite regular in terms of pronunciation, whereas French isn't, okay? Next word, children. enfant, enfant. So at start we have a very strange sound for some people. Not a lot of languages have nasal consonants. Then we also have the letter T and the letter S at the end, which is not pronounced. Enfant, enfant. Okay, so if you want to learn French, you will have to learn what to pronounce and what not to pronounce, because the endings in French, they are not always pronounced. Italian, infanti, bambini, infanti. Okay, so you can see that these words are very similar, that they are definitely cognates, but in Italian, it's way more simple to actually read that. In Spanish, infantes, niños. Okay, so niños is way more widely used, but infantes is still there. And it's very simple, infantes. Portuguese, infantes. Okay, it's something like that. Again, I'm not perfect here. That's not my point. I want to show you the pronunciation that differs in between the languages. Where you will have to put more or less time. That's my goal here. Portuguese, simple. Spanish, simple. Italian, simple. French, enfant. Okay, you can judge it yourself. To blow, souffler, souffler. Okay, so this is actually where we have the sound un. Okay, it's not souffler, but souffler. And at the end, we don't pronounce the letter R, and it's also not pronounced souffler, but it's souffler. Okay, it's a different sound. You remember, French has different sounds for the letter E. It can be E, it can be A, it can be E. Because of that, you have to distinguish that. And here you have to know the pronunciation rules, that at the end, if the letter E is followed by the letter R, it's gonna be pronounced like E, but you also have to practice the articulation and distinguish the sound E and E and A, okay? So two different tricky things here. Italian, sofflare, simple, nothing to analyze. Spanish, soplar, simple. Portuguese, soprar, okay? Simple. Again, not perfect here, but you get the idea. These three, simple to pronounce, not a lot of difficulties in terms of articulation. In French, we have both. To sing, chanter, chanter, nasal consonant, and at the end we have the sound E, okay? In Italian, cantare. In Spanish, cantar. In Portuguese, cantar. Now when I think about it, the sound R might be a little bit difficult for English native speakers, because if you are English from Great Britain, then you don't pronounce the letter R. It's like water, something like that. Or for example, you say here, but you don't really pronounce the letter R. If you are from United States, then you say water, okay, mark, train, you pronounce that, but in a different way. You actually don't touch your palate. I think that's how you actually call that in English. Straight for that. So in American English, you don't do that, and that's actually what you have to do here to pronounce that sound, because it's not cantar, okay? It's cantar, cantare, okay? And sometimes in Spanish it will have to be even vibrated. Rodear, okay? We had that example. Rodear, okay? So there is a difference between rodar and rodar, okay? Might not be so simple for people to learn to articulate. Portuguese, cantar, we have, so talk about that. Again, I'm not perfect, I'm gonna repeat that every line. The best. Le meilleur, le meilleur. So you can see many different letters, strange sounds, you get how it works. In Italian, I migliori. Okay, so in Italian, I think we don't really pronounce the letter G in situations like that. I might be wrong, but I think it's supposed to be pronounced I migliori. So that is what you would have to learn, most likely. In Spanish, los mejores. Okay, so here you would have to learn that the letter G, which in English is pronounced as J, as in jump, in Spanish is not. Okay, it isn't. It is pronounced as G. Los mejores. Jardín. Jugar. Okay, it's a different sound. In Portuguese, os melhores. Os melhores. Something like that. I think that the L in Portuguese is a different phoneme than other languages, than for example in Spanish, in French. You would have to verify that, but I think that this letter is a little bit different. It's a different L, or maybe that was just the accent of the person that actually reads Portuguese on the Google Translate, but I think that it might be a different phoneme, or at least a different allophone, because it sounds very, very unique. Os melhores, it's like a deep L. If it's a different phoneme, then you would have to learn how to articulate that, or an allophone. Then also you might wanna do that. Beautiful. We have belle. We don't pronounce the letter E at the end. We have bella, simple pronunciation. Spanish, we have bella, which is not very used a lot. More of that we use hermosa, bonita, linda, but you can see that you read everything the way you see that, with the exception of this word, because you don't pronounce the letter H in Spanish. You never do that. Hermosa, that might be troublesome for some people to actually get used to, but it's not a big deal. In Portuguese, bella, formosa, bonita, linda, these kind of pronunciations. There is a simple conclusion that you see here, that French is always going to be difficult in terms of articulation, pronunciation. It's a little bit like Scandinavian languages. For example, Swedish, you have maybe not a difficult articulation, but you have a lot of letters that usually represent different sounds. And in French, that's the same, okay? You have letters that usually represent different sounds, or you have like letter clusters. You have like 3 letters that represent a single sound, and that is gonna be a thing to overcome. That is gonna be a problem that you will have to overcome, whereas in Italian, Spanish, Portuguese, we are not having that problem. Maybe the last one here, in the mouth, dans la bouche. Okay, dans la bouche. We don't pronounce this ending, we don't pronounce this ending. Dans la bouche. Nella boca, something like that. Spanish, en la boca. Portuguese, na boca. Simple pronunciation, difficult pronunciation. Also, here we have the sound on, might not be simple for people to pronounce, so we can say that difficult articulation as well. Okay, so that is pretty much all when it comes to the pronunciation, the articulation, the phonetics. And now let's talk briefly about similarities. I would say more grammatical topic. First of all these languages have articles, definite and indefinite articles. And for people that don't have that in their native languages, it's gonna be very difficult. Here we have that. There's no way to overcome that. However, an interesting thing to note, that Latin used to have 3 articles, whereas today, French, Spanish, Italian, Portuguese, they only have 2 articles, feminine and masculine, but Romanian still has 3 articles, okay? And it's difficult because you never know whether the word is masculine or feminine, so you don't know what endings to accord later on to other words. You don't know whether you should end it with this letter or that letter. In Spanish and Italian, it's gonna be better because you pronounce everything. But in French, for example, you pronounce these endings in a strange way. It's not like you don't pronounce that. It's not like you can ignore that. But it is very, very, I would say, difficult to learn how to accord endings in French just by listening to that. In Spanish, you can develop that naturally, but in French, it takes way more time, okay? I'm not gonna go into details. Those that actually study French, they know why it's difficult to actually accord that properly. But really, French is gonna be just overall the most difficult Romance language to learn. Maybe Romanian as well. No idea how Romanian works, so I'm not gonna tell you. But definitely French is gonna be more difficult than Italian, Spanish, and Portuguese. Okay, and don't trust people that tell you that it's not the case. That, for example, Spanish is more difficult than French. It's not. Personally, I would take French and move to the second group when we think about the FSI research that we have talked about before. Okay, articles. So also two grammatical genders. It's connected, right? You understand that, I think. Difficult conjugation. That is also an important thing to point out here. I know that there might be languages that are more difficult in terms of conjugation, but here, when we talk about more popular languages, when we talk about families like Slavic language family, Germanic, Scandinavian, Romance family, these languages, the more popular languages, they usually have an easier conjugation, okay? Romance languages are gonna be the most difficult here, especially Spanish, I think. Because in French, you don't always have to, especially if you only want to speak in French and you don't really care that much about writing, then you actually don't really have to conjugate a lot. Let me give you an example, okay? I will conjugate the verb to speak now. Je pars, tu parles, il parle, nous parlons, vous parlez, il parle, okay? So as you have noticed probably, we only have 3 different forms. Parle, parlons, parler, okay? And so you only have to learn those 3 words. Parlons et parler is always gonna be regular. So it's not a lot of, you don't have a lot of problems with that in French. Obviously, in the past tense, in the future tense, you will have different endings. It's not gonna be, for example, like in Chinese, where you just say tomorrow and that indicates the future tense to some extent. Now here you have to actually use different endings to show that you actually speak in the future tense. And so that is going to take time, but in French it's going to be a little bit easier than in Spanish. In Spanish you have a lot of irregularities. You have to pronounce every single person, and so for that Spanish is going to be the most time consuming in terms of conjugation, okay? It's not the end of the world, although at start you might feel like it's going to take ages. It's not. You have to get used to that. You have to get used to patterns. We have talked about that. And I think that, for example, if you want to do the 10-day challenge, you'd need to maybe like put 1 day to the present tense or 2 days, and then like 2 days to the past tense. And the future tense is going to be actually simple here because you can use the tense that is composed with a auxiliary verb, and so you don't have to conjugate a lot there. But the past tense and the present tense, you will have a lot of irregular verbs, those that are important that you can't really actually omit, okay? So for that, Spanish is gonna be troublesome. French, if you want to write, then those forms, for example, of the verb to speak, they always gonna have different forms when you think about the writing, but when you speak it, they actually are pronounced the same. So for speaking French, it's gonna have a little bit easier pronunciation, I would say. Conjugation, but for writing, it's gonna be the pain in the arc. Italian, not sure. I think Italian is a little bit easier than Spanish, from what I have seen, but I'm not gonna tell you 100% here. Romanian, no idea, and Portuguese, neither. But I can assume that they are also going to be more difficult in conjugation than, for example, Germanic languages. Like German, Dutch, they have a very, very simple conjugation, and I don't think that Portuguese and Italian are going to be easier than that. High grapheme to phoneme correspondence, okay? So this basically means that we have regular spelling, okay, with exception of French. So, as I said, if you are an English native speaker that has never studied languages, then you might struggle a little bit with that, but usually we have a very regular spelling. Everything is simple here in terms of pronunciation, with an exception of French. French, difficult articulation, difficult pronunciation, difficult rules, a lot of rules. You have to put time to learn that. No declension. Here we have no declension, no case inflection. We don't have to worry about that, and that's a good information for us because it means that these languages are actually good candidates to do this challenge. Tenses. Tenses are difficult, okay? And it's actually an interesting thing to point out here because you might not know that in English you have a lot of different tenses in the past to choose. In Romance languages it works similar, but for example in Slavic languages you usually have only 3 tenses. One for the past, one for the future, and one for the present, and you don't have to choose any tense. In Spanish, for example, if you want to say that you have done something today, then you say he comido, okay, I have eaten. But if you, for example, want to say that you did that in a time frame that is close, then you use a different tense, okay? Comí ayer, I ate yesterday. And that's similar to how different Romance languages work when it comes to these tenses. And there are also some calques to English here and there. It's not gonna be the same, but you can actually support yourself with that. So, for example, if you have already studied some of these languages, if you have, for example, studied Italian, then the grammar in Spanish is gonna be very simple for you because it's gonna work quite similar, okay? But you still have to know whether you want to use this tense or that tense, and it's never simple, okay? It's never simple. In Slavic languages, you don't have to think about that, okay? Next thing, the word order, okay? Here we have the SVO pattern, and so that is also a very good information for us because we don't have to think about the word order a lot. In Germanic languages, it's not gonna be so simple, okay? And we will talk about that. In Germanic languages, you will have to really think about the word order. Okay, so this is pretty much all that I wanted to cover when it comes to Romance languages. Now you have a basic idea of how these languages work and what's difficult there and what's simple there. But overall, Romance languages are gonna be good for the 10-day challenge. With the exception of French, okay? French, I wouldn't do that. We have already talked about that. It's gonna be possible, but for what price, okay? You have to think about that this way. If you only want to study those 10 days and you don't want to improve later on, then you can also choose French and maybe try to write things down phonetically. But French is gonna be annoying here. If you write things down phonetically, then you also have to get a tutor to explain you grammar, tenses, and so on. You will have no exercises, and the grammar in French is not simple, so it's not gonna help you. It's possible, but it would not be the best option. Spanish, Italian, Portuguese, perfect, okay? These are just perfect. One of the best languages that you can choose. Okay, so now we are going to talk about a Germanic language family. Although here I'm not gonna cover every language, we are going to look at German and at Swedish. Okay, Swedish is gonna represent the Scandinavian part because Norwegian and Danish are quite similar to Swedish actually. Danish has a little different pronunciation, I would say, but mostly these languages are gonna be quite similar. So Swedish is gonna represent that. The other languages are gonna have a similar structure, and German here is gonna be quite similar to Dutch. Okay, Dutch is something like Dutch is actually a language that is in between English and German. Okay, it's gonna be similar to English and German. So Dutch is gonna be kind of represented by German here, and Swedish is gonna represent Norwegian and Danish. Bear in mind that there are gonna be differences, but they're gonna be subtle, especially here. Okay, First of all, vocabulary, okay? Let's talk about how these words look like and whether the pronunciation is gonna be easy or difficult. So English, apple. In German, it's Apfel, Apfel. Okay, quite simple. If you think about those letters, they're usually representing sounds like that. So as you can see, German is, at least at the first glance, simple when it comes to pronunciation. In Swedish, it's gonna be something like äpple. Okay, I'm not perfect here. I have never studied Swedish, but you can see that this letter is gonna be pronounced a little bit like the sound äpple. Okay, so you will have to learn that. It's not gonna be a big deal, I think. But in Dutch, you can see that the apple is actually pronounced apple, apple. Okay, it's a very similar pronunciation to the English apple. Next, we have the word bear. Okay, in German, it's gonna be pronounced bear, bear. Okay, so we will have to learn that this letter is actually representing the sound ä. In Swedish, it's gonna be björn. To my ear, it's something in between O and ä. And I can tell you that this is not gonna be a very simple phoneme to articulate. You will have to practice that a little bit at least. But in Dutch, actually beer is pronounced beer. Okay, so like beer. So this is not gonna be a problematic thing for now. Next word, beach, beach. In German, it's Büsche. Okay, Büsche. We know that sound U. That is also in French, Büsche. In Swedish, it's book, book. Okay, so the O is pronounced as U, book. And in Dutch, well, I'm not really sure. I think it's like book, book, something like that. English, blood. In German, Blut. In Swedish, Blut. And in Dutch, Blut. So you're probably starting to see here that Dutch is not gonna be simple when it comes to pronunciation. This is actually pronounced Blut. Okay? Board, bread, boot, boot, boot. This is a difficult word to pronounce. And in Dutch, board. Okay, so similar like in English. Board, bread, boot, board. Book, boek, book. And the last, book. So again, you can see that the pronunciation in Dutch is gonna be a little bit complicated. Church, Kirche, Scherka, 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 okay? So this is apparently the sound sh, Scherka, something like that. I'm not perfect here. And kerk, kerk, okay? This might be simple to pronounce for people. And the word day, tag, dog, dag, okay? Okay, so now once we have talked about these words, I think you have the basic idea. German is gonna be simple in terms of pronunciation. Swedish is gonna have a lot of like new letters representing the sound that we know, but we have to learn what letters represent what sounds. And Dutch, Dutch is gonna be somewhat irregular, I think, okay? That's actually the first impression that I have here. Dutch is gonna be more difficult in terms of pronunciation. Swedish is gonna be also difficult. It's gonna be a little bit like French, but you will have mostly regular rules. And German is just gonna be simple here, okay? Dutch is gonna be a little bit like English, I would say. It's gonna be less regular with rules. Swedish is gonna be like French. You have a lot of rules, a lot of new, a lot of new letters representing phonemes, a lot of strange letters representing sounds, but it should be regular, okay? Now, so these languages are not gonna be the easiest in terms of phonetics. Spanish, Italian, Portuguese are gonna be better on that matter. Here we will have to invest some time. Definitely more than a day for Swedish, and definitely more than a couple of days for Dutch. So if you want to learn these languages, you might reconsider writing phonetically, but what I would do is I would just give me some time extra. For example, like 3 days for Swedish to practice the pronunciation at start, to get some basic idea, and then try to actually do the challenge and learn and actually consolidate phonetics. Meanwhile, at the same time, Dutch is gonna be just difficult here. I can already tell you that this language, without even looking at it, I can tell you that it's gonna require more time, and I wouldn't choose Dutch for the challenge. It's gonna be possible, but it's gonna require a lot of work. Obviously, you could write words phonetically, but it's not gonna be worth here. Conjugation in Dutch is simple, and the language is similar in structure to English, so that would be definitely easy for you. But I don't think that you will be able to learn all those rules and also words and grammar in those 10 days. You will, but not the best results, I think. It would be way better to actually invest a little bit more time, maybe like 2, 3, 4 days before the challenge, to learn rules a little bit, right? Obviously, you don't have to know how to pronounce every single word correctly, okay? But having a basic idea of how it works, sometimes helping yourself with the phonetic transcription, but being able to read in that language is gonna be helpful, okay? This is not a language like Chinese, like Arabic, where it's really, really difficult to learn the writing system. Here, I think it's just not worth it, okay? Maybe if I were to learn Dutch, I would use phonetic writing for phonetic notation, just because I really understand the grammar here. And so for that, I will just do calcs a lot. I would do calcs from German and English, and I would just learn words by the way they sound. But it's only because I know how this language would work. I know how the word order would work here, and the other things. I know how the conjugation would work, because I'm just experienced with languages that are similar to this language, okay? If you are not experienced, then using phonetic notation here is just gonna give you a lot of problems. Okay, so that is also gonna depend on how much experience you have, because if you actually do have that background, if you have already studied a language like that, then you just have to fill the gaps of the vocabulary, but the grammar is like already there to some extent, obviously. So that is also the choice that you will have to make. Swedish is a lovely language to study, and actually when I was doing research about this language, I realized how actually cool it would be to study this language. It's very, very friendly, I would say. The pronunciation is not the easiest, but all the rest is very, very nice, besides the word order. But all the things, you don't have to conjugate verbs and so on. Great language. We'll talk about that in a second. German, easy pronunciation, but it's gonna have a difficult grammar, okay? it's gonna have a difficult grammar. So there's definitely gonna be that is definitely gonna be an obstacle. Okay, so now let's talk about characteristics. Okay, German, simple pronunciation and articulation. Okay, I have mentioned that we have quite a simple pronunciation. We have some rules to learn, but it's not a big deal. And articulation, there are some sounds that might not be simple for everybody. For example, the word Mutter is ended with the letter R, but it's not going to be pronounced Mutter, but Mutter. And by the way, now I realized that I actually made a mistake with pronunciation in German. Here, where was that? It's not supposed to be pronounced Bücher, but Buche, I think. I don't know this word, even in English, and maybe that was the problem. Because Ü is where you have those two little, when you have those two little dots on the top. Here it's not Bücher, but Buche, I think. It's a strange word, because I know that there is a word, Bücher. I think it's like a little book in German. It doesn't matter. So, simple pronunciation, articulation, as you can see, not all the time, but most of the time it's gonna be simple. Whereas in Swedish, difficult pronunciation, because we have those rules like in French that we have to learn, it's gonna be quite regular from what I have heard. So it's not gonna be that much of a big deal, like for example in Dutch. But it's gonna take some time, but rather simple articulation. Okay, there are gonna be some sounds. Scandinavian languages do have a lot of phonemes, but it's not gonna be a very big deal. Okay, it's gonna be easier than, for example, Arabic, about which we are going to talk about in a sec. Okay, here, conjugation, easier than in Romance languages. Okay, that is what I want you to know. Conjugation in German and also in Dutch is gonna be very simple. Okay, and I was actually surprised when I started to learn German how easy it was. Okay, there are some irregularities, but usually the conjugation in German is gonna be easier than in French and Spanish, in my opinion at least. Okay, in Swedish, no conjugation. In Norwegian, no conjugation. In Danish, no conjugation. Okay, just like in English. Okay, so that is a great candidate for this challenge, because if you don't have to learn the conjugation, it's gonna be so, I mean, for the first thing you will save a lot of time, but for the second thing you will just be able to create sentences without that much thinking, without that much without putting a lot of energy to that. So having no conjugation is a great thing, and that is one of the reasons why English is so popular. No conjugation means that you don't have to think a lot when making sentences, and that's what makes a great challenge candidate again. Articles. German, 3 articles to choose: masculine, feminine, and neuter. Okay, before the noun. They go before the noun here. Obviously that is how it usually works, but in Scandinavian languages it's gonna work a little bit different, you will see. So we have 3 different grammatical genders here, and I can tell you that there's pretty much the same chance for each. So it's not like you can guess one and most of the time you will be correct. No, in German it's really hard to actually use a proper article, which is a pain in the arc again, because if you use an incorrect article, if you for example if you for example take a word that is masculine as feminine, then you will also mistake the declension, and that is just very difficult in German. That's why German, if you actually choose German for the challenge, you will have to accept the fact that you will do a lot of mistakes with articles and declension. There is no way you will be able to learn that in those 10 days, so it's actually better not to invest time in that. Okay, that is what I did. I didn't put time here, I did those mistakes and I accepted them. Okay, that is just the choice that you will have to make. Okay, if you want to learn languages in 10 days, you will just have to ignore some notions. Okay, here we have only 2 articles in Swedish. Okay, and this is gonna be great here. This is gonna be great. They used to have 3 articles, but they changed that, and now they only have the neuter, and utrum. I'm not sure how you pronounce that in English. Sorry for my pronunciation. But what's important here is that utrum represents both masculine and feminine article, okay? And it's actually used most of the time, like 80%, something like that, right? So you don't really have to use the other article. You just use that, and most of the time you are correct, okay? So you don't have to put your brain energy here. You don't have to invest your brain energy into thinking about what article to use. That is a great thing. In Romance languages, you can ignore that, but it will be incorrect, right? You can't ignore everything, right? Here, you don't have to ignore that. You can just use this article and it's gonna be quite fine. You don't have to think about conjugation. So the only thing that you have to think about so far is the pronunciation. So you can already maybe come to a conclusion that Scandinavian languages are gonna be great, because that's also how it works with other Scandinavian languages. Also, you have to keep in mind that there are different dialects that might work differently, but I'm not sure if it is the case with articles right now. But it doesn't matter. You can choose, but it doesn't really matter. If it's the case, you can choose a dialect that uses two articles. Great language to learn, and you can learn it very quickly. And I think that the next challenge that I will do will be either with Swedish or with Chinese. You will see why Chinese also in a bit, but Swedish is also gonna be great, and Norwegian for the challenge. No conjugation, no thinking about articles, just great thing. German, simple tenses, okay? So we have talked about that. We know how it works. It's maybe not the easiest thing. It's not like in Polish, you sometimes have to choose the past tense in German, but it's very simple, okay? And also the forms of the past tense, the conjugation is gonna be simple in German. In Swedish, you also have simple tenses. You have some, but since you don't have to conjugate them, it's not that much of a big deal. You have to choose a proper tense, like you do, for example, in Romance languages or like in English. But it's not that difficult. It actually works very similar to Spanish. So if you have some background in Romance languages, and also it will help you with tenses in Swedish. Declension. German has a declension. As I have mentioned, it's gonna be very difficult here, okay? It's just gonna be difficult. You never know what articles to use, so you never know how to inflect cases, okay? That is a big obstacle here. Swedish, no declension. It used to have that, but they got rid of that because no one used that. Great thing for us, great language to choose. Subjunctive. German has subjunctive. I'm not really sure how it works exactly, because I have not studied that in those 10 days. It was something that I decided that is not gonna be useful enough, and so I decided not to invest time to that. But I know that it has subjunctive, or something that works like subjunctive. In Swedish, we don't have that. I know that there are some very small exceptions with like words that are very old, or expressions that are very old, but other than that, you don't have that. Okay, so that's also a great news for us. And word order, okay? Difficult, unstable word order. This is the same thing here and here. That is the only difficult thing that actually keeps me from learning Swedish already now, because the pronunciation, I am already experiencing that, so I think that I would actually manage to learn that very quickly. But the word order, oh, how I actually struggle with that in German, okay? So usually there are different combinations. Depending on a sentence, you will have a different word order. But usually when you make sentences, for example, in the past tense, it will be looking like that. I read a book. I read a book. Ich las ein Buch, okay? So for now, the word order seems very natural. I read a book. In Swedish is gonna be jag läste en bok. Okay, something like that. Pardon my pronunciation. Jag läste en bok. So you can tell that the word order in these two situations is very natural. But here is where it changes, because in Germanic languages, in Scandinavian languages, in German, I think also in Dutch, you always have to put the verb as the second word in a sentence, okay? So if you actually start, if you want to start with the word yesterday, then we have to change the word order, okay? Yesterday, I read a book. Gestern las ich ein Buch. Okay? Gestern las ich ein Buch. So we can see that we no longer have the pronoun here before the verb, but the verb is actually before the pronoun. It always has to be second. Gestern las ich ein Buch. And that's also the same thing in Swedish. Again, pardon my pronunciation. Igår läste jag en bok. Okay? Igår läste jag en bok. Igår, so yesterday. Läste, or läste, not sure how to pronounce that, but you can see that the verb is before the pronoun, jag and bok. Okay? So it changes the same way like it does in German. So the verb always has to be second in a sentence. So if you want to make a sentence like yesterday, week ago, tomorrow, you will always have to make sure that you have the verb in a proper place. If you, for example, have compound sentences, then it's also gonna work in a very, very different way. And actually, all the Germanic languages, they're gonna have a different word order when it comes to compound sentences, with slight differences inside, okay? Some are gonna have a different verb at the end, some are gonna have a different verb at the end. I'm not gonna go into details, but usually all the Germanic languages, they work similar. They all have this strange word order, and they're mostly just small details that change, okay? So difficult word order. So right now we can see in German we have difficult articles, declension, and a difficult word order. In Swedish, we only have a difficult word order and a difficult pronunciation. So Swedish and Norwegian, they are gonna be definitely easier than German here. But as you have seen, I was also able to speak German after those 10 days, because those things that are difficult here, they don't mean that you can't speak, okay? That is how it works with every language. You can communicate, it's just how many mistakes you'll do. Here, I was mistaking articles, declension by choice, okay? And I was mistaking word order also, even though I tried not to mistake that. And even with that, I was able to express myself. And so that is what I mean, that you can learn pretty much every language in 10 days. But sometimes you will do more mistakes, sometimes you will do less mistakes. But you will be always able to communicate and hold a conversation, a longer conversation, okay? Sometimes people will just have to understand a little bit more from context, and it will sound rusty, but you will always be able to hold that conversation, okay? And for the last time, Swedish, Norwegian, great languages actually to study. You might want to put some time to learn the rules of pronunciation, but later on, without thinking about conjugation, without, thinking about articles, it's just gonna be so simple to talk, okay? You will just do it at ease, okay? One of the best languages to choose for the challenge. Okay, and now let's talk about Arabic a little bit, and we are going to talk about the most universal, the standard Arabic that is usually taught at school and at universities. So we are gonna talk about different dialects here. However, note that Arabic actually has a lot of dialects and they do vary. And so if you actually want to choose that language, then you might also reconsider what dialect you are going to learn, okay? That is gonna be a problem here because, for example, with Chinese, the Mandarin dialect is very widely spoken, whereas in Arabic, you have a lot of different dialects that actually are spoken by a very similar amount of people, and so it's not so simple to choose. But I actually present you Arabic here not to make you study this language, or maybe the other way around, actually prevent you from studying this language. I actually want you to take a look at how this language works, because I think that will really broaden your understanding of languages, okay? So this is, in my opinion, the most difficult language to learn in the world, okay? From the perspective of a Polish native speaker, from the perspective of an English native speaker, French, and so on. If you are in this Arabic language family, if you, for example, speak Hebrew, then maybe it's gonna be better. But for other people, or languages that use Roman alphabet and so on, it's gonna be difficult, okay? And there are plenty of reasons for that. First of all, writing. So now I will just briefly explain how the writing system works in Arabic. It is not the most difficult writing system. Chinese and Japanese is gonna be more difficult, but it's definitely not gonna be simple, okay? The Russian alphabet, Cyrillic, is better here. It's gonna take less time. Arabic alphabet is quite complex actually. You have 28 letters, I believe. They are not difficult to write. As you can see, they don't have a lot of details like Chinese, so that's a good thing. However, they have different variations, okay, depending on the position a given letter has in the word. It's gonna look like that, or like that. As you can see, it changes. And by the way, in Arabic, you always read from the right to the left. So that also might be troublesome, but only at start. I know that you can really get used to the way it works very quickly, okay? So we have new letters. We have letters that actually change their form a little bit depending on the place they have, the position they have in a sentence, and we also have reading from the right to the left, like in manga. Like in manga. And this is already a lot, okay? I would say that this is already what would make me choose the phonetic notation at start, okay? I wouldn't invest time into learning that unless I would really want to be advanced eventually and really study this language properly. But if I just wanted to communicate, have basic conversations like I did in German, then I would just write things down phonetically. However, it's not gonna be so simple here. Like for example in Chinese, and you will find out why it's so simple in Chinese later on, but here it's really difficult to use that because this language has a very difficult grammar, okay? It has everything. It has declension. It has a lot of different forms. It has conjugation. It may be not the most difficult conjugation in the word. It might be not the most difficult declension in the word, but it has all of them, and it's all in that language. And it's all hidden behind these letters, okay? So using phonetic notation is gonna exclude using books. And that's gonna be a problem. So you would really have to have a tutor here that would explain things to you, and it's gonna be possible, but it's gonna be harder than with other languages, okay? That is the language that I think I would actually struggle with. One of the very few languages that I think I could actually struggle in terms of the challenge, right? And again, it's not about being, bold here, but as I said, you will be able to communicate with pretty much all languages. Sometimes you will do more mistakes, sometimes you will do less mistakes, but this language, obviously you will be able to communicate, but it's just so overwhelming when you think about it. You have difficult grammar, difficult letters, difficult articulation, a lot of things to do. You really don't know where to start. Situations that happen in this language are really strange. You don't have many languages that work like that. So I would say that if you want to choose Arabic for the challenge, you have to do it really smart. You really have to get a language partner. It's gonna be difficult, okay? It's gonna be difficult. I would rather recommend that you first choose different languages, and then maybe once you get more experience, you do that with Arabic, because it's gonna be very easy to fail here. It's gonna be really, really, really difficult because of all the nuances this language has, okay? So now let's talk about those nuances a little bit. Even if you learn the alphabet, you still don't really know how to pronounce most of the words, okay? That is the problem. It has a regular spelling, it's not a problem. It's not like you have situations like in English where sometimes a given letter represents one sound or a different sound. No, here it's very stable. One letter represents one sound, roughly speaking, because there are some consonants that represent vowels here, but mostly it's very stable, okay? So that is okay, that is good. But you have the distinction between long vowels and short vowels here. And the long vowels are represented by this letter. So this can be a consonant, but this can be also a vowel. As you can see, it's actually the sound Y, okay? So Y can be seen both ways, as a consonant, Y, as in, for example, llegar in Spanish, but it can be also seen as E, okay? This is the sound W, but it can be also used as the sound U, I believe. And this is the vowel A. So that is what you have with the long vowels. You pronounce them and they are a little bit longer. You actually stretch them a little bit. With short vowels that you have a lot, you don't have that kind of luxury, okay? In Arabic, you don't write short vowels, okay? You pronounce them, but you don't write them, usually. There is an exception. If you are starting to learn this language, or you are reading Quran, which has to be simplified, because even though the language hasn't changed a lot, we have talked about that, it still uses a very old vocabulary that is actually used in a different manner today, and there must have been some changes, and so for that, it has to be a little bit simplified. So those two situations, the reading Quran and starting to learn this language, they both require some help. And so for that, we have the help of those little things that you can see here on the top and on the bottom of this text, okay? So what are these? These are basically the ways that you actually mark short consonants, okay? So this one is actually called fatha, and it's basically what represents the short vowel. Why did I actually wrote consonants? Sorry for that. It's actually what represents the short vowel A, okay? The sound A. So every time you have the sound A in Arabic, the short sound A, it will be written like this in the simplified version of writing. Every time you have the vowel E, the short vowel E, not the long vowel E, it will be written like this, okay, on the bottom, in the simplified writing, which is, again, not the way you write all the time. Most of the time you don't have that. And when you have the sound U, then you have this little thing on the top. You can see that somewhere here. But usually, again, usually you don't have that. This is the way the normal text looks like. So for example, if you are starting to study and like you're on the, for example, first year at the university, your textbooks are gonna actually cover that. And for some time you will see words having those, but later on they will actually disappear. And you will have to know what the vowels certain words have just by heart, okay? You need to know those vowels by heart. You don't have many vowels in this language, but you have to know those words by heart, okay? You see a word and you have to guess those short vowels, okay? To some extent. Or if you know that this word is the word Arabic, then you already know what kind of vowels it should have. But if not, if it's your first encounter, if you're, for example, reading a new book, studying a language when reading, and you see a new word, and there is no help from these things, then you don't know how to pronounce this word, and you have to check that, okay? So that is a problem. That is a big problem. More than that, the articulation, okay? This language is gonna be difficult because of articulation. And I will try to do my best to show you why, but it's really difficult and I'm not gonna be pronouncing these sounds properly, but I hope that I will at least give you a basic idea of why these are difficult, okay? So we don't have a lot of phonemes here, but we have some that are difficult to distinguish, okay? So the phoneme T, or the phoneme T, actually, is very, very common, okay? There is nothing strange about that. But we also have consonants that are actually called emphatic consonants. And this is where it all gets tricky, because normally you pronounce the letter T in languages like T, something like that. Whereas here, well, you can have both the sound T, but you can also have the sound T, something like that, okay? You can have the sound D, and you can also have the sound D, okay? It's very hard to articulate that properly, so again, you might wanna check how it really sounds when spoken by Arabic speakers, but that is my sort of impression of that. The sound S, okay, S, and the emphatic form S, something like that, okay? So that is gonna be very difficult. It's gonna be difficult to articulate. You will have to distinguish these two sounds because these are phonemes, so depending on having this sound or this sound, the word will change its meaning, right? So we will have to actually distinguish that when people will be speaking. And there are also other sounds that are going to be difficult here. For example, this sound. This is a little bit like the French R. It's something like R. We also have this sound. I think it's like the smooth edge. It's like ha. So these two are not gonna be simple to pronounce neither, okay? Emphatic consonants. You also have emphatic vowels, I believe, and they are also difficult to pronounce. These things, just a lot of difficult sounds that you don't usually have in languages. Very difficult language. Let's talk about its characteristics more, okay? So some things are gonna be good here, but most of the things are gonna be bad news. First, regular spelling, okay? So as I said, once you know what letters you have, they usually represent the same sounds, okay? It doesn't vary, but you don't really know what vowels you have most of the time, so it doesn't really help a lot. Difficult articulation, we have talked about that, so you know how it works. Difficulty with vowels, that is what I have already mentioned, the thing that those short vowels are not shown in a text. Declension, you also have a declension here. You have case inflection. It's not as bad as in German or Slavic languages, because in many situations you actually don't have to pronounce the endings, okay? I think that the only situation where you really have to pronounce them most of the time is the accusative, but for the rest of the cases, you don't really have to pronounce the endings when you use the pausal form, okay? It's called pausal form, and it's just a way of speaking without pronunciating the endings pretty much, okay? And so for that, you actually ignore the declension to some extent, and it's correct, okay? So the declension is not gonna be that difficult here when it comes to speaking. When it comes to writing, it's gonna be difficult, okay? But it is there, and accusative is there, and it's always gonna be worse than in languages where you don't have that at all. Just keep in mind that it's not as bad as in German or Slavic languages. One article, okay? So that is actually also a good thing, because we only have to distinguish the definite article and the lack of article, okay? So if you don't have an article, then it's basically indefinite. So it's quite simple from this perspective, okay? That is actually good news. However, words, they have grammatical genders, okay? We have a single article like you do, for example, in English, but you have more grammatical genders, okay? And you have to accord different parts of speech as you have to do in Spanish, for example, or French, and so on and so forth. So that is difficult, okay? That is one of those things that are difficult, that I consider difficult. That is gonna be interesting. Vocabulary is highly based on trilateral roots, 3 consonants that reappear in different derivatives. Example: he wrote, she writes, writer, writing. So as I said, vowels are really rather less important in Arabic. However, consonants are very important. They're actually the things that you focus on the most when you memorize words, okay? Because words in Arabic, as well as grammar, is very highly dependent on those roots, okay? So for example, you can say kataba in Arabic. I'm not sure what it means right now, but you have 3 important consonants there: k, t, and b, okay? And these consonants, they will be used to create future tense, the present tense, the past tense. I think that was actually the past tense, but I'm not sure. It doesn't matter. This will be used to use different moods. It will be used to actually create derivatives like that. You can change. He wrote, she writes, writer, writing. A lot of different forms will actually be built with the same root. So that is actually helping you a little bit, but it's a completely different way of looking at words, okay? And you will have to get used to that a little bit. If you think about cooking, for example, in Spanish, the verb to cook is cocinar. The cook is cocinero. Cooking is, I am cooking, estoy cocinando. So it also works like that in other languages, but here I think it's just taken to the extreme, okay? So everything is based on those letters. Sometimes you have to add different prefixes and so on and so forth, different particles. But those 3 consonants, they will most of the time actually reappear, just maybe in a different, for example, sequence, okay? But they are gonna be there all the time. If you actually choose to learn Arabic, then know that you should learn the past tense at start, because it has the most neutral form without any things added to it, without any affixes, you know? And then present tense and future tense are gonna require those little additions, I would say, those little elements that you have to add. So the past tense is actually the tense that you actually start with when you are learning this language. It's not like present tense with other languages, and then you add those elements to that. The future tense is simple. You only have to add the future particle to the verb. So simple is actually I think an overstatement here, because yes, you only have to add the particle, but I think you still have to conjugate the verb maybe in the present tense. I'm not sure how it works. If you know, if you have studied this language, and you can tell me whether you actually add this particle to a single form or you still have to conjugate that in the present tense. I think that's how it works. If so, then it's gonna be difficult. If not, then it's gonna be a little bit better. But still, it's not the worst situation if you only have to conjugate in the present tense, because then you only have to learn the conjugation in the present tense and in the past tense, and you don't have to think about the future tense that much. So overall, we could say that tenses are simple here, and you don't have to choose different tenses like you do in Spanish. You only have to learn forms in the present tense and in the past tense, and the future is gonna be okay. But when you think about all the different things that you will have to overcome before that, and about the vowels that you won't be able to read, then it's gonna be also become difficult, okay? That is just how it is. I'm sorry. No infinitives, okay? So that is one good thing, that you don't have infinitives. You always start from the third person singular, so you get more used to that person, and that is actually what helps you a little bit. The word order, okay, that is also not the best thing. Usually in the standard Arabic, the one that is usually studied by foreigners, you have the word order, verb, subject, and object. So it's not a very natural word order, I would say. You first have to think about the verb, and then sometimes you will be hearing this word order, sometimes you will be hearing this word order, and you will just get very perplexed, and it will be just harder for you to learn by listening, okay? And at the end, this is actually what I have mentioned already. No need to choose between different tenses, okay? So we have simple tenses like we do in Slavic languages. You only have to learn the present tense and the past tense. The future is gonna be simple, if I am correct here. So that is good things. But if you think about all those things, about the writing system, about the lack of short vowels, about the articulation, about all the grammar that you have here, it's a very difficult language, okay? Very difficult language. Gonna be hard to actually learn, gonna be hard to pull off, especially if you don't know how to write and read using the phonetic notation. You will really have to get yourself a language tutor or a language partner that will explain everything. Learn those words phonetically if you want to do it in those 10 days. It's gonna be possible, but it will be very overwhelming, okay? Very overwhelming. So that is the hardest language, in my opinion, right now, that is there. Obviously, there are going to be languages that are less popular, that I don't know how they work, that might be more difficult. But Arabic is really, really, I mean, I was really impressed by how difficult it is. The articulation, the way they write, that they don't actually write vowels. It's just a difficult language. And the easiest language that you can choose for the challenge is Chinese. Mandarin Chinese. So if you remember well, we actually have Chinese here. 2,200 hours. It's actually, in my opinion, one of the easiest languages that you can choose if you only want to learn how to speak. Okay? There is no flexion in this language. You only have puzzles that you have to add one by one. But let's actually look at it precisely. So what makes Chinese require so much time is the fact that it's a very simple language, but it requires a lot of time. It requires a lot of time because it has a never-ending writing system. Every word has its own character, most of the time, roughly speaking, and so for that you have to learn a lot of characters, okay? So these characters are gonna be very, very detailed, okay? And so for that, you can already imagine that it's gonna take ages to be able to write in this alphabet. And you don't have hiragana and katakana like you had in Japanese. No, we don't have that here. We only have the main alphabet. It has its simplified form, and you can see that here, but it doesn't really change a lot, okay? So I wanted to talk a little bit about the alphabet. I don't want you to learn the alphabet if you really want to speak and don't care about being really proficient in the language, but I still think that understanding how this alphabet works will make you understand languages better and will open your mind a little bit more. So as you know, we actually have three options here. We have Chinese traditional, simplified, that what I have mentioned, and Japanese. Japanese is based on Chinese, and we'll also talk about Chinese a little bit here. So traditional Chinese is having characters that are very, very detailed. Okay, you can see that here. And you can already maybe tell that this character is actually resemblant to a wire to some extent. It means electricity, right? And I have already tell you that is actually what I have noticed right now, that this is very similar to that. When learning these characters, if you want to learn these characters, you really have to think about images. Try to memorize them from this perspective, trying to imagine that it is a given thing, okay, using the mnemotechniques and so on. This looks a little like a wire, so you would be able to memorize that a little bit better if you actually conceptualize that wire and if you connect that to this word. Its simplified form is, and by the way, actually there are different cities in China that use either that or that. I'm not sure which uses which, but it's mostly dependent on the city. Simplified version looks like that. Okay, so it's way more simple. But in Japanese, in kanji, you still have those difficult characters. Okay, so I don't know if you still remember kanji, the alphabet that works the same like in Chinese, not the one that is based on syllables. Japanese and Chinese are gonna share pretty much the same characters with some differences which we'll see, but they are gonna be very similar here. The next character, bai, okay? Maybe you could conceptualize, I don't know, a bag here, but the simplified form is way different, so it would also require a different image, I guess. In Japanese, it is the same. Okay, it looks the same. Sometimes they differ a little bit, like here, for example. You can see that. Later on, you can see more differences, I think. For example, here, the word translate. Okay, so this is definitely different than this, but we are not going to analyze all those characters. I just wanted to show you that you should memorize them this way by actually conceptualizing different images and helping your brain. Maybe one more thing that I want you to know here is that if you want to learn these characters, you should really remember about the correct order. It's not like you write these things randomly. You have to always follow the order Otherwise, you will actually do characters that won't be proper, okay? It's very important that you always do it in a proper order. 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on and so forth, okay? So that is pretty much all about writing. Writing is gonna take a lot of time, okay? You have a lot of characters. In Japanese, you have more than in Chinese, because in Chinese you have tones, but you still have a lot of characters nevertheless. So what you do, what I would actually recommend, is you go for the phonetic notation, and not only for the challenge, okay? Not only for the challenge. If you're learning Japanese, then you have the hiragana, which is a little bit easier to learn, and there you might actually want to reconsider that. But in Chinese, even if you want to be advanced, I think I wouldn't go for the alphabet. Maybe later on, but honestly, you don't really need that. If you want to be advanced, at least orally, okay, when speaking, you don't really need that. And why? Why don't you need that? Why in all the other languages you need to be able to write to really be advanced and be proficient, and in Chinese not? Well, that is probably the last thing that I want you to understand after this program. That the biggest obstacle when you write things down phonetically is that you get lost in grammar, okay? You have no tools to learn grammar. But here, in Chinese, there's almost no grammar, okay? Almost no grammar. You have a very stable word order, okay? Very stable word order. Not like in German. Not unlike in Swedish. Subject, verb, object. Every word has its fixed place. Creating sentences is like building with Lego, adding blocks one by one. Okay? So it's always gonna have the same place, the same word order. No past tense. No future tense. And I don't mean not having different past tenses to choose. No. No past tense, no future tense. You only use adverbials of time, okay? So for example, to say something in the future tense, you just use the word tomorrow. To say something in the past tense, you say yesterday, 2 days ago. That is how the past tense and the future tense works here, if we could call it a future tense or a past tense, because that's really not the case. So no tenses here. No articles. We don't have articles here. No grammatical genders. Okay? We don't have masculine, feminine words. We don't have to wonder about articles. We don't have to wonder about tenses. We don't have to conjugate verbs also. There is no flexion, no declension. You don't change any root of the word. You don't add any endings due to the conjugation or declension. You don't have plural forms. Okay? You don't have to accord words to one another. You have a very, very, very simple language when it comes to speaking here. Okay? Imagine that. Just imagine not having to think about the past tense, the future tense, articles, genders, endings. You don't have that. Not thinking about the word order. It's amazing, right? There are gonna be difficulties, obviously. If you don't use characters, then you have to use Google Translate and different tools and learn by listening and by writing things down phonetically. Obviously, you have the alphabet that is called pinyin here. It works the same way. And there are gonna be some resources with that. For example, you will be able to find lists with words. Maybe some basic grammar will be explained in that. But you don't have a lot of that. So that is gonna be a little bit more difficult if you actually don't know characters, but it's way better. It's still better than learning all those difficult characters. Tones. So when we think about difficult articulation in Chinese, we talk about tones. It's like with the sound shi and si in Polish. For people that are not natives, it will be difficult to distinguish these two sounds. And it's the same here. It will be difficult to distinguish different tones and also to articulate them differently, okay? Because you are not used to that way of creating the language, okay? There are very little languages, mostly dialects of Chinese, that use tones, and that's just a different way of speaking, okay? You don't really have those tones. You have languages with like different accentations and so on, but tones, they work in a very particular manner, okay? So the tones are going to be difficult. You will really struggle with them, but people will be able to understand what you are saying from the context, okay? So this is one of those things that you can actually accept that you will do mistakes, like for example I did with the declension in German, okay? Classifiers. I won't talk about that, but that's maybe the only thing that is difficult here when it comes to grammar. It is not super difficult, like for example declension, but it is there. I'm not gonna go into details, but just to point out that there's one difficult thing when it comes to grammar, and that is basically, without that I would say that Chinese has no grammar, but the classifiers are there, and well, they are gonna take some time. But if you are interested in this language, if you want to learn Chinese, then you can do your own research about that, okay? So this is all that I wanted to talk about here in this part, okay? Now you have a very basic understanding of how different languages work, how different families work, what's easy, what's difficult,